Divine Sorcerer. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination, so don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like, and if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 126 Cybergirl. Chen Mo placed his palm on Aspen's spellbook, and his mental power, wrapped in magical energy, surged into the book. With a click, the seal on the second-level spell in the spellbook was broken. Chen Mo slowly flipped through the pages, selecting a spell that suited him. His goal was simple, to find wind and fire spells, as well as a powerful healing spell. If there were any other auxiliary spells, he'd also like to learn them. He still had 520,000 Black Abyss coins, and he wouldn't feel at ease until he spent them all. Besides, being in the skill-enhancing chamber, he didn't need to spend any extra money. The enclosed environment was quiet, and aside from the dim lighting, there were no drawbacks. And a magician reading a book doesn't require eyes. Simply directing mental power over a book allows him to clearly and comprehensively perceive the lines on the pages. If it's a magic book, simply injecting mental power into it allows him to directly access the knowledge within. Flipping through books is just a habit for Chen Mo, a normal person. When it comes to reading, it's no exaggeration to say he reads 100 lines at a glance. After looking through all the second-tier spells, Chen Mo pondered for a moment, selecting a few that suited him best. Hint. Do you want to spend 10,000 Black Abyss coins to learn the second-tier magic exploding fireball? How unlucky. Paradise's training system is convenient, but it's also quite expensive. If you don't work hard to earn money, you won't even be able to learn any skills. Relying on traditional methods, gradually gaining insights, learning the text, and constructing spell models, takes a considerable amount of time and effort. Each has its own advantages. Hint. You've learned a new skill, second-tier magic exploding fireball. Hint. You've learned a new skill, second-tier magic sigh of the wind. Hint. You've learned a new skill, second-tier magic life wave. Hint. You've learned a new skill, second-tier magic transfiguration. A series of 4 skills cost Chen Mo 40,000 yuan. And that's not all. Upgrading them all to the maximum level would cost another 444,000 yuan. After all this operation, Chen Mo's 1 million Black Abyss coins were gone in less than a day. This state of spending it all before it even warmed up could basically be considered the ancestor of the Moonlight Clan. The Sunlight Clan. Moreover, Chen Mo spent several thousand of the 40,000 yuan that was originally intended for emergencies after this upgrade. Thinking of his own impoverished life, Chen Mo felt helpless. He gently pressed the skill upgrade button and let the upgrade cabin pour countless spell knowledge into his mind. While receiving the spell knowledge, Chen Mo found that the memory palace in his soul had planned all the information transmitted. When he learned spells in the past, he was muddle-headed and thought that he would just learn and forget it in a blink of an eye. Some theoretical knowledge and so on would be completely forgotten. But now, Chen Mo can't forget it even if he wants to. All of it wants to be engraved on the stone slab, deeply imprinted in Chen Mo's soul. Hint. Your skill, exploding fireball, has been upgraded from LV1 to LV30, master, costing 111,000 Black Abyss coins. Exploding fireball consumes 100 mana points and takes 3 seconds to condense a massive fireball with a diameter of 50 centimeters. Upon impact, the fireball explodes violently, dealing 200 to 400 damage to the target, with damage proportional to spirit strength. This spell is now more powerful, reducing casting time by 90%, increasing spell power by 200%, and increasing the rank of the flame explosion by +2. Additional effect, exploding flame. Upon exploding, the fireball forms a pillar of explosive fire, concentrating high-temperature energy into a columnar explosion, creating a secondary attack that deals an additional 200 damage to the target. Reminder. Your skill, Wind Sigh, has been upgraded from LV1 to LV30, master, costing 111,000 Black Abyss coins. Breath of the Wind consumes 100 mana points to catalyze this magic into a powerful gust, forming a wind wall. This wall blocks incoming physical attacks and evocation magic attacks. The wind wall's durability depends on the player's mental strength. This spell's effectiveness is enhanced reducing casting time by 90%, increasing spell effect by 200%, and increasing defense rank by 2. Additional effect, Wind of Thorns. The surface of the wind wall transforms into a sharp, wind-like defensive blade, dealing an additional 200 points of slash damage to enemies it touches and inflicting 50 points of bleeding per second. Reminder. Your skill Life Wave has been upgraded from LV1 to LV30, Master, costing 111,000 Black Abyss coins. Life Wave consumes 100 mana points to communicate with the spirits of nature, transforming magic into life energy, and inflicting a powerful healing on the target. The amount of healing depends on the strength of your mental strength. Spell effectiveness has been enhanced, reducing casting time by 90%, increasing spell effect by 200%, and increasing defense rank by +2. Additional effect, Wind of Life. Upon successfully casting this skill, a gust of wind imbued with life will entwine the target, continuously healing their injuries and restoring 50 health points per second. Reminder. Your skill Feathering has been upgraded from LV1 to LV30, Master, costing 111,000 Black Abyss coins. Feathering consumes 10 mana per second, making the target as light as a feather. Over the duration, the target's weight is reduced by 1% to 10%. The amount of weight reduced depends on your mental strength. Higher mental strength increases the weight reduction. Spell effectiveness has been enhanced, reducing mana cost by 50%, and the minimum weight reduction is changed to 1% to 5%. Additional effects, no damage from falls, increased movement speed, and reduced strength by 10%. Of the 4 spells Chen Mo chose, 1 was fire magic, 2 were wind magic, and the remaining 1 was nature magic. Wind Wall and Feather Transformation were both wind magic, while Life Wave belonged to the nature category. Originally, Chen Mo had difficulty learning nature magic. After all, this type of magic, similar to divine magic, required the approval of nature's will. This meant swearing a magical vow within a forest of a certain size, refraining from harming nature. Only then could one gain the approval of nature's will and learn this type of magic. Aspen's magic book, drawing on the knowledge of arcanists, provided a very detailed explanation. So-called nature magic, in fact, doesn't require such constraints. Casting the spell requires the caster to perceive the fundamental vibrations of life, or, more profoundly, the laws of life. However, this was only a second-level healing spell, requiring no such profound understanding. As long as one could sense the aura of life, one could transform magic power into corresponding life energy and use it to heal one's injuries. Furthermore, the life auras of humans and animals were completely different, requiring information from different frequencies of vibrations. Without Paradise's assistance, learning this magic was complex. It required traveling to the prairies or forests, meditating and contemplating nature. But now, Chen Mo simply paid Paradise to teach him the skills and instill his knowledge and understanding. This time-consuming process was eliminated, allowing him to master the skill effortlessly. If the indigenous mages discovered this, they would be speechless with astonishment. While multi-system mages were not uncommon, it was unbelievable that someone could master both wind and fire magic and life and nature magic. Having mastered all the skills, Chen Mo had almost digested half of his gains. Next, he would return to research which swordsman he could inherit. With a crack, white steam erupted from a gap in the hatch. Chen Mo opened the hatch and found several people standing before him. Looking closely, he saw the Davari clan and their companions. He was immediately puzzled. How did they know he was in this cabin? Seeing their equally surprised expressions, Chen Mo understood. It wasn't that they knew their spots, but rather that the entire hall was full. They had no choice but to gather together and wait in line for the next person to come out. It was pure luck, a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. Chen Mo smiled, offered a seat, and watched a member of the adventure team lie down. Seeing these young leaks actually working hard, as their guide, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Have you come to your senses? Slumping on the street all day with a scowl isn't the answer. You should work harder and strive for a perfect pass in the next trial. Chen Mo wanted to pat Davari's shoulder a few times in encouragement. Unexpectedly, a simple smack sent him sprawling to the ground. He had been smacked to the point of near death by Chen Mo. Warning. Do not harm other players within the park. Violators will be penalized 100,000 Black Abyss coins. Since you're judge number 000, no penalty will be issued this time, only a verbal warning. X3 The piercing warning sounded 3 times in a row. Chen Mo looked at his hands, a helpless expression on his face. This is so shady. A fine of 100,000 yuan. Luckily, there's no fine for the first time. Chen Mo felt a little apologetic as he watched his subordinates help him up. He reached out, intending to send a life wave to him to restore his health. However, this startled him, causing him to jump back a large step. He immediately assumed a wary fighting stance, creating an awkward atmosphere. A green light emerged from Chen Mo's hand, transforming into a ball of light. The ball plunged into Devari's body, and waves of life-giving energy spread out. In the blink of an eye, his health was fully restored, and he even felt a little excited. Looking at the stunned Devari, Chen Mo, with a hint of guilt, said sheepishly, sorry. I just advanced, so I'm having trouble controlling my strength. Upon hearing this, Devari tilted his head and uttered a puzzled huh? The chive seedlings present all looked at Chen Mo with envy, as if they were looking at a monkey. Devari twisted his joints and found the pain was gone, so he became curious about Chen Mo's advancement. Boss Ma Chen, what difficulty level did you choose for your previous advancement? Was it difficult? Did you go back to Blue Star to do it as well? Although both Devari and Liang Zewu's adventure groups failed to advance, that didn't mean they were weak. Rather, every time they reached a dungeon, it was completely overrun, forcing them to return empty-handed. Furthermore, the difficulty level they chose for each trial focused on 2 primary attributes, making it more than twice as difficult as that of an average player. They had originally thought that clearing a difficult dungeon would be easy with their own strength. But they hadn't expected to encounter natural disasters and calamities, and it was all over. Chen Mo felt a little embarrassed when he heard the other person talking about the advancement trial. After all, before descending into the underground world, Chen Mo had conquered dozens of secret realms, just to complete one of the 3 conditions for the main quest, and even looted dozens of special equipment, all of which he had donated to the exploration base. Now that I think about it, those equipment might be the mission items of Devari and his companions. For a moment, Chen Mo didn't know how to answer this question. If the other party found out, the consequences would be disastrous. Devari looked at the silent boss, and immediately understood something in his mind. As a loyal player who has been following Mo Chen since he arrived, Devari's strength basically relies on the large amount of experience and resources given by the other party in the early stage. With Mo Chen's strength, he would choose to challenge the heroic level trial, which is more difficult than the difficult level. Using 3 attributes as the main attribute advancement, this is in line with the identity of a boss. Devari vowed that he had completely imagined Mo Chen's extremely difficult trial process. He couldn't help but sigh, grasping Mo Chen's shoulders, and speaking with deep sympathy, I understand. Boss. You must have chosen the heroic trial, and you actually passed it. You're truly a man I admire. Take me with you, Boss Mo Chen. Chen Mo had listened in astonishment at first, but then, for no apparent reason, the Devari clan Brajing burst into tears and hugged Chen Mo's thighs. His sobbing and wailing drew the attention of everyone around him, making him incredibly embarrassed. The other adventuring members, imitating their leader, hugged Chen Mo's limbs and cried out, take care of this newbie, boss. Woohoo, they'd endured too much pain from failing the dungeon, and now they just wanted to cling to his thighs and play the game. Chen Mo hadn't anticipated the situation turning out this way. He didn't dare throw them away, fearing he'd accidentally kill a few. The money he'd lost would mean he'd wasted a whole mission. He could only keep trying to persuade them. Stop it. Let go. I'm not playing on heroic difficulty. Devari, clutching his thigh, was taken aback and instinctively asked, huh? What difficulty were you playing on, sir? Is there a higher difficulty than heroic? Chen Mo sighed helplessly and said, I chose the full attribute upgrade, which is nightmare difficulty. I almost killed myself. Devari suddenly let go of his hand and yelled, what? Nightmare difficulty? The roar echoed throughout the hall, startling all the players in line and those who had just reclined. They turned to look over, wanting to confirm. Chen Mo quickly covered Devari's mouth to stop him from yelling. Devari, woo woo woo. HAA. Advanced trial quests escalate in difficulty based on the number of attributes selected. 1 is normal, 2 is hard, 3 is heroic, 4 is legendary, and selecting all 5 is the highest. Nightmare, you actually cleared a nightmare level advanced trial? The voice of the man seemed utterly shocked, and her analysis left the many spectators present dumbfounded. Holy crap! A full attribute advanced trial. Nightmare level? Amazing. Even cheating can't be that impressive, wife. Come see God. Holy crap. Take a picture. Chen Mo felt a pang of pain upon hearing his true identity exposed. He had intended to conceal his strength, but it was all exposed in an instant. Turning around, Chen Mo was shocked to discover that the person who had analyzed the difficulty of the nightmare-level quest was none other than the cybergirl he had bumped into earlier in the attribute hall. He hadn't expected her voice to be so clear and melodious. Her expression, however, was completely cold, as if she were owed millions. Chen Mo felt a little embarrassed by her gaze. After all, she was a beautiful woman with curvaceous features, and Chen Mo was also a magician. Being looked at like that was embarrassing. So he said awkwardly, "Hello." Unexpectedly, the cybergirl's eyes flashed with hatred, and she angrily said, "I'll remember you. Don't let me see you in the wild next time, or else." Humph, Chen Mo was completely stunned by the scolding. What the hell? How had I offended her? Oh, the girl suddenly stepped forward and stepped on Chen Mo's foot. It felt like stepping on iron. He groaned in pain, but he limped away, suppressing the pain. This made Chen Mo even more confused. "Boss Machin, is this your tsundere girlfriend?" Chen Mo glanced over and saw Davari winking at him. In a rage, Chen Mo slapped him again, sending him flying. Oh shit. It's over. $100,000. Chapter 127 Surprise. Chen Mo's face darkened as he took out all the valuables from his backpack and paid the fine. He still owed 50,000 Black Abyss coins. He waved a life wave to Davari and walked away. He feared he would become a debtor if he stayed any longer. Watching Chen Mo leave with a sullen expression, Davari and the others couldn't help but laugh. Amazing. Mo Chen's strength is truly terrifying. Even with Paradise's near-invincible damage immunity, he was able to smack me down to a sliver of health with a single blow. Boss. How about we try the nightmare trial, too? Davari slapped one of his minions in the face, jokingly scolding, "What are you dreaming of? Just overcoming the difficulties is good enough." Davari said this, but deep down, in his heart and eyes, a fire burned fiercely. Who wouldn't want to be powerful? After encountering a mysterious force like Paradise and having the opportunity to encounter extraordinary power, who would be willing to be an ordinary person? Davari shook his head and sighed. It wasn't the right time yet, his strength was still a little weak. He was now regretting his earlier ignorance, having exposed the boss's disguise. There were no more quests with high experience rewards to take on. Chen Mo returned to his courtyard and lay down beneath the cherry tree. He was stunned for a moment before he let out a long sigh. Using his mental power, he searched a few items within the mark, finally finding the lucky draw item. The scarlet jade slip of the sword cultivator Wangju. With a tap of the use button, the slip formed a half-meter wide red vortex. Chen Mo pursed his lips and reached inside. I wonder what I'll find. I hope it's nothing disgusting. With the two scarlet jade slips, Chen Mo had gained the sword controlling technique and some interesting gadgets. Those items were now tucked away in the corner of his mark backpack, unused. He hoped Wangju's would yield some good skills. With a hint of nervousness, Chen Mo grabbed the first item. He opened his hand and saw the red bead in his palm. With a pop, transform into token. Chen Mo examined it carefully and saw the word Tongshan written on the front. The back was inscribed with Tongshan Chamber of Commerce Spirit Stone Deposit and Access Certificate, Earth 9, oh my. Did he get his hands on Wangju's bank card? Chen Mo fiddled with it, injecting his spiritual power into it, but nothing happened. Finally, he could only sigh and toss it away. It seems I need a password to open it. But according to the way of cultivating immortality, it must be restricted. Perhaps there will be a way to unlock it later. Chen Mo looked at the red vortex again. After silently chanting a few words of Buddha bless you, Bodhisattva bless you, he reached in again. After stirring it around a bit, he grabbed something. He unfolded it and saw it was a love letter. He was really shocked that this guy still kept love letters given to him. Shouldn't something like this be locked up at home? How could he carry it with him at all times? Chen Mo tossed the love letter into the trash can. There's only one chance left to draw the lottery. If nothing valuable comes out this time, it will be a big loss. Chen Mo didn't hesitate anymore after reaching out with his eyes closed. However, what appeared in front of him was a piece of clothing. Don't get me wrong, this is a serious piece of clothing. It is not ice silk, gauze, black gauze or something like that. It is a black Taoist robe with gold-edged patterns. It looks quite mysterious and luxurious. It is also a magic weapon for cultivators. Name, Starry Ghost Robe. Rank, 3rd level spiritual weapon, Jidan Realm, type, robe armor skill 1, protective starlight, can withstand the full strength attack of a giant in realm strongman without suffering any damage. Skill 2, starlight hidden, draw starlight to cover your body and hide your whereabouts. Within 10 meters, it cannot be seen unless you are at the giant in realm or above. Skill 3, royal majesty, the exclusive robe for the royal children of the Dacian dynasty is a proof of royal status. It cannot be worn by those who are not of royal blood. Chen Mo looked at the dress with great satisfaction. The style was perfectly suited to his taste. The predominantly black color scheme made it look understated and unobtrusive. However, the golden patterns on the hems and cuffs accentuated its elegance and imposing presence. It was clear at a glance that this was no ordinary garment. He looked at the item's information. It was a 3rd-tier spiritual artifact, a magical instrument suitable for those at the core formation realm. The power levels at the Immortal Slaying Palace must be similar to those at Paradise. The previous Wengju had progressed from the 1st-tier key training realm to the 2nd-tier foundation establishment realm. 3rd-tier meant core formation realm over there, presumably. Furthermore, this guy was actually a prince of some imperial dynasty. Wow. This was incredible. Could this dress have some kind of restriction? Could it be a bloodline tracking technique that could be used to hunt him down? The thought of this made Chen Mo feel a little uneasy. It couldn't be the same old routine again. After beating the younger, the older came. He couldn't handle this constant torment. So, Chen Mo asked Paradise if there was any way to address the hidden dangers of the dress. Paradise's answer was clear. It would cost more. To notarize this equipment, you'll need to pay 100,000 Black Abyss coins. After notarization, ownership of this equipment will be fully yours, and all hidden negative effects attached to it will be removed. Chen Mo immediately erupted in curses. What kind of rubbish cost him 100,000 yuan? He swallowed his words back at the last part. Ahem, 100,000 yuan worth. It's a steal. I'm satisfied, but where would I even find 100,000 yuan? Chen Mo sighed to the sky. He still owed Paradise 50,000 Black Abyss coins. If it weren't for his title as the Supreme Judge, who would dare owe Paradise money? After some thought, Chen Mo had an idea. He could now materialize the lower-level skills into skilled books and sell them to others. Would that be a bounty of profits? However, materializing skilled books required the consumption of Black Abyss coins. Chen Mo's attention had landed on something truly valuable. The Blood Demon Orb. This item had been in his possession for a long time, previously unusable and unable to be notarized. Now that he had killed Wengju, he could use it. It was simple to use, requiring only a drop of blood. Chen Mo controlled his mental power to suspend it before him, observing it quietly. The item was blood red in color, and it seemed to evoke a murderous aura. Wisps of madness occasionally surfaced on the bead's surface. Hint. Judges can sell this item directly to Paradise for 1 million Black Abyss coins. Chen Mo's brow furrowed immediately. How could this item be so expensive? Selling it to Paradise would cost 1 million? What if it were to be sold to other players? Ordinary players didn't seem to have that much money. Could it only be sold to Paradise? Chen Mo felt a pang of distress. He didn't know the true value of this item. At 1 million, he had no idea whether he was losing money or making a profit. As he hesitated, a sudden realization struck him, and he unleashed the suppressing abyss sword. The Xiaonan sword, seemingly possessed of intelligence, circled the blood evil orb. Suddenly, it stabbed it with a powerful thrust. After failing to strike, it turned back and continued circling. Hiss. Is my sword trying to eat this orb? Is it edible? As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, the Xiaonan sword swiftly arrived at his side. Like a puppy, it nuzzled into Chen Mo's face. It seemed Chen Mo had spoken its mind. Seeing the Xiaonan sword so attentive, Chen Mo hesitated to sell the blood evil orb outright. So, he quietly asked Lian. Is there any way to get my weapon to consume this blood evil orb? Lian's answer was swift and clear. It costs extra money. Hint. Assisting this Xiaonan sword in consuming the blood evil orb will cost 100,000 Black Abyss coins. Do you want to start? Hint. Judges can advance Black Abyss coins from Paradise. Upon completing the next mission, they can return the advanced Black Abyss coins at 130% of their value. Unrelated text follows. Wow. 9 out, 13 back. This is too shady. Chen Mo waved his hand and shouted, borrow. First, 100,000. As his voice fell, a black light suddenly appeared, striking the blood evil orb before Chen Mo's eyes. Instantly, the blood evil orb shattered into countless red particles. All sorts of horrifying and bloody images suddenly appeared. Before he could even roar, these bizarre images were shattered. Then, the Zenith sword spontaneously rushed into the mist of red particles, devouring them frantically. In the blink of an eye, all the blood-colored particles were absorbed into the Zenith sword. The originally dark blue blade now tinged with red. Reminder. The Zenith sword is undergoing a devouring advancement, a process that will last for 24 hours. 24 hours, the earliest we'd know the results would be tomorrow. Chen Mo put the Zenith sword into his mark backpack and turned to study the new skill manifesting feature. It was simple enough, just an extra button on the skill panel. With a simple tap, a corresponding prompt appeared. Hint. Manifesting Windblade Technique LV10 requires 10,000 Black Abyss coins. Windblade Technique LV20 requires 100,000 Black Abyss coins, and Windblade Technique LV30 Max requires 200,000 Black Abyss coins. Expensive. That was Chen Mo's first impression. The fee required to manifest this skill was so high, far more expensive than upgrading it himself. A common first-tier spell like Windblade Technique was only worth a few coins. Even manifesting a full-level Windblade Technique directly would far exceed the value of this skill. But, this feature shouldn't be so useless. Otherwise, what's the point of having this transferability? Just for show? Chen Mo didn't give up, but kept clicking on each skill and trying them out. Eventually, he discovered that his special skills could also be materialized into skill books. Hint. Materializing Black Abyss Sword Controlling Technique LV10 requires 10,000 Black Abyss coins. Materializing Black Abyss Sword Controlling Technique LV20 requires 100,000 Black Abyss coins, and Materializing Black Abyss Sword Controlling Technique LV30 requires 200,000 Black Abyss coins. Holy shit. This thing can also be materialized. However, the bigger surprise was yet to come. Hint. Materializing Black Hole Meditation Technique LV10 requires 100,000 Black Abyss coins. Materializing Black Hole Meditation Technique LV20 requires 200,000 Black Abyss coins, and Materializing Black Hole Meditation Technique LV30 requires 300,000 Black Abyss coins. Hint. Manifesting Absolute Boundary LV10 requires 1 million Black Abyss coins. Absolute Boundary LV20 requires 2 million Black Abyss coins, and Absolute Boundary LV30 requires 3 million Black Abyss coins. Hint. Manifesting Strength, Bolt Power requires 10 million Black Abyss coins. Hint. Manifesting Agility, Supernatural Reflexes requires 10 million Black Abyss coins. Hint. Manifesting Physique, Extraordinary Physique requires 10 million Black Abyss coins. Hint. Manifesting Intelligence, Supernatural Memory requires 1 billion Black Abyss coins. Hint. Manifesting Charm, Son of the Chosen One requires 10 million Black Abyss coins. Hint. Manifesting Spiritual Strength, Iron Will requires 100 million Black Abyss coins. Seeing this, Chen Mo was completely stunned. If only he had money, he could just copy all of his skills, right? Even the super passive he'd earned after risking his life could be exchanged for cash? Is this a path to godhood reserved for the wealthy? Chen Mo silently studied the prompts. If it weren't for the sheer amount of money required to manifest these skills, he'd have wanted to curse. But then he thought about it, each one of his skills was more outrageous and more expensive than the last. The most expensive skill, Intelligence and Super Divine Memory, required 1 billion Black Abyss coins to manifest. 1 billion. Chen Mo hadn't earned more than 5 million since arriving in paradise. Surely, no one possessed such wealth. He didn't believe anyone had awakened some super rich system, accumulating billions of dollars upon transmigrating. Furthermore, these skills were only first tier. Even if someone reached a higher tier, no one would waste so much money on such useless first tier skills. Furthermore, Chen Mo's most important talent couldn't be copied. Only some abilities can be copied. For example, gravity control can be separated and priced roughly the same as sword control. Chen Mo was now wondering if there was any way to lure some unscrupulous individuals into buying his skills. The images of Devarashi and Handsome Wei, two idiots, suddenly came to mind. Ugh. Not idiots, but handsome guys. Hey, Chen Mo smirked as he left his yard, preparing to go down one floor to look for those leaks who had failed to advance. As for what skills to sell, Chen Mo already had an idea. He'd see if these leaks preferred the coolness of sword control or the more practical, Powerful meditation. Chen Mo's class was a mage, and the skills he could copy were all spells. While Devarishi and Handsome Wei weren't mages, there were many among their members. Mages were a highly sought-after profession, the darlings of paradise. Unlike those small-world mages, they were frugal and spent countless hours recording spells before using them. Furthermore, the magic power controlled by the mages in the Whale Abyss continent can be automatically restored. Even if they arrive in a world completely devoid of magic, as long as it is a material world with energy, the mages can slowly restore their magic power by absorbing energy. The specific principle of this restoration is that the mages' bodies are constructed on the Whale Abyss continent. Both their bodies and their souls possess the characteristics of the Whale Abyss continent. Returning to the first floor of paradise, Chen Mo spotted from afar that the people he was looking for were gathered outside the skill hall. Chapter 128 Transaction Success. Chen Mo approached them and overheard them engaged in a heated discussion. Devari, with a serious expression on his face, looked at his dozens of core members and said, somewhat hesitantly, everyone, think carefully. Once we reset our accounts, there's no turning back, boss. You don't have to say anything. We chose a class we liked on a whim, but we didn't expect it to be so weak now. We've been wanting to switch classes for a while now. Before he finished speaking, many of the younger members firmly responded to Devari's question. They also hoped to choose a stronger class, otherwise, they wouldn't have gathered here. Compared to the discussion at Devari's side, the discussion at Handsome Wei's was much more heated. Standing on a large box, Handsome Wei waved his hands vigorously and shouted, guys! We're switching to the mage class. Are you happy? Are you happy? The Shamit younger members below were filled with excitement, roaring and shouting. Happy! Happy! The boisterous chatter completely dispelled Devari's initial concerns, and he suddenly became annoyed. He pulled out a loudspeaker from nowhere and roared at Handsome Wei, you're so noisy. Can you please keep your voice down? Chen Mo had expected the two to start a quarrel, but he wasn't expecting Handsome Wei to be so filthy. Handsome Wei turned to look at Devari, but instead of getting angry, he twisted his lips into a wicked smile, like the protagonist of a Dragon King novel. He swiped his fingers a few times, opened the Properties panel, and found the Report the Park button. He reported Devari for public noise pollution. Instantly, a small black cloud appeared above Devari's head. With a crackle. A snap. Devari's hair was transformed into a frivolous afro, and he fell backwards. His group raised their hands to hold him, wailing, Boss! Boss, you can't die. Meanwhile, Handsome Wei and his group, their evil plan having succeeded, burst into laughter. Seeing this situation, Chen Mo really wanted to cover his face and turn around and leave. It was really too childish. The two of them were 50 or 60 years old, why were they still playing this kind of routine? Seeing that the two teams were about to fight, Chen Mo hurriedly walked between them to persuade them to stop. Stop. Stop fighting. Chen Mo grabbed the back of the neck of the two men with one hand and pulled them away. After giving them a kind look, the two men immediately stood up obediently and greeted each other. Chen Mo sighed helplessly, so he asked in confusion. What are you doing? Why are you all in the skill hall instead of going in? Handsome Wei, we are preparing to reset the points for all members and switch to mages, Devari talked incessantly. Well, we've all been summoned to the front lines of the Black Smoky Plains battlefield, where we need to clear out a large number of skeleton monsters. However, many melee fighters can't fight on the city walls. Only ranged and mages can harvest the skeletons, and every time we can go down and fight, many mages roll up their sleeves and rush in. Many team members, after seeing how powerful mages are tempted. So, we've decided to have some team members reset their skills and switch to the more powerful mage class. Chen Mo was a little confused when he heard their answers. This paradise even lets you reset your skills and switch classes? They even offer a way to regret it. It's really crazy. After asking more questions, Chen Mo discovered that everyone only has one chance to reset their skills and change classes. In other words, once you choose to reset your skills and change your class, you can't change again. And this feature is only available at level 1, once you reach level 2, you can't reset your skills again. Resetting your skills means that all your skills are cleared, and the associated memories disappear. Then, after reselecting your class, you can choose the corresponding skills and re-level your skills. Previously consumed resources will not be refunded. The reason the members of their two groups wanted to reset their ranks and upgrade to mages was not only due to Chen Mo's influence, but also because they discovered the immense power of magic on the Whale Abyss continent. Unlike the mages in many games and novels, they had virtually no limitations. They encompassed every magic system they knew and didn't know. Whether it was the magic web system or the wizard system, all could be found on the Whale Abyss continent. Furthermore, these days, mages were surprisingly more powerful than warriors. They were practically all-powerful, casting spells from range or pulling sleeves in melee combat. There were also a plethora of subclasses to choose from, and aside from the relatively high cost, there was basically nothing wrong with mages. Of course, it takes time for mages to develop a certain level of combat effectiveness. After their previous failure in the trial, they had learned a lot. Although they didn't make it to the dungeon, they had fought many mutated monsters along the way. After several fierce battles, melee classes suffered the most losses. They died too easily. At least a mage has a mage shield to support him, but he has nothing for close combat. If he wants body protection skills, he must at least wait until he learns fighting spirit. Therefore, they all thought about changing their jobs. Chen Mo folded his arms with one hand, stroking his chin, and made a thinking gesture. Since they all want to change their jobs to mages, then the skilled book in his hand will have a buyer. As the saying goes, good things should be kept within the family, and Chen Mo himself felt at ease to pass these skills on to these two people. So, Chen Mo stretched out his hands, put his arms around the shoulders of the two people, and whispered. Chen Mo, chirp, 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 chirp. After listening, the eyes of Divari and Liang Zehu suddenly lit up. The two couldn't help but wonder loudly, really? Even absolute boundary. Chen Mo raised his index finger and complained, SHH. Don't be so loud. This won't happen quickly. I can only manifest one skilled book a day. Besides, it's quite expensive, and I'll charge a 30% handling fee. Having said this, Chen Mo stood aside, waiting for the two to discuss who would receive the first skilled book first. Chen Mo's unique skill was incredibly powerful. Absolute boundary alone was enough to captivate countless mages. It was far more powerful than ordinary magic shields. Not only did it deal annihilation damage, it also offered defense, making it a truly powerful all-in-one attack and defense technique. While ordinary magic shields could provide defense, they lacked offensive effectiveness. Using a magic shield to attack was far more effective than using proper offensive magic. A few minutes later, Chen Mo's virginity was taken by the Divari clan at some unknown cost. Chen Mo was still curious about what Divari had done to convince the snarky, hairy-haired idiot to relent and give up his first skill book. However, now was no time for curiosity. Chen Mo smiled and asked, what skill do you want? Chen Mo didn't reveal all the skills, and most of the ones he offered were at level 10. This was to avoid complications and maintain a steady flow. When it comes to business, you have to take it slow. You can't just try to get everything done in one go. Looking at the exchange list Chen Mo presented, Divari was initially a little disappointed. After all, they had already purchased many of the skills. But when he saw psychic control, psychic perception, and psychic lock, he was stunned. They didn't have any skilled books like these, and they hadn't seen any on the market. For a moment, he curiously asked Chen Mo where these things came from. Chen Mo, these are all special techniques I learned at the training ground from high-level magic instructors. Essentially, they're a form of utilizing mental power. After extensive practice, they can be transformed into skills. Divari's eyes flickered with impulse, but thankfully, he suppressed it. The next one was sure to be even better. When he saw the Black Abyss sword controlling technique, he was completely stunned. Holy crap! Boss, you even know this sword control technique? Isn't that something only for immortal cultivators? Chen Mo waved his hand calmly. Knowing two immortal cultivation-related skills was just basic training. After studying them for over 10 minutes, Divari finally selected the one he liked best from the array of powerful skills, Black Hole Meditation. This is a must-have for every mage. Meditation is extremely important, whether for ordinary mages or paradise mages. It not only slowly increases mental strength, but also calms the mind and allows for greater calmness. However, Chen Mo's technique wasn't just what ordinary mages use. It was incredibly exciting to use. The average mage's body simply couldn't withstand such power. Despite Chen Mo's persuasion, Divari remained determined to acquire this skill, and Chen Mo had no choice but to give up. Let me make this clear. No refunds on sales. If you really want this, I suggest you focus on your physical and intelligence character and boost all your attributes. Oh, and by the way, you can ignore your charm. Divari nodded excitedly, though it was unclear if he had taken Chen Mo's advice to heart. After smiling and shaking his head, Chen Mo extended his hand and politely said, "Thank you for your patronage, 130,000 abyss coins." Divari immediately contacted Tifa Chen and Xiaoyan, the finance department. After receiving the full amount of abyss coins from the finance minister, he handed them to Chen Mo. Chen Mo shook his purse and muttered to himself, "Manifest skill, black hole meditation," confirming the cost. In an instant, 100,000 abyss coins were sucked into a black hole. Then, before the hole vanished, a book fell out. It was the Black Hole Meditation Method LV 10 skill book item. Transaction successful. I'm leaving now. Here's my address, come find me tomorrow. After tossing the book to the other party, Chen Mo left his address and told them to come back tomorrow to exchange for a second copy before walking away. The remaining members of the Divari clan gathered around, curiously examining the book in their hands. After hearing Divari's explanation, everyone exclaimed in surprise. However, Divari's girlfriend, Xiaoyan, curiously asked, "Why didn't you choose Brother Mo Chen's Absolute Realm? That skill is the most powerful, isn't it?" Divari scratched his head awkwardly and said, "That skill is too expensive. It costs 1.3 million black abyss coins to exchange for it, and that's a friendly price from the boss. The cost alone is 1 million. If it were me, I would definitely sell it for double the price." Upon hearing this, many members sighed. They really wanted this skill, but the price was too high, making it a bit of a waste. However, Xiaoyan smiled and said, "Are you an idiot? We're already at the front lines. Try harder and kill more skeletons. You can exchange your achievements for black abyss coins, 1 million, and it'll only take a month." Upon hearing this, Divari's eyes suddenly lit up. He clapped his hands, suddenly realizing, "Oh, right. How could I forget? Now is the perfect time to kill skeletons." Ugh. Divari hugged Xiaoyan and kissed her, then hurriedly led the others into the skill hall to prepare for the class change. Meanwhile, Handsome Wei, who had been eavesdropping, had already made up his mind. Waiting a month to change would be too late. He didn't want to be a noob for a month, he wanted to be a hero tomorrow. So, he gathered the dozens of members of the entire adventure group and began planning how to raise the money. The next day, Handsome Wei sneaked up to the second floor of the paradise. Seeing some desolate buildings along the way, he was a little puzzled. Why did the boss live in such a remote place? However, when he arrived at 44 Fingian Street, he was stunned by Chen Mo's small courtyard. Holy crap! A high-tech, futuristic two-story villa? With its own luxurious front yard, cherry trees, pond, and rockery? Does the boss have a mind? Chen Mo, who was relaxing in the second-floor hot spring, received a notification from his smart butler that a guest was coming. He donned a bathrobe and headed out to the courtyard. Seeing the amazed look on Liang Ziwei's face, he couldn't help but smile. "Isn't it handsome? Awesome. This is a limited edition luxury villa." After showing off for a while, the two sat under a tree and plotted for a while. Finally, Chen Mo took out a thick book and handed it to Liang Ziwei. Seeing him leave with satisfaction, Chen Mo happily took the bag of money on the table and put it in his bag. He also paid off his debt. When he paid back the money, Lian was a little reluctant, saying that he should keep it for his strength training and there was no rush. This made Chen Mo roll his eyes. He had never seen someone so kind as to lend money and tell him not to pay it back. If it weren't for the interest of 9 out and 13 back, Chen Mo might have accepted the offer. With less than a day left in the paradise, Chen Mo sent an email to Divari, asking him to come back and change his skills the next time he saw him. Then, Chen Mo took advantage of this opportunity to upgrade a skill he hadn't had time to improve before, dual casting. He raised it to LV30. After reaching the master level, the name of this skill changed. Multicasting, consumes more mental energy and can cast 3 different types of spells simultaneously without any negative effects. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, Chen Mo was about to embark on his first second-level quest. Reminder: your stay in the paradise has reached the limit. A new quest will be issued soon. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129 Little Girl. Reminder. A new main quest has been released. Transmission will begin after a 30-minute countdown. Main quest, Wind Kite's Woe. Quest area, Whale Abyss Continent, Kingdom of the Gods, Black Smoke Divine Kingdom's Falling Ground. Quest difficulty, LV20 LV, unknown. Area description, the Black Smoke battlefield is formed by the fragments of the Black Smoke Demon God's Kingdom, which fell to the surface. Within this area, life is extinct, and corrosion, swamps, smoke, and the laws of darkness are chaotically intertwined. As the war progresses, more and more powerful individuals arrive to plunder the fragments of the divine nature and divine crystals. This, in turn, brings even greater devastation. Quest description, survive until this war ends. Time limit, none. Quest reward, calculated based on survival time. Every 10 days constitutes a level. Killing enemies within the 10-day interval will accumulate more rewards. The stronger the enemies, the greater the reward. Failure penalty, none. Notice. The Black Smoke battlefield is a battlefield for superclass warriors. Even at the edge of the battlefield, there's deadly danger. Hint 2. Individual strength is useless here. Only by seeking the collective can we find a glimmer of hope in the endless cycle of death. This new round of missions left Chen Mo completely stunned. What the hell, a superclass battlefield? Sending me, a rookie just at level 2, there? Are they kidding me? Chen Mo cursed paradise silently as he was struck by black lightning and his hair turned into an afro. Chen Mo knew this wasn't a joke, he was really going to be thrown into the superclass battlefield. Of course. He wasn't going to be thrown directly into the crater, but rather landed at the edge of the battlefield. The church in the Kingdom of the Gods had sealed off all areas where the fragments of the kingdom had fallen. The war was drawing to a close, and the next step was to eliminate all enemies within the blockade. It sounded simple, but in reality, it was much more than a simple matter. Chen Mo took advantage of the 10 minutes or so to inquire with the Davari clan and their men, gaining a little information. Intelligence revealed that the entire divine church within the Kingdom of the Gods had been fully mobilized. Over a dozen empires near the Black Smoke battlefield had already mobilized their entire forces, even forcibly recruiting adventurers and ordinary transcendents. Chen Mo had heard Aspen announce the call-up order while defending Laniyu City. By then, the armies of over a dozen empires had been practically decimated, all decimated in the Black Smoke battlefield. To call it a bloodbath was an understatement. And this wasn't just due to casualties from direct combat. Over a dozen empires, combined, numbered at least tens of millions of soldiers, all perished in the ripple effects defending the fortress. Coupled with the various undead plagues and the dark sky, the area remained in a state of utter terror. However, these were merely minor revelations from the fringes of the battlefield. The true battlefield lay where the legendary sanctuaries fought. There, the power of rule surged, and powerful domain masters reigned supreme. A 9th-rank archmage inside was mere cannon fodder. And Chen Mo was about to reach the edge of this battlefield, just to join in the fun. And it was a survival mission, with no time limit and no mission penalties. Chen Mo was truly terrified. This was a literal suicide mission. It was enough to just commit suicide, but after death, the necromancer would turn you into a skeleton, using it as magic materials and so on. Even your soul couldn't escape, everything would be meticulously planned. Chen Mo was ready to die. It hadn't even begun yet. He already felt like this mission was over. Based on Chen Mo's knowledge of paradise, this time he was bound to be thrown into the monster pile. The ordinary players had already reached the fortress at the edge of the battlefield and were already clearing out the enemies on the periphery. Teleport countdown. 10, 9, 83, 2, 1. Teleport start. Chen Mo sighed and lay down, completely abandoning his healing. He bought a lot of healing potions, but now, no amount he brought would be enough. With a thud, Chen Mo felt as if he'd been violently slapped by a pair of massive hands. His internal organs were bleeding profusely, and he felt utterly miserable. His eyeballs were bulging, and he couldn't breathe. In a single second, he lost consciousness. Warning. You've entered a weakened state. Your remaining time is 2 days, 12 hours, 35 minutes, and 56 seconds. His calm face suddenly trembled. Chen Mo struggled to open his eyes, only to be greeted by a gray sky. Thick clouds obscured the world, leaving only a dim light. Cough cough. Cough cough. This is a direct internal injury. Chen Mo leaned over, reaching out to pull the ground, propping himself up. In this small clearing, overgrown with weeds and scattered with broken walls, stood a statue of a goddess, half headless and half torso missing, standing quietly there. Chen Mo looked around. This must be an abandoned church. It was quite small, with only one large room dedicated to the deity's statues and for daily prayers. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Chen Mo attempted to enter a meditative state, hoping it would accelerate his recovery from his injuries. However, as soon as he entered meditation, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Inside his body, his internal organs felt as if they were being crushed, and intense pain continued to surge. This frantic warning warned Chen Mo not to continue. After a short while, Chen Mo broke out in a sweat and stopped. Ahem. Is this a forced injury? Seeing his method was failing, Chen Mo immediately thought of the rules. Perhaps Paradise had imposed this restriction specifically to increase the difficulty of his mission. With a helpless sigh, Chen Mo pulled out a bottle of healing potion and gulped it down. Feeling the warmth in his throat, the healing potion's effects temporarily eased the pain. Chen Mo placed a hand on his forehead, preparing to unleash a life wave to enhance the healing effect. However, with a flash of light, the spell was automatically interrupted. Bang! A sound like falling porcelain echoed from his face. Chen Mo looked up to see a little girl in tattered clothes standing not far away, looking frightened. At her feet, a half-spilled bowl of water lay. Fighting back tears, the little girl hurriedly picked up the bowl and carefully wiped it, as if it were her own treasure. Chen Mo studied the little girl carefully, a chaotic stream of thoughts welling up in his mind. Who is this little girl? Why was she in this ruined world? Was she a monster? Or a human? Or perhaps a ghost? Chen Mo immediately noticed she had no shadow. Though she looked real, a few seconds of closer scrutiny revealed she wasn't a physical entity, a vague, almost intangible form. Chen Mo watched silently as she brought the half-empty bowl of water over and placed it in front of him. She lowered her head, twirling her index fingers around. Finally, without a word, she ran away. Looking at the water in the bowl, Chen Mo quietly released his mental energy, sensing his surroundings. Although his body was severely injured and he couldn't cast magic, he could still use his various mental techniques. Chen Mo felt somewhat relieved. If his mental energy were sealed, he would become a completely ordinary person. His mental perception circle extended beyond the church. In his mental field of vision, he saw the little girl crouching in a corner, shivering. Passing by the little girl, Chen Mo continued to expand his perception. 10 meters, 20 meters, 24 meters. Everything within a 24-meter radius centered on Chen Mo was covered by his perception circle. In an instant, Chen Mo saw it. 7 or 8 canine-like mutants were nearby, not far from the church, the closest one 15 meters away. These monsters resembled humans, each with a thin body, a large dinosaur-like head, and an extremely thick and long neck. Their bodies were completely hairless, as if they had been burned, and were extremely charred. The fist-sized eyeballs, seemingly haphazardly installed, spun 360 degrees. While repulsive and terrifying, the information revealed by the identification technique was more complex than it seemed. Name, Corrupted Hound. Rank, First Level, Elite. Race, Undead Death Variant. Strength, 20. Agility, 18. Constitution, 18. Intelligence, 5. Charisma, -1. Description: a canine creature mutated by the overflowing divine laws of Kamaro City. Losing its canine-like sense of smell and vision, it gained immortality and a powerful monstrous form. Bound by hunger, it attacks any creature it encounters that isn't its own kind and is extremely afraid of fire and light, so this place is called Kamaro City. Chen Mo gained a sliver of useful information from the monster's information. The strange changes here were caused by the influence of divine laws. This, then, was certain to be the area affected by the falling fragments of the Black Smoke Demon's kingdom. The most urgent task now was to find a way out of here. Find the church's expeditionary force and the player base. Only then could they find a relatively safe resting spot. Chen Mo observed the little girl for a long moment, finally realizing she harbored no ill intentions. This ruin seemed to be her home. The surrounding monsters seemed to subconsciously stay away, most likely influenced by the goddess statue. Chen Mo slowly conveyed his message to the little girl through telepathic communication. "Hello, little sister. You'd better come inside the church. That big dog outside seems to have noticed you." In the corner, the little girl, hugging her knees and burying her head, suddenly looked up in fear. She looked around panicked, tears welling in her eyes, and ran into the church. She looked up and saw Chen Mo smiling, and suddenly stopped a few meters away. After hesitating for a few seconds, she began to walk towards the corner. Chen Mo waved at her and whispered, "Come here. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. You're a ghost, right? Thank you so much for saving me. Can you tell me your name?" The little girl looked back, a hint of joy in her eyes. She slowly approached, finally crouching a meter away from Chen Mo, motionless. Her eyes widened, curiously gazing at him. Chen Mo perceived her as an ordinary little girl, perhaps a teenager, with a look of innocence on her face. But there was a hint of sadness in her eyes. It seemed she had been deeply frightened, leaving a shadow of terror within her. "This damn war," Chen Mo cursed under his breath. He feared the people of this city had become monsters because of this war between the divine kingdoms. Even their souls lingered here, unable to find rest. The little girl remained silent for a long moment before she scratched a name on the ground with her finger. "Tima." Chen Mo whispered the name softly, and she seemed delighted, nodding happily. "Hello, Dima. My name is Chen Mo. Nice to meet you." Seeing the little girl smile, Chen Mo felt an inexplicable pang of sadness, tears welling up in his eyes. After quietly rubbing his eyes, Chen Mo pulled a soul crystal from his mark backpack and handed it to the little girl. "Here. This thing might be useful to you. It's my welcome gift to you." The little girl froze in her tracks, her index fingers twirling around, looking at the soul crystal, then back at Chen Mo. Finally, after Chen Mo's repeated persuasion, she gently took the soul crystal from Chen Mo's palm. Holding it in her hands, she licked it with her tongue. Seeing this, Chen Mo felt reassured. He figured the soul crystals obtained from the skeleton monsters could help ghost creatures. Could they be considered a kind of alternative food? Chen Mo watched quietly, a little more peaceful in this unknown ruin. Unnoticed, the sky had grown darker. It seemed as if dusk was approaching, night was about to fall. After licking her hands clean, the girl suddenly realized something. With an anxious expression, she tried to grab Chen Mo's hand and walk towards the statue. Unsure and still a little puzzled, Chen Mo immediately released his mental perception. Instantly, Chen Mo understood. The goddess statue's protective range was shrinking. Or rather, the erosion of the surrounding environment had intensified after dark. The dinosaur dogs, more than a dozen meters away, were slowly approaching. At this rate, Chen Mo was highly likely to be discovered by these monsters. With his strength reduced by 90%, Chen Mo was no match for the larger dogs. There didn't seem to be much hiding in this small church. Chen Mo followed the little girl and stood by the statue, watching the night deepen. After a long pause, Chen Mo pointed to the half-broken roof and used his mental power to tell the little girl to go up there. Seeing the little girl soar so easily, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a little envious. If his strength hadn't been restricted, he could do the same. Now, he had no choice but to climb the wall. With a few scrambles, Chen Mo successfully reached the rooftop and hid in the small corner of the eaves. The sound of climbing the wall seemed to attract the monsters around. Those dinosaur dogs all had a tendency to approach the church. He pointed behind himself and asked the little girl to hide behind him, then looked at the big dog that was slowly approaching. Although Chen Mo is in a weak state now, he can also release a zero-level trick with only 10% of his strength. A dazzling white light has gathered in Chen Mo's palm, waiting for an opportunity to give the monster a hug of justice. Here it comes. P.S. Thanks to the little fat boy who loves to eat new for the 5,000 reward and 3 monthly tickets. Big Brother is awesome. PS2, Big Brother. Take it easy. Don't spend money indiscriminately. I'm scared, or 2. Chapter 130 Restoring Strength. In the darkness, a fist-thick beam of white light pierced the darkness. It struck a dino dog squarely in the head. Within half a second, the large dog howled and took off. The barking attracted the attention of the other dino dogs, and in a flash, the 7 or 8 large, black-skinned creatures surrounding the church slowly gathered around. Chen Mo's move might seem like an attempt to startle the enemy, but in reality, he was planning to wipe them out completely, driving all the dino dogs away. The monsters circling the church had no idea what Chen Mo was going to do. As he approached, the presence of life on his body made them restless. They began growling toward the rooftops, and some even began banging their heads against the wall. Chen Mo took a deep breath, pressed his palms together, and the white light between his palms illuminated the veins on the backs of his hands. Huh? A fierce white light suddenly burst from Chen Mo's hands, illuminating the entire night sky. Such a bright white light was truly eye-catching in the darkness. Perhaps it wasn't just humans that were attracted. Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the large, black dogs flee. The first obstacle had been temporarily resolved, the next step was how to deal with the night. Turning back, Chen Mo saw Dima clutching tightly at the edge of his clothes. As the pitiful little figure grew increasingly transparent, Chen Mo couldn't help but wonder, could it be that ghosts are afraid of light? With a flick of his hand, Chen Mo pulled out a handful of soul crystals and handed them to Dima. If there was one thing Chen Mo possessed the most, it was definitely soul crystals. Like pebbles, they formed a small mountain in his marked backpack. He rarely used them, and selling them would be a loss for Chen Mo after all. Laniu City was a small, remote city. While the floating city was intimidating, it couldn't hide the fact that it was a remote location. It was now a ruin, like Karim City, a monster stronghold. After driving away the nearby monsters, Chen Mo jumped off the roof and returned to the goddess statue. Just as he was about to gather some branches and start a bonfire, he discovered that Dima, terrified of even the small fireballs, had taken refuge behind the statue. Seeing this, Chen Mo reluctantly extinguished the bonfire and remained quietly, leaning against a faint glow of the goddess statue. As the night deepened, the surrounding fog grew thicker. Chen Mo's mental perception was forced to shrink as the fog enveloped him. Now, he could only sense the surroundings within a 10-meter radius. If a monster approached, Chen Mo wouldn't even have time to react. However, the inky fog gave Chen Mo an even greater sense of danger. His mental power, reaching into it, felt like it was stuck in a quagmire, clogged and filthy. Even the mental power he retrieved was stained with black. However, it was all consumed by the endless devourer. In this situation, Chen Mo had no other options but to sit there, watching Dima lick the soul crystal like a duckling. The soul crystal in her hand, like candy, gradually melted as she licked it. Chen Mo could clearly see her spirit solidifying at a visible speed. In fact, Chen Mo was quite puzzled. According to ancient Chinese sayings, a spirit like Dima, devoid of resentment, shouldn't remain in the world forever. She should have dissipated long ago, yet she stubbornly lingered here. Was there someone or something worth waiting for here? Chen Mo asked curiously, but she didn't answer. The long, dark night always made one feel lonely and unbearable. Moreover, under the thick black fog, the entire church felt like a small, enclosed space. The atmosphere was incredibly oppressive, and the whistling wind made it even more nerve-wracking. For more than 10 hours, Chen Mo remained vigilant, his mental awareness never relaxing for a moment. Dawn was approaching, and the night around them plunged into its darkest hour. Chen Mo, sitting cross-legged on the ground with half-closed eyes, suddenly felt someone tugging at him. Opening his eyes, he found Dima writing on the ground. "Brother, Dima is waiting for you." Dima, now like any other child, had become a normal child. With a plentiful supply of soul crystals, her spirit body rapidly solidified, now possessing a physical body. Chen Mo rubbed her head lovingly, smiling, "Don't worry. I'll go with you to find it. We'll stay for 2 more days until my strength is fully restored, and then you won't have to worry anymore." Dima seemed to be enjoying the situation immensely, tilting her head back, her eyes narrowed. Even when Chen Mo tried to pull his hand away, her tiny hands grasped and pressed it back. Looking at Dima, who looked like a kitten, Chen Mo felt a wave of sadness within him. Perhaps because he felt the same way, he too missed the feeling of being patted on the head. Suddenly, an inexplicable song drifted from the distance. A ship suddenly entered Chen Mo's perception circle. An old man with a hunched back, dressed in a black robe, was rowing a wooden boat on land with an oar. Damn it! Chen Mo felt a chill down his spine. The more he listened to the song, the creepier he felt. Ding-ling-ling, the old man rowing the boat didn't come into the church, but just kept ringing the bell. Chen Mo was feeling strange, while Tima beside him walked out in a daze as if she had lost her soul. It turned out that the boatman's target was the ghost girl Tima. If she was taken away, she might never be found again. Chen Mo couldn't bear to watch this happen, so he immediately grabbed Tima's shoulders. However, his hands passed through the other person's body. The living cannot touch the dead. Chen Mo was so anxious that he didn't think of this. He immediately used his mental power to wrap the little girl up and pull her towards him. Fortunately, this time, there was no problem. Chen Mo pulled the light-hearted little girl, Tima, back to him. Her face remained dazed, though. It seemed the boatman's influence wouldn't be erased anytime soon. Perhaps Chen Mo's actions had angered the boatman. He ignored the church wall and paddled the wooden boat 4 meters in front of Chen Mo. This was an extremely dangerous distance, but also one that Chen Mo had the best advantage. A hand of pure spiritual power slapped down at the boatman. With Chen Mo's terrifying spiritual power, the power of this spiritual hand rivaled even that of some first-tier spells. However, after the slap, Chen Mo's eyes grew even more serious. The other party had withstood his attack, or rather, had no defense at all. The spiritual fire within the boat alone withstood Chen Mo's spiritual hand. The strange purple-white flames inexplicably ignited. Even Chen Mo's spiritual hand was caught in the flames. The sting and pain in his mind was instantly transmitted back. Chen Mo had no choice but to disperse a large amount of his spiritual energy. The flames that returned were consumed by the black hole within his body. The boatman, unhurt and gentle, rang the bell. A flood of purple-white flames emanated from the bell, showering the little girl with overwhelming force. Chen Mo's heart was pounding with anxiety. Is there any way to stop it? Dawn is almost here. Will this guy escape when the sun comes up? Just as Chen Mo's spiritual energy, wrapped around Tima, was consumed by the flames, Chen Mo finally remembered that he could control the sword. He had always believed that sword control was a forbidden skill, unable to be controlled by magic or spiritual power. However, Chen Mo had another skill called gravity control. Damn, that could also achieve the effect of controlling a sword. While the damage wasn't very high, it was definitely useful right now. Overjoyed, Chen Mo clapped his hands and swung the Zhinian sword at the boatman. Clang, the Zhinian sword, having already absorbed the blood evil pearl, had gained a powerful boost. Zhinian sword, energy absorption 90%, quality, tier 2, perfect purple. Type, one-handed sword weapon. Durability, 40/40. Physical attack, 50-100. Magical attack, pages 200 to 400. Supreme magic sword, plus 200 spell penetration, which reduces enemy magic defense. Higher spell penetration reduces enemy defense and lowers resistance. Endless devouring, sword, devours swords of the same quality, improving the quality of the equipment. You can also devour large amounts of matter or energy to improve the quality of this weapon. The former improves the weapon's melee ability, while the latter increases the effect of infused energy. Endless slaughter, a passive ability gained after devouring a blood orb. Attacks gain a 30% lifesteal effect, draining the enemy's vitality and feeding it back to the player, restoring a small amount of vitality. Required equipment, bound to the Black Abyss Judgmajin. Description: this weapon is about to become a divine artifact. Remember to feed it with resources, as it requires a lot of resources. After devouring the blood evil pearl, the Zhinian sword not only became a legitimate magical weapon but also gained a new enchanted ability. However, its original immortal heritage seemed to have been completely obliterated. But Chen Mo didn't care. As his own personal weapon, it must be well-fed and well-watered. The saying goes, raise an army for 1,000 days, deploy it for a single moment. Chen Mo's gravity control could only manipulate a weight of 20 kilograms. The Zhinian sword weighed less than 2 kilograms. With his powerful mental power, Chen Mo mastered the use of gravity to control the flying sword. The flying sword darted out, reaching the boatman in the blink of an eye. The man's eyes, hidden within his hood, suddenly shone a bloody crimson. His figure instantly dissipated and disappeared. Bang! The Zhinian sword slammed into the ground, creating a hole in the surrounding smoke. Ding-ling-ling from somewhere, another bell rang. Chen Mo's head was spinning. This Dodger coin was actually using tactics. It hid in the fog, and Chen Mo had no way to stop it. Using a trace of telekinesis, Chen Mo firmly grasped the little girl, not letting her leave his perception range. He summoned his Zhinian sword and surrounded her. Chen Mo could only passively defend like this, in this situation. The enemy is in the dark, and I am in the light. The best way is to delay. Delay until dawn. Bet that this dog boatman will leave at dawn, otherwise, Chen Mo really has no way. Suddenly, something flew hurriedly out of the fog. Chen Mo swung his sword. Hei, a turbid yellow skeleton soul was cut in half by a sword. As soon as the strange laughter rang out, the skeleton soul fire was sucked into Chen Mo's black hole. Chen Mo found it funny to see the soul fire being pulled into a stream of light by the powerful gravitational force. His own innate ability is simply like a starving ghost reincarnated, and he doesn't care about meat or vegetables, and he wants to take a bite of everything. Ding-ling-ling, the bells rang continuously, and Chen Mo sensed a swarm of yellow skulls flying towards him. He simply opened his arms, embracing, to greet the delicious breakfast. Over half an hour later, daybreak arrived. The boatman, holding the oars, stood not far away, staring silently at Chen Mo, whose grip on the oars suggested a deep sense of turmoil. Even the purple-white flames on the wooden boat dimmed slightly. He cast a deep glance at the little girl before slowly retreating. Amidst the thick fog, he vanished from Chen Mo's sight. As the fog dissipated, the faint glow of the goddess statue once again enveloped the entire church. The little girl's confused eyes regained their composure, revealing a look of fear. She clutched Chen Mo's clothes tightly, as if on the verge of tears. Chen Mo caressed her head lovingly, took her hand, and returned to the statue. Daylight had returned, and the church had become a safe zone once again. He could finally close his eyes and rest. After staying up all night, Chen Mo needed rest to recover. Especially since he was still under the weakness punishment, rest was even more necessary to speed up the passage of the punishment. I don't know what's happening with my clone right now. Why can't I contact him at all? Chen Mo leaned against the statue, arms folded, muttering to his trumpet. The vigilance was left to the little girl. Ghosts don't need sleep. Timo hadn't tried to sleep in who knows how long. With Chen Mo's careful efforts, the 3-day punishment period passed quickly. During this time, the old boatman came many times. Each time, he would throw soul fire skulls and ring bells. Besides being annoying, there was nothing special about him. Oh no. Chen Mo had also seen it summon the souls of some civilians. They were just weak in combat. As soon as they reached Chen Mo, they lost control of themselves and were sucked into the black hole. At first, Chen Mo was a little irritated. Why would it eat anything? However, in Chen Mo's introspection, all the energy and matter swallowed up actually entered the black hole's maw. The souls of the civilians, entering it, were also completely shredded into their most basic particles. Perhaps this was also a different kind of rest. At dawn on the final day, Chen Mo turned his head and stretched his muscles. Silently, he watched the boatman nearby, still fiddling with his ridiculous necromancy. How many times has it been this long? And you're still here? You're so ignorant, you don't even know how to spell death, do you? Chen Mo stomped his foot, and he vanished from his spot, leaving only a shallow pit. In the blink of an eye, he was standing before the boatman. Enshrouded in the abyss, Chen Mo wielded this hidden sword, looking like an executioner in the darkness. With one strike. Sizzle. P.S. Thank you to Journey to the West, Demon Under Purple Dark Butterfly, for the 100-point reward. I wish the boss great fortune. Chapter 131 Tima's Diary. The dazed boatman was bisected by Chen Mo. Beneath his tattered black robe lay a distorted mass of worms, snakes, and rats. Chen Mo frowned and threw a fire, instantly incinerating all the filth that scattered. How could such a bizarre monster appear? The monsters in this world were increasingly gruesome, and Chen Mo could sense that his sanity limit had been adequately tempered. At least, he wouldn't tremble in fear at the sight of such disgusting creatures. Watching the flames die down, Chen Mo picked up a bell from the ashes. Gently shaking it, it tinkled. However, no ghost-like creature appeared. Chen Mo pondered for a moment, put the bell into his backpack, and turned to Dima. Let's go. Let's explore somewhere else. Dima, do you still recognize the old way? The little girl nodded, excitedly grasping Chen Mo's outstretched hand and pointing in the direction of the church gate. The church was located on a small hill outside the city. From the church entrance, one could overlook the entire city of Kamaro. It was a small town nestled on a plain, its walls barely taller than a typical house. A moat circled the walls, and a single drawbridge connected the plain to the city. Chen Mo, holding the little girl's hand, leisurely walked through the forest, heading towards the city. Along the way, there were few living animals, mostly half-rotted undead creatures. The most lively creatures were the buzzing, palm-sized mosquitoes. Chen Mo had never seen mosquitoes this large in his life. To call them mutants was an exaggeration. These mosquitoes also sprayed a potent venom. Seeing a tree trunk corroded in two, Chen Mo began to kill them one by one. Within the range of his gravity control skill, Chen Mo tore every passing mosquito to shreds, as if dismembered with telekinesis, with precise detail. A gray-black path paved the way. After a short walk, Chen Mo and his companions arrived at the city gates. It lay like a war-torn ruin, with corpses strewn across the ground and broken weapons stabbed into the ground. The city walls had collapsed, one side of the gate had rotted away, and even the moat was filled with corpses. Strange fragments drifted silently on the murky waters. As Chen Mo approached, countless skeletons lying on the ground lit up with a faint green soul fire. With a crackling sound, they struggled to their feet. Looking at the desolate ruins, Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh, thinking, this is a dead city. His brother is probably in grave danger too, but regardless, Chen Mo felt he should take her inside. Perhaps they could find some clues, but after all this time, it would be a shame to return empty-handed. With a clang, the Xinun was unsheathed. As if on patrol, it began to circle, tinged with a hint of blood. Chen Mo held her hand with his left hand and unleashed a massive fireball with his right. He slowly walked towards the gate. The skeletons at the city gate were mere cannon fodder, posing no threat to Chen Mo. The real threat lay within the city, the unknown monsters within. The streets within the city weren't particularly eerie. Upon hearing the noise, the monsters on the streets and within the houses all rushed out. Chen Mo let the little girl lead him by the hand as he walked, clearing out the sudden appearance of the undead. In Chen Mo's view, whether these monsters were spirits or corpses, they were all dead. The dead should rest in peace beneath the earth. He hurled fireball after fireball, the terrifying flames purifying and incinerating everything. What displeased Chen Mo was that these dead souls had yet to condense their soul crystals. Chen Mo had gained nothing along the way. Even the valuable money and jewelry within the houses had dulled and weathered to dust. It seemed unlikely that Chen Mo would find anything of value in this city. After a long journey, Chen Mo arrived at the city's central square. Across the square lay the city hall and the various temples. All had collapsed. A terrifying aura lurked within the collapsed ruins. Even Chen Mo felt the danger was immense, and he sought to stay as far away as possible. The little girl, Dima, beside him, tugged at his clothes, a frightened expression on her face. Although Chen Mo himself wondered why the temples in the city were so dilapidated, and whether the worshippers of the gods were merely idle, he cast aside these questions and followed the little girl around the square. They continued to wind their way through the maze of streets, their buildings becoming increasingly rudimentary. Finally, the little girl led Chen Mo to his home. The door was ajar, and two skeletons lay at the entrance. Dima stood beside Chen Mo, her clothes clutched tightly in her hands, watching silently. If ghosts could cry, she would have burst into tears by now. Chen Mo rubbed her little head and turned her away, shielding her from the next scene. Elsewhere, the Xinun sword pierced the skull, extinguishing the soul fire within. Watching the fallen corpse, Chen Mo sighed deeply. He slowly extended the large fireball in his hand, burning it to ash. Finally, he gathered the incinerated ashes into a jar. The little girl had already secretly turned her head, silently observing the scene. She didn't react, perhaps understanding that this was the best place for her. After collecting the jar, Chen Mo planned to find a burial site outside the city, lest it be targeted by some eerie creature within and resurrected as a spirit. With a creaking sound, Chen Mo entered the house and, guided by the little girl, reached the attic. The room was sparsely furnished, but Chen Mo could still make out the once vibrant and lovely decorations. Beside the full moon-shaped window, Chen Mo spotted a red diary. A white crystal, inlaid with a fluorescent glow, lingered on the page. A faint, sacred aura lingered. The little girl stood beside the diary, staring blankly. Chen Mo walked over and gently opened the diary. March 1st. My brother gave Tima a book. Tima is going to use it to write down everything she sees each day. March 2nd. With nothing to do today, Tima secretly picked a flower and placed it on her mother's desk. March 3rd. Tima spent the day in the square watching the fountain. March 4th. Tima saw a meteor shower today. It was so beautiful. Each star twinkled with light. Tima told her parents about it, but there was no smile on their faces. March 5th. My brother came back, and Tima was happy. But my brother said he was leaving tomorrow for a distant place and didn't know when he would be back. Tima was very unhappy. March 19th. Tima often saw meteors streaking across the sky during the day. It was truly beautiful. March 20th. The weather was terrible today. Dark clouds covered half the sky, so Tima could only see half of the meteors. March 30th. The city was under martial law. Tima saw many armored men walking around, and the bells in the temple area rang all day long. Tima missed her brother. On April 4th, Dad said there were many undead outside, and they couldn't get out. The remaining food wouldn't last a month. On April 6th, Tima saw Dad pick up the family hoe and follow the armored men. Mom said Dad was trying to protect us, but Tima didn't understand. On April 10th, Tima saw another shooting star, but it was black and burning with flames. It set all the surrounding houses on fire. On April 11th, Tima saw large black birds flying in the sky and moving skeletons appearing in the city. On the evening of April 11th, Dad rushed back, covered in blood, and yelled for us to follow him. But as soon as we left the house, Tima was greeted by darkness. Chen Mo slowly closed the diary and gently stroked the gem on the cover. The book looked as if it had been there for decades. But the content was very new, and the events inside had happened recently. Chen Mo touched the little girl's head, his heart growing heavier. Chen Mo could deduce some things from the diary entries, and the truth was quite brutal. Chen Mo still remembered the first time he saw the players. They had fallen from the sky. Setting aside the rather absurd missile-like launch method, from the perspective of the indigenous people, those players falling from the sky were truly like meteors. A meteor shower numbering millions suddenly descended upon this land. Chen Mo believed the players' landing site must be far from any habitat, presumably not disrupting the normal lives of the indigenous people. However, considering the various events that had occurred and the main quest zone description, Chen Mo understood that a certain evil god must have perished while attempting to intercept the players. This fall had caused the collapse of the divine kingdom, its fragments falling to the earth, their divine power and laws scattering and impacting the surrounding environment. Various factions, vying for the wealth left by the fallen god, would undoubtedly turn the surrounding area into a scorched earth hell. The inexplicable appearance of the undead Grand Mage in Lanyu City and the Empire's compulsory conscription order all indicate that the war is intensifying. Numerous undead, dark forces, have invaded this land. With the arrival of the players, endless chaos and disaster have followed. Are the players the culprits behind all this? Chen Mo couldn't explain it. If even gods have desires, how could human hearts be pure? Even evil gods, driven by profit, would attempt to intercept players. So, it's only natural that paradise would destroy them. However, the attendant troubles have been thrust upon the creatures living on the surface. Under the power of the Black Smoke Demon's rules, this land has been devoured by darkness, corroded, and shrouded in mist. Monsters swarm everywhere, and endless despair reigns. The humans here are engulfed in the flames of despair. They must harbor deep hatred for those meteors. The fourth calamity has truly become a reality. The players have brought not only a host of righteous individuals, but also endless despair and chaos. Chen Mo began to question himself. If the players hadn't arrived, would the current situation still be like this? Most likely not. Chen Mo actually knew the answer. The players were the trigger. If they hadn't come, the peace here might have lasted a long time. But now that it had become a reality, even if the players weren't at fault, Chen Mo and the players couldn't shirk responsibility. It was all just a game played by the gods. Chen Mo thought angrily, this was all just a game played by the gods to please them. Otherwise, they would have allowed an evil god's kingdom to fall to the earth. Only suffering can make ignorant people believe in gods, praying for illusory miracles. Wasn't that what happened to the Holy Light Mage before? Praying to the end, did the gods come? It was only with Aspen's help that the gates to the kingdom were opened. Chen Mo's conviction grew stronger, and his disgust for the gods grew even stronger. Perhaps there really are gods who care for their believers, but they certainly haven't seen this. Chen Mo wanted to touch the little girl's head, but his outstretched hand froze in midair. He suddenly realized he wasn't qualified to comfort her. Her death, the destruction of her hometown, were all his fault. And he couldn't even bring her peace. Chen Mo lowered his head in guilt, unsure of what to say. Suddenly, a loud crash came from outside the window. Through the glass, Chen Mo saw a monster emerge from the central square. A massive, elderly human, hunched over, with countless arms swaying. It looked terrifying. An unknown roar echoed, shaking the windows and shocking everyone. From all directions within the city, powerful monsters inexplicably emerged. Each one was almost at the second level of strength. Yet, they prostrated themselves respectfully at the monster's feet. Chen Mo noticed its clothing. It looked like aristocratic style, adorned with jewels and gold trim. However, its terrifying form was too terrifying. The next moment, countless eyes opened on the other person's arm. darting back and forth as if scanning the surroundings. Chen Mo quickly crouched down, no longer spying on the scene in the square. A premonition of deep danger suddenly raced through Chen Mo's mind. Perhaps the monster had sensed a stranger and entered the city. Chen Mo held his breath, quietly spreading his mental awareness, cautiously scanning his surroundings. After more than 10 minutes, the sense of danger finally dissipated. Drenched in sweat, Chen Mo finally relaxed and let out a deep breath. Slowly climbing to his feet, he tried to reach out the window to see what was going on. Looking up, a hideous face appeared before him. The terrifying torso, like a 16-legged spider, lay crouched directly against the attic window. Chen Mo swallowed, suppressing his fear as he stared at the monster in horror. He could hear its limbs twitching and its hoarse sounds emitting. "Outsider, become a part of me. I, the king of Komoro, need your strength, damn it. This thing can even talk." Chen Mo slammed into the ghost face, and the annihilation energy of the absolute limit collided with the monster's face. The intense annihilation effect burned the opponent's body, festered, and revealed a variety of twisted long worms. Chen Mo grasped the sword in hand and slashed with it. Several wind blades swarmed away. Then, a huge fireball fell from the sky and suddenly exploded. The terrifying flames directly engulfed the entire house. Chapter 132 Paladins Welcome. Chen Mo, clutching Dima, rushed out of the burning house, enveloped in the absolute boundary. A rumbling crash accompanied the blazing heat, rising 10 meters into the sky. Heat waves rolled in, distorting the air. Metamorphosis, wind swiftness, physical strengthening. Chen Mo hurriedly cast 3 supporting spells, instantly pushing his form to its peak. With a whoosh, bang, 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 he vanished before the limb-jointed monster, dashing thousands of meters before a violent sonic boom erupted from the spot. Chen Mo didn't dare look back. If he stopped, he'd likely be pinned to the ground. This monster gave Chen Mo the impression of being at least Lord level. And, most likely, it was a powerful Tier 3 monster, on the verge of reaching Tier 4. Peak Tier 3 strength, combined with a Lord level template and countless elite monster minions. Staying there and challenging it in a one-on-one duel was sheer madness. Chen Mo had no intention of taking on a horde of monsters alone. His best option now was, of course, to run. Komalo City was enormous, its diameter stretching tens of kilometers. Even in the civilian areas, Chen Mo, not far from the city center, would have taken minutes to reach the nearest wall. This was especially true since he was hopping from rooftop to rooftop, which slowed his progress considerably. From a distance, Chen Mo could see a vast number of limb-attached monsters appearing in the area surrounding the city walls. These were terrifying creatures with dozens of arms on their backs, and even some twisted, humanoid forms resembling giraffes. With so many monsters blocking his path, escape wouldn't be easy. After analyzing the situation, Chen Mo decided not to break through this way for the time being. He leaped from the rooftop, disappearing from the monster's sight. I wonder if those monsters have good noses. I should have learned some anti-tracking spells earlier, Chen Mo muttered, weaving through the alleys, slashing at the skeletons blocking his path with his sword. The little girl in his arms curled up, hugging Chen Mo's neck. The uniquely cold aura of ghosts enveloped Chen Mo's chest. Even with his mental power, he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. His body was too full of blood and energy, and for ghosts, such close contact would cause their spirits to dissolve. In just a few minutes, the little girl, Dima, became even more ethereal. This wasn't going to work. Chen Mo steeled himself and hurled a massive fireball behind him, destroying the buildings behind him. He also hurled fireballs in other directions, creating a false impression of chaos. Then, with a whoosh, he scurried into a house. After releasing Dima and taking a few breaths, Chen Mo pulled out a handful of soul crystals and stuffed them directly into Dima's hands. Then, taking her hand, he headed straight for the basement. This house was one that Chen Mo had carefully chosen. It was a large mansion with many rooms, perfect for hiding. However, Chen Mo wasn't planning to hide in this house. His target was underground, further down in the basement. Arriving in the basement, Chen Mo casually dispatched the skeletons that jumped out, then controlled a small ball of illumination. He chose a corner and began digging. Yes, that's right. Chen Mo planned to dig a deep pit from here, reaching the ground. Without a word, Chen Mo materialized the absolute boundary and began to slowly sink. The annihilation reaction between this oil and the absolute boundary produced a large amount of gas and energy, all of which Chen Mo devoured. In the blink of an eye, Chen Mo had dug a tunnel several dozen meters long. After carving out a small space underneath, Chen Mo used his mental power to squeeze outward, solidifying the entire space and preventing the house from collapsing. If Chen Mo hadn't yet mastered the spell to transform mud into stone, this wouldn't have been so troublesome. Using the thin tubes formed by the absolute boundary, he pierced the ground, creating several hidden vents. Chen Mo returned to the surface once more and looked at Dima, who was still licking the soul crystal. He patted her head lovingly and told her to go down to the safe house he had just dug underground. Chen Mo surveyed his surroundings, debating whether to collapse the place or cover it up a bit, blocking the hole with something. After much deliberation, Chen Mo decided not to destroy it for now. After all, many monsters were searching outside, and making too much noise would easily lead to detection. Quietly, Chen Mo brought in many shelves and wooden boxes, filling the basement completely. He then covered the entrance with a stone slab, leaving only a crack. With all preparations complete, Chen Mo jumped into the passage, using his mental power to pull the surrounding objects toward him to block the passage. As he descended, Chen Mo thought for a moment and took out a bell he had picked up earlier, strung it together with a rope, and hung it at the top of the passage. This way, if any monster stole down, he'd be able to hear some noise, a crude warning trap. Suddenly faced with this life-or-death situation, Chen Mo felt his magical knowledge was woefully inadequate. Aside from combat magic, he had almost nothing to offer, a profoundly inadequate task for a wizard. A magician should be omnipotent, so why did he possess such inconvenient powers? After deep reflection, Chen Mo decided to remain in hiding for a few days. Once the noise above subsided, he'd take the little girl with him. In the underground space, barely a few cubic meters in size, a faint light flickered at Chen Mo's fingertips, acting as a kind of illumination. His mental perception was now fully extended, instantly detecting any monster within a 40-meter radius. However, being underground, the soil obstructed Chen Mo's range of perception. For a normal magician, being able to penetrate several meters into the soil at this point would be considered exceptional. However, Chen Mo's mental strength far surpassed that of an average mage by many times. Even deep underground, he could maintain a perception radius of over 30 meters. Chen Mo was incredibly grateful for his initial decision to allocate iron attribute points to his mental strength. It had been the right choice. Mage, of course, developing his mental strength was the top priority. Secretly delighted, Chen Mo began analyzing the upcoming tasks. His main quest was simple enough, he simply needed to stay calm and grow. The problem lay with the little girl's side quest. She likely had some unfulfilled wish, which was why she remained in ghost form. However, unlike those resentful spirits, she lacked aggression and posed little threat to humans. The only problem was that her spirit presence would gradually erode the ordinary human body, weakening their resistance. Scientifically speaking, this was because the unique energy field of a ghost would affect the biofield of an ordinary person, disrupting it. This wasn't a problem for a strong professional, and thankfully, there were no other normal people around. The little girl posed no threat to Chen Mo, which was why he was willing to keep her with him. He just didn't know how to find her brother in this dead city. According to the diary, her brother must have been drafted. Did he return when the city was overrun by the undead? Or did he die there with the defenders? If he had become undead, that would be incredibly troublesome. Chen Mo couldn't help but scratch his head, overwhelmed by this thorny situation. After a while, he finally put these questions aside and turned to figuring out how to meditate in his current situation. Constantly maintaining mental awareness would drain Chen Mo's mental energy. Without a way to recover or rest, he would pass out from exhaustion. Meditation was undoubtedly a good way to restore his mental strength, but the problem was that his meditation method was too terrifying. If he started, he would absorb the little girl as well, which would be disastrous. Furthermore, when magic surges, the fluctuations are too great, potentially alerting the monsters on the ground and revealing their position. Therefore, Chen Mo must strike a delicate balance, maintaining a concealed state to recover his mental strength. With a thought in mind, Chen Mo began experimenting, gradually increasing the power of his meditation. An hour later, Chen Mo had drilled another tunnel several dozen meters away from the side. At the other end, he began meditating. After instructing the ghost, Tima, to stay where she was, Chen Mo resumed his meditation. Tima's position was within Chen Mo's mental perception circle, but outside the meditation's gravitational field, preventing her from being sucked in completely. Chen Mo didn't dare act too aggressively, maintaining the black hole created by his meditation to a radius of about 10 meters. This way, he wouldn't create a large magical vortex that could cause unnecessary trouble. Thus, time passed, second by second. Chen Mo lost count. Being in such a confined, dark environment was highly susceptible to fear and terror. Fortunately, since one was a ghost and the other was in a meditative state, they didn't experience any physiological discomfort. When Chen Mo woke up again, 7 days had passed. He had managed to survive the first round and receive the minimum mission reward. If Chen Mo wanted, he could return to paradise right now, but of course, under these circumstances, the reward was ridiculously low. Glancing at the time on the mission panel, Chen Mo decided it was time to go out and explore the situation. Within the perception circle, the little girl remained as usual, crouching there, a pitiful sight. For 7 days, she had like soul crystals when hungry, and spent the rest of the time in a daze. She seemed very understanding and hadn't bothered Chen Mo, instead quietly waiting. Chen Mo approached her, rubbed her head, and said gently, "It should be safe up there. Let's find a way to escape. That way, we can go outside and search for clues about your brother." Dima stood up, blinked, and wrapped her arms around Chen Mo's waist. Chen Mo sighed, then retracted his mental power, enveloping Dima to protect her from the absolute realm. Following the previously dug tunnel, Chen Mo carefully lifted the wooden planks overhead and surveyed the basement. All the items previously placed there were smashed to pieces, leaving not a single good item in the entire basement. Fortunately, the shattered planks completely concealed the tunnel Chen Mo had dug, preventing the disgusting monsters from discovering his hiding place. Chen Mo quietly led Dima to the rooftop and crouched down to survey his surroundings. A vortex swirled in the sky, and a dozen or so unidentified large black birds circled. The city wall was no longer occupied by numerous monsters, but instead was filled with blazing flames. One section of the wall had even been shattered, revealing a massive gaping hole. This was the perfect escape route. But it could also be a trap. After a moment's deliberation, Chen Mo decided to head towards the gap and escape the city first. Turning around, Chen Mo spotted the little girl, Dima, staring blankly toward the city center. Confused, Chen Mo asked her what was wrong, but received no answer. Desperate, he summoned his spiritual power, lifted her up, and headed for the gap. The gap faced the opposite direction from the central square, offering the shortest escape from the city and away from trouble. Chen Mo leaped across the rooftops like a nimble monkey, leaping hundreds of meters in a few leaps. As the gap drew closer, Chen Mo felt a strange sensation. A powerful force seemed to be blazing beyond it. With a swish, a golden arrow streaked past Chen Mo's cheek. A powerful holy energy exploded as it flew past him, abruptly exploding. Chen Mo somersaulted, enveloped his entire body in a boundless barrier, and landed in midair, clutching Dima. Not far away, several soldiers in golden red armor hurried over, their bows and arrows the same ones they had just fired. Chen Mo disappeared into the absolute realm and shouted coldly, "What are you doing? Why are you attacking me? Can a paladin act so recklessly?" The paladins didn't stop, but instead raised their bows and arrows, aiming at Chen Mo's position. The leader stepped forward and said with disdain, "Stop your quibbling. You dare to manipulate the undead here? You, this evil servant of the god of light, must be purified and punished. Under the divine light, vanish completely." Hearing this, Chen Mo was overwhelmed. These people were probably fanatics. He had been labeled an evil servant controlling the undead for helping the ghost girl. It seemed like this was no longer plausible. Sigh of the wind, a wind wall several meters wide suddenly rose, completely blocking off the street. The holy arrows struck the wind wall, shredded by the fierce wind, and exploded. A flash of golden light shone, and Chen Mo quickly grabbed Dima and ran away. What the hell, these bastards might be from our own camp. Attacking them randomly will most likely lead to irreversible consequences. If we are expelled from the camp, it will be difficult. Chen Mo does not want to live with a bunch of undead creatures. Just after running more than 100 meters, Chen Mo turned his head and saw them from the corner of his eye. He directly chopped the wind blade with a sword and went straight through. Looking at the gorgeous armor stained red with blood, Chen Mo couldn't help but shook his head and smiled, thinking to himself, "These idiots may not have thought that my wind wall also has a thorn effect. If they force their way in, they will only get hurt." Chen Mo wanted to go around and avoid the pursuit from the left and right directions, But he never expected that paladins appeared on both sides. They forced him to the central square. What a lucky guy. Chapter 133 Die. Stop. Don't run. You evil necromancer, holy light. Please hear the prayers of your humble followers and bring down the holy thunder of purification. Judgment of holy thunder, crack. Boom, golden lightning, blazing from the sky, suddenly struck down, striking Chen Mo directly. Alice. It caused no damage, absorbed entirely by absolute boundary. The number of paladins chasing Chen Mo had increased from a handful at first to dozens, more than tenfold. They unleashed a barrage of holy light abilities, all at once, all in a desperate attempt to eliminate the harmless, ordinary ghost in Chen Mo's arms. It was truly bizarre. Were these paladins obsessed with holy light? They were indiscriminate, firing arrows at him, refusing to stop until he was dead. Chen Mo was truly filled with rage, and he couldn't even attack the paladins, or he'd be drowning in the Yellow River. If they continued to flee passively like this, they would soon be surrounded and subjected to a 360-degree attack of holy light. Chen Mo glanced down at Dima. Her ghostly form couldn't hold out for much longer. He had to find a way to shake these people off. Looking up, he saw a flicker of light flickering in the central square, and a vortex in the sky began to strike with eerie black lightning. Chen Mo steeled his resolve and rushed towards it. In this situation, only by bringing in a third party could they stir up even greater chaos. Only then would they have the chance of escape. With a determined gaze, Chen Mo unleashed his Hanit sword to protect him and began to dash towards his destination. The black and red flying swords repeatedly sliced through the air, severing countless holy lights and dissipating them into tiny specks of golden light. 5 minutes later, Chen Mo arrived at the central square. What greeted him was a massive battle. Damn! There are paladins here too? Over 100 of them, suddenly. Chen Mo felt as if he had stumbled into Paladin's lair. All he saw was gleaming golden armor. Dozens of limb-attached monsters in the city were being pinned down by a horde of paladins, their rotting skulls blasted to pieces. Those paladins were even trimming the limb-attached monsters' arms, each one specifically slicing off the arms on their backs, creating a bloody spectacle. In the center of the square, near the city hall, the terrifying monster Chen Mo had encountered earlier was locked in combat with a powerful paladin. Within 100 meters, no one dared approach, only silently watching the two duke it out. Chen Mo's arrival was immediately spotted by the paladins stationed on the periphery. They shouted, "Who are you? Get out of here. This place is incredibly dangerous, stop that guy." His necromancer, a high-pitched, angry cry echoed from behind Chen Mo. It was the lunatics chasing them. Chen Mo facepalmed, thinking, this is going to be tough. Clang! The paladins standing opposite him instantly drew their swords, their sharp tips pointed in unison at Chen Mo. Instantly, Chen Mo was surrounded by dozens of paladins, flanking him from front and back. Chen Mo released his aura, raised his hands, and shouted helplessly, "Wait a minute. I'm not a necromancer. I'm human." As soon as these words left his mouth, a haughty rebuke echoed from behind him. Human? Ridiculous. That human carries a revenant with him. If he wasn't a necromancer, why were you running away just now? The paladins, who had been somewhat relaxed, suddenly became wary upon seeing the Dima attached to Chen Mo's body, and began to close in on him. Chen Mo truly wanted to curse, but impulsiveness would only lead to further complications. He loudly defended himself. "You came up and shot me with arrows without even listening to my explanation. How could I not run? If I had stood still, you, a paladin, might have mistaken me for a necromancer and killed me." The paladin leader's face flushed crimson at Chen Mo's words, and he roared, "You are defaming the honor of the paladins. You heretic must be purged. Attack! Attack! Kill this despicable necromancer." Chen Mo's heart sank. Oh no! He had just encountered a mindless fanatic. Nothing he could say made sense. Even a sick cat could still be angry. Chen Mo, having endured such beatings along the way, felt a surge of rage. With a wave of his hand, 3 wind walls instantly rose, blocking all incoming arrows. Chen Mo lovingly enveloped Dima in his absolute boundary. He slowly raised his hand, gathering terrifying magical power in his palm. As an orthodox mage, it was time to teach these pedantic paladins the true meaning of light. After exhaling a long breath of hot air, the ball of magic in his palm suddenly exploded. Illumination technique, super invincible power enhanced version, instantly. The entire city of Kamaro was enveloped in a blinding white light, and countless monsters roared in excitement. The dozens of paladins surrounding Chen Mo immediately covered their eyes, knelt on the ground in pain, wailing continuously, tears of blood slowly flowing from their eyes. Dang! A golden longsword suddenly appeared behind Chen Mo and slashed down, but was blocked by Chen Mo's flying sword. The collision of the two swords stirred up a fierce wind, blowing Chen Mo's clothes rustling. From the corner of his eye, Chen Mo saw the knight in golden armor. A sharp look glimpsed through the slits of his helmet. Bang! 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 Chen Mo unleashed a triple burst of ground spikes, forcing the knight back and away. Chen Mo finally had a chance to turn around and examine the one who had not been blinded by the white light. He twisted his numbed wrist and said in a relaxed tone, "You're quite strong. This hands-free swordsmanship is truly remarkable. This is the first time I've seen it." Chen Mo's eyes narrowed, sensing that this knight seemed somewhat different from those mindless fanatics. He tentatively asked, "Hey, can you explain to those people that I'm really not some necromancy mage?" Before he could finish his words, the knight vanished from the spot. Chen Mo felt a sudden chill on his back, his pupils dilating slightly as a deadly threat suddenly struck him. With the sword's blade within 10 centimeters of Chen Mo's reach, Absolute Realm transformed into a thin, semicircular shield, blocking his way. With a crackling sound, the knight quickly jumped back to avoid the attack, looking at the blade in his hand. It had already been corroded by more than half, effectively useless. His eyes grew serious, losing their playful attitude. Instead, he spoke cautiously and threatened, "What nonsense are you talking about? You heretic! How dare you destroy the sacred blade of light? You'll be burned at the stake. Surrender, you alien demon." Chen Mo sighed, his mind sinking to understanding. These paladins probably knew it was a misunderstanding, but they had no desire to resolve it. They simply wanted to kill him, a visitor from another world. His identity was the reason he was being hunted. Has the status of a player become so deplorable now? Chen Mo muttered to himself, ignoring the knight's probing attacks. The opponent was only a tier 2 elite. If he hadn't been holding a child, he could have easily defeated him single-handedly. As the blinded paladins gradually recovered, using divine arts to instantly heal their injuries and join the siege, Chen Mo's time was running out. "Brother! Brother!" A weak voice emanated from Chen Mo's arms. Looking down, he saw Tima, his hands stretched out, reaching towards the city hall, murmuring the word brother repeatedly. This delighted Chen Mo. It seemed Tima's brother was on the battlefield over there, though he wondered if he was a paladin or a limb grabber. "If it's a limb grabber, my claim as a necromancer will be even more solid." Chen Mo chuckled softly, expanding the absolute boundary into an egg-shaped protective shell, enveloping the knight and the ghost. The swift Zenith sword grappled with the knight, leaving him unable to fight back. Once again, Chen Mo raised his hand, and 10 times more magical power than before, frantically gathered in his palm. The violent force even pulled the surrounding air, twisting it into vortex. Those unable to escape shouted, "Attention everyone! Watch out for the flash." Chen Mo's lips curled up slightly in a scornful smile. "Flash? You underestimate me. This is a fight to the death, and you actually expect me to just sit there and take it?" The ball of magic energy, swelling to the size of a basketball, exploded with a boom, transforming into an exploding fireball. Its blazing energy instantly enveloped an area dozens of meters around it. The heat evaporated the cold ground, sending countless vapors rising only to evaporate in midair. With a thud, the fireball instantly doubled in size. Countless cracks appeared on its surface, spewing flames. Chen Mo swung the fireball straight ahead of the paladin group. A flash of fire. Bang! The terrifying explosion unleashed an overpressure that shattered the stone paving of the square, pulverizing countless stones in the terrifying heat. The flames instantly engulfed everything within a few dozen meters, including Chen Mo. The Zenith sword flew into the flames with a whoosh. The knight froze in place, muttering, "Madman! What a madman! How could a mage ignore the range of their spells? Now he's been killed by his own spell. Ho ha ho ha. Paladins are blessed by the gods and possess an invincible divine shield." The next moment, the knight's pupils widened as he saw a figure slowly emerging from the terrifying flames. In one hand, he held a ghostly child, in the other, a sword. With a backhand swing, 2 massive wind blades suddenly struck, reaching him in an instant. So fast, the knight barely realized what was happening, but it was too late to resist. The wind blade slashed through his armor, sending him flying and slamming into a building at the edge of the square. Ignoring the nameless knight, who looked like a dead dog, Chen Mo raised his sword hand again, and terrifying magical power gathered again. Not far away, within the massive divine pit created by the previous explosion, over 100 paladins struggled to their feet, their golden shields shattering with a crack. Still trembling, they suddenly sensed a terrifying surge of magical energy and scrambled to climb out. Standing on the ground, Chen Mo glared disdainfully and sneered, "What? Great paladin, you don't want to purge the heretics now? Hurry up. My fresh fireball awaits you all." Chen Mo's sneer met with no rebuttal. Instead, the paladins in the pit began to curse and threaten him. "You devil! You will be punished. We are generals of the St. Louis Empire. Kill us and you will be wanted by the Empire. I advise you to surrender and not do anything you will regret." Listening to the mindless rhetoric, Chen Mo became more and more aware of the difference between wise men and fools. If they could win, they would gang up on them. If they couldn't, they would resort to reasoning and threats. "I worked so hard to gain all this strength, just so you can reason with me? Just kick me out. This garbage faction is useless." The murderous intent in Chen Mo's eyes grew increasingly terrifying, his eyes devoid of any mercy. Scum like this, living in this world, only harms more ordinary people. With a swipe of his sword, a fireball from the tip of the sword flew out, darting away, just as it was about to explode over the pit. Suddenly, a golden figure swooped in and collided with the fireball, sending the exploding fireball sent flying directly into the building area hundreds of meters away. Then, a steady voice rang out. "My friend. Wait a moment. Killing an Imperial soldier is a serious crime, and you're wanted." Amidst the spreading dust, a figure slowly stepped down from above the pit, looking at Chen Mo with a smile. However, the soldiers below were shouting, "Great! The commander is here. Commander, kill him. He's a heretic." Chen Mo's eyes narrowed. What kind of a melodramatic plot was this? After beating the younger one, the older one came? Just as he was about to continue, the man opposite him made a move that surprised Chen Mo. He raised his foot and stomped lightly, creating visible ripples in the air, causing all the people in the pit to cough. He bowed awkwardly to Chen Mo and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I think there might be some misunderstanding between you. How could a powerful mage like you be an undead? Don't you agree?" Finally, a sensible knight had arrived. Chen Mo felt that it was really difficult. But if he gave in so easily, wouldn't the beating he just received be in vain? Chen Mo allowed Zhen Yuan to protect him, looking at the knight captain, who acted like a goody-goody, and sneered, "First you attacked and hunted me, then you besieged Bosashu and slandered me as a necromancer. Now, with a simple apology, you expect me to forgive you? I see, you're not trying to stamp out heretics, but to kill me, a player." The knight captain's eyes suddenly turned cold at these words. He turned sharply to look at his subordinates, seeing them avoiding his gaze, and he immediately understood. He felt even more guilty. His face grew serious, his tone more sincere, and he bowed to Chen Mo once again to apologize. "I'm truly sorry. I failed to discipline them properly. I'll give you an explanation for this matter. They were simply blinded by hatred. Please don't blame them anymore." Chen Mo had considered letting the matter go. After all, he'd already been given a way out twice. If he really killed them, he might end up living a life of being a wanted man. However, a resentful gaze suddenly appeared in the distance. The sharp tip of the sword, mingled with surging hatred, pierced Chen Mo's heart. The knight captain on the opposite side also disappeared in an instant, suddenly appearing before him. Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh at his own naivete. Was this a trick? The wolf in front was feigning sleep? Did he really think I was just a woodcutter with a hatchet? Rage? Suddenly, the absolute defense appeared at the same moment. Die, P.S. Life is like a play, reality is always more outrageous than fiction, so we should still live in the present. Chapter 134, Learning Divine Arts. The pitch-black dagger, like a venomous snake with bared fangs, suddenly shot out, stopping 10 centimeters from Chen Mo. Chen Mo had prepared to strike back, but to his surprise, the knight commander's attack wasn't aimed at him, but at the paladin who had suddenly attacked Chen Mo. The knight commander then assumed a lunge and punch stance, striking the paladin in the stomach and abdomen, instantly paralyzing him. The wind carried by his rapid charge sent the despicable knight frothing at the mouth as he collapsed. The knight commander looked at his fallen subordinate with pity and spoke sternly. "Just. You are no longer worthy of being a paladin. The god of light and truth will no longer favor you." This fleeting moment left Chen Mo stunned. The knight commander's strength seemed excessive. If that attack had been aimed directly at him, it would likely have struck him in the head before the abyss formed. "Boy! Getting hit by that punch would be no joke. The knight commander kicked his men back into the pit before turning to apologize to Chen Mo. My apologies. I'm Edels, the leader of this order of paladins. My men have caused you so much trouble. I'm truly sorry. Once I've cleared this area, I'll give you a satisfactory compensation. Chen Mo slowly dissipated the abyss and was about to speak when he heard a commotion in his arms. Brother! Brother! Chen Mo looked down in confusion. Dima, almost ethereal, was reaching across, seemingly calling out something. Edels, standing opposite, froze in place, his whole body trembling, his face a look of disbelief and deep guilt. Chen Mo released his mental power, freeing Dima. He watched her quietly as she ran towards the answer she'd longed for. Edels' eyes welled up. As a paladin, he suppressed his emotions, not crying out loud, but his trembling body betrayed him. As Dima ran towards him, he involuntarily knelt down, arms outstretched, as if wanting to embrace her, his sister. After his hands pierced through her spirit, Edels, stunned, broke down in tears. He apologized profusely, begging for Dima's forgiveness. However, nothing came of it. Dima simply stood before him, mumbling, "Brother." After a long moment, Edels held his sister in his arms, forehead to forehead, a golden glow emanating from her. Suddenly, a golden white beam descended, enveloping Dima. Edels knelt on the ground, muttering a prayer, imploring the Almighty God to grant her sister's soul a home. Dima's ethereal form transformed into tiny specks of light in the light, rising and vanishing. Chen Mo sighed, reached out to help Edels up, and handed him a jar. "Those are the two skeletons at your doorstep. Judging by Tima's reaction, they're most likely your parents." With trembling hands, Edels simply held the jar in his arms. He looked at Chen Mo with gratitude, his tone turning respectful. "Thank you so much, Mr. Magician. You've endured so much humiliation to help my sister, and I feel deeply sorry for it. Please allow me to repay you well after this incident." Chen Mo waved his hand, signaling him to leave it at that. He said softly, "Just call me Mo Chen. You need to adjust your form. We haven't dealt with that big guy over there yet." Edels wiped his tears, gave a grim smile, and carefully stored the jar in his space equipment before standing up again. "Excuse me, Mr. Mo Chen, but I'll finish this monster right off. I hope you can lend me a hand. City Lord Howard is no pushover. Even though he's long since fallen into darkness." Chen Mo nodded, accepting the request. This limb-attached monster was truly terrifying. Chen Mo wouldn't feel at ease until he destroyed it. It was a bit amusing. Chen Mo had been hunted by these paladins all along the way, forced into a fight, only to discover that the target of this side quest was their leader. Perhaps a mysterious force was driving all this. Elsewhere, dozens of paladins continuously unleashed sacred martial arts, restraining the limb-attached city lord. A steady stream of golden sacred energy constantly collided with the gray-black energy of death. Howard's arms on his back continuously unleashed a variety of bizarre abilities. Fire, frost, and acid were just commonplace. The truly disgusting thing was the way this guy could unleash so many skills simultaneously. This meant that, despite their tight formation, the knights couldn't hold out for long. Their combined abilities significantly reduced their resistance. Adres drew his holy sword, stamped his foot, and leaped upward, charging directly over the head of the Limb Reaper City Lord. Chen Mo glanced around, found an open area, and began his stationary attack. As a mage, stationary attack was his most essential duty. Chen Mo had finally found the joy of being a mage. With a gentle wave of his hand, blazing fireballs and razor-sharp wind blades continuously lashed out at the Limb Reaper monster. With over 2,000 points of mental power, each of Chen Mo's magical attacks received a terrifying amplification. Each ordinary fireball could knock the massive Howard off his feet. Each wind blade could easily slice through Howard's twisted body. With Chen Mo's help, the Knight Commander only needed to contain the Limb Reaper City Lord's aggression, allowing Chen Mo to maintain a good environment for attacking. Simple, easy tasks like this were incredibly satisfying for both of them. "It's been so long since I've experienced this kind of leisurely life." Chen Mo, his hands constantly engaged, couldn't help but sigh. After nearly an hour of continuous fighting, Chen Mo finally slew the monster. The prolonged battle had caused Chen Mo's magic power to deplete several times, but fortunately, he was able to restore it to full capacity through short bursts of meditation. Despite the intense fighting, Adres showed no sign of fatigue. He simply rested his sword as he watched his men dismember and remove the former city lord and reattach Howard. Noticing Chen Mo's gaze, addressed sight and slowly recounted his past. This reattached monster, Howard, was also the ruler of this city. He was the master of the entire city, and everything here belonged to him. But the disaster that fell upon him also befell him. Having opened the demon box, the city lord, in order to deal with the endless stream of dark monsters, gradually embarked on a maddening path of no return, evil creature grafting. By grafting the limbs of a powerful being onto one's own body, one gains some of their abilities. After a large number of these limbs are superimposed, each ability is enhanced to a certain degree, elevating the original body's strength to a new level. Howard pursued this very thing, the pursuit of immense power. To this end, he spared no expense, even risking his own life, all for this city, to save more people. Alice. It was all destroyed. Watching the mountain-like body collapse, the surrounding knights shouted victory slogans. Adress clasped his hands together, silently praying. A few seconds later, a golden white beam several meters thick pierced the clouds and fell directly, covering Howard's body with metal. The mutated monster's body gradually disappeared in the holy light. Within the golden light, many human phantoms seemed to emerge, then vanished into the sky in a flash. Chen Mo twisted his aching arm and walked towards the half-kneeling Adress. He sighed, and his eyes, open as he opened, were filled with sadness and regret. Adel suddenly said, Lord Howard is actually a good lord. He deeply cares for his people, from the smallest details of life to the biggest things like work, housing, and transportation. No one in Kamaro goes hungry. If it weren't for this natural disaster, this place would surely still be thriving. Adel looked up, his eyes filled with 1,000 words, yet he remained silent. At night, a bright, warm bonfire lit up in the center of the square. Adel led his men to Chen Mo and asked them to bow their heads in apology. He even personally pressed down on Deputy Captain Chu Si's head and apologized once more. Although Chen Mo noticed that many people didn't actually want to apologize, like the man who had initially attacked him and Deputy Captain Chu Si, whose head was being held down, he still felt a bit unkind in the current situation. However, refusing to accept an apology seemed a bit unkind. Trying to get these people to sincerely admit their mistakes was pointless, and Chen Mo didn't need it. Captain Edels, I forgive them. No need to ask them to apologize. The farce ended with a series of cold snorts. Chen Mo didn't bother looking at those people. He had already made up his mind, next time he encountered one, he would just treat it as a red name monster. Sitting by the campfire, Edels explained the current situation to Chen Mo and the role of their knightly order. It turned out that the war had entered its final stage. The outermost holy flame wall had been erected, forming an impenetrable encirclement, which was gradually shrinking inward. All the recruited warriors were sent to clear the enemies within the encirclement. Whether they were low-ranked skeletons or towering 9th-rank warriors, they all had to do the hard work. Edels's order had encountered some major problems, forcing them to separate from the main force and act independently. This problem had destabilized the entire front, so Edels was forced to return to their hometown with his men. Chen Mo remembered that Edels had been recruited when the Black Smoke Divine Kingdom crashed. He hadn't even had time to return until the natural disasters, eroded by the power of rules, struck. Now, having just reunited with his sister in her ghostly form, their time together lasting only a few seconds, he had to personally purify her and let her rest in peace. Chen Mo felt a pang of pain upon seeing this, but he couldn't imagine what was going on within Eders. He spoke as if he were talking about someone else, recounting everything here, every familiar person he had purified into dust. Watching Eders, a man in a state of ecstasy, Chen Mo began to analyze the reason for his hostility. Players descended from the sky, and the black smoke demon, attempting to intercept them, was crushed by paradise, ultimately shattering into pieces and falling. The divine domain of rules eroded the natural environment of the ordinary world, ultimately leading to the outbreak of the deadly scourge. So, the knights' hatred was truly based on their very identity as players. Perhaps they believed the players were responsible for the disaster that destroyed their homeland, hence their particular hatred. Therefore, the mistakes made by the knights within the larger group must have been linked to the players. After a long moment of silence, Edel suddenly snapped back to his senses. He gave a self-deprecating chuckle, pulled out a gold-rimmed book, and handed it to Chen Mo Mr. Mochen, as a magician, you must have heard of the divine arts we paladins often use. Everything that happened today was because hatred blinded us. We are no longer worthy of being knights. I don't have any extra money to offer as compensation. Consider this special divine skill book as compensation from me and the entire group. Don't underestimate this book. Those who are not followers of our Lord, those who have not received the favor of the God of light and truth, cannot learn these divine arts. In other words, this book is like a heretical book. It allows even those without faith to perform divine arts. Edel said with a firm gaze, use yourself as a god and unleash your own divine arts. Hearing his words, Chen Mo swallowed, solemnly accepted the book, and gently stroked the cover. The thick book gave Chen Mo a sense of antiquity, yet its texture seemed freshly printed. Gently flipping open the book, intricate patterns and text appeared before his eyes. Following his super divine memory, Chen Mo recorded the entire book into his memory palace and stored it. The book contained only a few skills, and most of the abilities within were supportive in nature. The most useful ones were probably Purification, Holy Enchantment, and Holy Light Bullet. Purification was practically a panacea, serving as both support and combat against the undead, a truly versatile skill. It was this purification spell that Eddard had prayed to cast. While traditionally, casting divine spells required the power of faith, the book Eddard had given only required magic power. The effectiveness of the spell depended on the caster's mental strength. The stronger the mental strength, the greater the effect. It was truly impressive, practically designed for non-believers. Snap, Chen Mo closed the book, choosing to consume it entirely in exchange for mastering the 3 divine skills. The book transformed into golden particles of light, slowly merging into Chen Mo's body. Witnessing this miraculous scene, Edels couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It was his first time seeing such a phenomenon. The way players improve their power always evoked the envy of a local like him. Mr. Mo Chen, this item can lead you to the main expeditionary force. You'd better leave here quickly. It's safer there. Chen Mo grabbed a purple crystal and glanced at Edels's back in confusion. He seemed to have something else to say, as if urging him to leave the group. Thinking of the knights with ill intentions, Chen Mo immediately cast a few auxiliary spells on himself and quickly left. After Chen Mo left, several figures appeared outside the flickering firelight. They angrily stomped out the campfire and looked in the direction Chen Mo had left. Chapter 135 Two Fists Can't Defeat, 8 Hands? Just. That wizard has escaped. Deep in the basement, the flickering firelight illuminated several faces, their features vaguely grim. Surrounded by the crowd, the Knights General, Adels, lay tied to a chair, unconscious. Deputy Commander just casually dismissed his attendants, looked meaningfully at the Knights General before him, and muttered to himself, Master, do not blame me. I am no longer worthy of being a knight. I have lost the right to believe in light and truth. Let all sins be borne by me. Let me avenge the blood feud of the 105,642 lives lost in Kamalo City. I will end it all, as a child of destiny, I'm sure you'll agree. For my family, for revenge, for the repose of their souls, become a part of me. Adels just drew his dagger and slashed his palm, blood dripping onto the ground. Suddenly, a twisted magic circle lit up, and blood quickly began to stain its lines, illuminating the entire room in a crimson glow. A dress, at the center of the magic circle, was completely oblivious. Perhaps by the time he woke, the world would have been transformed. Suddenly, the flames died, and a terrifying scream echoed, followed by a sporadic, gnawing sound. In the darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly opened, tearing through the darkness. Following Adress's instructions, Chen Mo raced relentlessly, finally finding the main player group a day later. A seemingly endless wall of golden white flames rose in the sky, its sacred flames consuming everything around it. Anything contaminated would be consumed by the flames. Chen Mo's initial appearance caused quite a stir, as those coming from the opposite direction of the main force were either enemies or undead. After being repeatedly burned with the holy flames by a vast army of the Light Expeditionary Force, Chen Mo's true identity was finally revealed, and he became part of the undead extermination effort. Upon arriving, Chen Mo's clone, Quartermaster Caesar, also began to reconnect with his memories. It turned out that during the time Chen Mo couldn't contact his clone, he had become the Expeditionary Force's logistics quartermaster, constantly searching for ways to profit. Unfortunately, the clone alone could only profit from the price difference, not much. Caesar, could actively use the ability to manifest skills. During this time, he sold over a dozen skills, earning millions. This was possible primarily because Davari had proactively sought out Caesar. Apparently, The man suspected a connection between Chen Mo and Caesar, so when he couldn't find Chen Mo, he went directly to Caesar. As a result, he and Liang Zehu's teams had purchased nearly a dozen absolute boundary skill books. Now, half of their elite team members possessed this skill, and they were like rolling mines, charging through piles of skeletons, desperately trying to rack up merits. Chen Mo's face twitched as he looked at the 3.3 million Black Abyss coins that had arrived. This money had arrived so unexpectedly. After clearing his mind, Chen Mo approached Davari and the others. Just as he was about to ask for information, he suddenly noticed that they were each crouched under a tree, each holding a magic book, perusing it with rapt interest. The cover looked very familiar. As he approached, the sharp-eyed Davari was the first to spot Chen Mo and waved excitedly. Pop! Davari closed the magic book, let out a long sigh, and then said to Chen Mo, "Where have you been, Boss Smudgen? I haven't seen you in over 10 days. Chen Mo stared intently at the book in his hands, momentarily puzzled. Chen Mo asked, "Your magic book?" Davari raised his hand and said calmly, "Oh, you're talking about this. This was given to me by the previous Academy Dean. It's a powerful magician's inheritance, covering spells from level 1 to level 9. It's only 999 and everyone in our group has one now. It's such a steal." Watching the incessant Davari, Chen Mo withdrew his somewhat stiff fingers, feeling instantly like his affection had been wasted. Just how many inheritance magic books had this damn instructor Aspen given? Were they printed in bulk? Why did he give one to every player? Was he trying to cast a wide net and catch more? Chen Mo momentarily forgot the purpose of his visit and nearly fainted from anger. Boss, what's wrong? You want this magic book too? We have a few in our team warehouse. Let me get you one. Davari looked at his silent thigh, assuming Chen Mo wanted the magic book in his hand, and immediately began to offer his attention. Chen Mo quickly waved his hand, declining the gift. After a sigh, he got down to business. You want to know the latest main storyline developments? That's easy, I'll explain it to you slowly. After half an hour of Davari's explanation, Chen Mo had a rough grasp of the mission's progress. Right now, they were just a bunch of small soldiers, barely even cannon fodder, primarily clearing out the enemy perimeter before gradually advancing into the real battlefield, responsible for operating the fortress and running errands for the higher-ranking soldiers. They'd been farming here for over a month, each day a tedious grind, watching the mountains and plains of skeletons strewn about. Despite Davari's boring words, Chen Mo watched as a dozen black spheres, like harvesters, plow their way through the sea of skeletons, creating a comb-like pattern. How can you not get bored if you play Wushuang Moing too much? Chen Mo grumbled quietly. By the way, boss, have you seen those fallen knights? Our next destination is the city of Kamalo, which they've been scouting. Davari slapped his thigh, suddenly remembering those annoying creatures he hadn't seen in a while. I've seen them. We were chased and beaten by over 100 of them before, Chen Mo said angrily, blowing his bangs. Davari actually laughed at this and explained, actually, this incident has something to do with us. It seems our arrival caused the destruction of their hometown. So, after learning our identities as players, they've been targeting us, and several terrible incidents have occurred before. In the end, everyone in the group was expelled and used as vanguards to clear out the undead in a designated area. Davari leaned against a tree trunk, his head in his hands, his tone tinged with gloating. After chatting for a while, Chen Mo left. Now back at his faction headquarters, he wanted to rest up, and sleep was undoubtedly the best way to do it. Pre-orders for Absolute World were already queued for a month, and Chen Mo no longer had any desire to actively farm monsters. He just wanted to lie back and make money from players. The next day, Chen Mo stood before a vast sea of skeletons, watching the ever-moving skulls, feeling a little nervous. With a raised hand, a vortex of magical energy erupted, and violent magic began to surge into Chen Mo's body. The pure magic, refined by endless devouring, began to converge towards his palm. More and more magical power gathered within his small palm, and the increasingly terrifying magical fluctuations caused fear among the surrounding friendly forces, who all distanced themselves. Chen Mo's eyes suddenly opened. A white light as thick as his palm suddenly shot towards the sky and exploded. Instantly, endless white light illuminated the entire world, an endless sacred radiance enveloping everything within a radius of 10 kilometers. The white light Chen Mo unleashed was not ordinary illumination magic, but a charged version of purification magic. Pure telekinesis brought the purification magic to its fullest effect. The shimmering white light was not dazzling at all, but instead, it made everyone feel as if they were basking in a warm embrace. Ha! Chen Mo exhaled softly, and the endless stream of skeletons before him began to fall one by one, as if losing power, the green soul fire in their eye sockets disappearing completely. The soldiers and players present were awe-stunned, their mouths half open, watching the hundreds of thousands of skeletons being purified by a purification spell. Holy shit, what kind of purification spell is this? Is this divine spell recorded in the scriptures? After performing the seemingly miraculous purification spell, Chen Mo stared at his palm in a daze. The power of this purification spell far exceeded his imagination. He had thought it would just be a beam of light, but this was something. It directly conjured up a holy sun. After politely declining many invitations, Chen Mo sat in the carriage and quietly followed the large army into the city of Kamalo. Although only a day had passed, Chen Mo noticed the scene was completely turned upside down. At least a quarter of the city's buildings had been plowed flat, and the central square had doubled in size. It looked as if it had been purpose-built for boss battles. Oh right. Where did those knights go? Chen Mo suddenly realized something. Those mindless knights seemed to have vanished one by one. Had they left for other areas? Chen Mo's carriage arrived at the central square. The collapsed city hall had been plowed flat, leaving only a few strange patterns. Just as Chen Mo was about to disembark, the entire square suddenly sank, a rumbling sound echoing everywhere. Every vehicle or person near the square plummeted into a massive pit, plunging dozens of meters into the abyss. Chen Mo cast a transfiguration spell on himself, clinging to the wall as he watched the carriages smash into pieces one by one. The smell of blood filled the air, and many players caught in the wreckage drew their weapons and lit torches, trying to get a clear view of the pit below. After unleashing a sphere of fire that surrounded him, Chen Mo leaped lightly, landing smoothly on the ground. Then, raising his hand, he launched a ball of light, akin to illumination, into the air. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared not far away, its back to the group, a sword poised, silent. It looked like someone was approaching with ill intentions. But why was there someone at the bottom of the pit? At that moment, many players, alerted by their teammates, grew increasingly serious. They gripped their weapons tightly and slowly approached the figure. Chen Mo was still perplexed when someone shouted, "Brothers! Those are the fallen knights from before. They've become monsters, seeking revenge. Red names mean monsters. Brothers! Draw your weapons. Kill them." Hundreds of people charged aggressively at the figure, but Chen Mo hesitated, standing still. He couldn't understand why such a massive trap had been dug here. The figure looked familiar. There was a roar, a sound like a dragon's roar, shaking the entire pit into dust. The figure who had his back to the crowd all the time grabbed a long sword with one hand and slashed it in a spinning motion. He cut the player closest to him into two pieces. The sword energy that burst out swept through the sky and slammed into the wall, creating a huge pit. At this time, Chen Mo saw the other party's face clearly. It was a limb-attached monster. It was the leader of the knights, Adles, and the head of Kiss. For some unknown reason, Adles was transformed into a limb-attached monster with 7 or 8 arms, 2 heads, and a burly, stitched body like a small giant. Adles' eyes were numb and lifeless, as if he had lost his consciousness, while Kiss's face was hysterical, laughing wildly and distorting his face. Ha ha ha. Kill him, kill him, kill him, everyone be careful. Being killed by this monster will incur a 100-fold death penalty. In the crowd, a young man who had just spoken was pierced through the head by a sword, piercing the wall. With a bang, the limb-replacing knight crashed into the crowd, its 8 arms wielding a dozen long swords like a giant spinning top, madly strangling the crowd. Its eerie laughter was chilling, its resonant echoes echoing. Despite the players' desperate resistance, they were powerless against a single blow from the enemy. In his lifetime, Adles had been a Tier 3 knight, a mid-level leader, a power far beyond the reach of ordinary bosses. Now, the limb-replacing knight Adles had transformed into was likely Tier 3 as well. Chen Mo alone was no match for him, let alone the ordinary players who hadn't even reached Tier 2. A one-sided massacre ensued, and Chen Mo sensed the situation and tried to escape. To avoid attracting attention, Chen Mo removed all light sources and quietly clung to the wall, preparing to climb slowly. However, after climbing just a dozen meters, Chen Mo felt a palpitation as a terrifying black shadow suddenly descended from midair. Bang! A massive flame formed into a swirling sphere, illuminating the entire pit. Then, a dark figure leaped from the flames, its 8 arms clutching a sword emitting sparks. Its terrifying stitched-up body lay before everyone. Like an undead abomination, it was ugly, evil, and possessed of incredible strength. Chen Mo dropped from mid-air, landing smoothly, having already superimposed all his statuses: metamorphosis, physical enhancement, wind swiftness, absolute boundary, sword control. Gazing at the massive figure in the darkness, Chen Mo knew a battle was inevitable. The problem was, he simply couldn't win. How could one pair of hands defeat 4? Waiting online, this is urgent. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136, The Limb-Removing Knight. Editors. What are you doing? Why did you turn into a limb-attached monster? Chen Mo shouted at the figure in the darkness, trying to awaken him and communicate. However, it wasn't Editors who responded. He. I'm not Editors anymore. The captain. He's become one with me. Ho ha ho ha, the limb-attached knight twitched, and suddenly another head emerged from Editors' neck. It was none other than the deputy captain, Chu Si, who had attacked Chen Mo several times before. Instantly, Chen Mo understood. Chu Si was behind all this. Editors, in this state, was probably beyond help. These paladins had fallen into depravity, dragging the righteous Editors into the abyss, turning him into a monster. Chen Mo felt a sudden pang of bitterness. He had just followed Editors to kill the limb-attached city lord, and now, the dragon slayer, he had been forced to become a dragon. The unconscious Adels was like a puppet, allowing Chu Si to manipulate him. With the strength of a third-level leader, no one present could match him. What should he do? Which one should he use? Which one should he use will lead to mutual destruction. Chen Mo glanced at the individual nuclear rocket launcher in his bag. He still had one unused one left, but the effect of this thing was too touching. If he was not careful, it would cause something uncontrollable to happen. Just as Chen Mo was thinking, the limb knight suddenly disappeared, and the next moment, it appeared behind a player, and the 8 long swords had strung the opponent into a twist. In just a dozen seconds, the only player present was Chen Mo, silently confronting it. Hey! You all deserve to die. If it weren't for you, how could my family die? How could my hometown be destroyed? Kill you. Kill you all. In memory of all the dead in this city, Chen Mo watched in silence as Jos's head screamed incoherently, uttering incomprehensible words, disgusting saliva splattering all over the floor. His bloodshot eyes were actually tinged with green. Just as Chen Mo hesitated over whether to send him to heaven with a nuclear bomb, Adris's head perked up. A pair of blood-red eyes suddenly opened, and invisible panic suddenly spread. The mental shock erupting from the reattachment knight's body disturbed the surrounding matter, stirring up a violent wind. The reattachment knight grabbed Jos's face with one hand, his sharp nails digging into it. Ignoring Jos's painful wail, he tore his head apart. A strange green blood flowed continuously, staining half of his body with a faint green hue. After dealing with the annoying thing, Adels twisted his neck, a sinister smile flashing across his face as he looked at Chen Mo. See you again. Outsider, no. Kill me. Now. Kill me, ha ha ha. Become a part of me, outsider, kill me. Now, Chen Mo felt a chill in his stomach. The limb-attached knight before him kept changing his expression, switching between two personalities like a stuck robot, from a sinister, ferocious countenance to a tearful plea. Chen Mo couldn't tell if this was asking for his help or simply trying to attract his attention. Suddenly, the limb-attached knight melted into the darkness, disappearing from Chen Mo's range of perception. An eerie, cold aura suddenly washed over him, and Chen Mo's heart tightened. How could such a large creature disappear? The next moment, a strong gust of wind blew overhead, and Chen Mo jumped back. Adels's fist crashed down on his head. Its neck twisted backward, as if broken. And it forced its gaze towards Chen Mo. Its face was half twisted and sinister, half compassionate and benevolent, looking eerie and perverse. After creating a massive crater, Adres charged towards Chen Mo. The 6 arms behind him suddenly transformed into wriggling tentacles, enveloping his longsword and pulling it into a long whip. A split second later, a piercing sound echoed. Chen Mo swung his wind blades repeatedly, slashing at the opponent, but to little effect, each one blocked by a dress. Bang! Chen Mo was struck simultaneously by 6 whips and slammed into the wall, unable to move. The next moment, a blazing fireball erupted from the dented wall, hurtling towards the limb-removing knight, a dress. The scorching flames instantly exploded, incinerating everything. Chen Mo coughed and pulled himself out of the wall. Ignoring the internal injuries sustained from the violent collision, Chen Mo stared gravely into the center of the flames. There, a dark figure emerged, slowly approaching, a trail of sparks. Chen Mo couldn't help but feel annoyed. This move he often used to show off had actually been used against him. The third-level warrior's strength was far superior to Chen Mo's. Even at the same level as the leader, Chen Mo could only passively take the beating. All his attacks were unable to penetrate the opponent's defenses. While some of his charged attacks could cause damage, they were actively dodged, so that up to this point, Chen Mo hadn't been able to inflict any effective damage. Chen Mo had already made up his mind. Nuclear strike was the best option. If he didn't strike now, he would be dead. However, he still needed to think about how to use this thing. If he used it in this cave, Chen Mo would definitely be the first to die. So, Chen Mo began to think of a way to move the battlefield to the ground, or at least keep himself above ground. Suddenly, a flash of fire fell. Bang! A huge explosion instantly engulfed the entire divine pit. Chen Mo, quick-witted and quick-handed, leaped into the air and immediately activated his absolute barrier. The shockwave from the explosion lifted Chen Mo hundreds of meters into the air, carried aloft by a surging column of flames. The black hole within his body frantically absorbed the surrounding flame energy. Within seconds, Chen Mo had completely absorbed the flames in midair, and the force of the flames was gradually decreasing. As he fell, a figure swiftly flew over and embraced Chen Mo. Looking up, he saw Alice, clad in crimson armor. "Why are you here?" Chen Mo asked in confusion. Alice blinked and uttered, "Hungry." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo understood. This person wasn't coming to rescue him, but clearly begging for food. Jokes aside, Chen Mo remained serious in battle. He immediately transferred the violent energy he had just absorbed to Alice. Upon landing, Alice, in her crimson dress, transformed into the black flower of the end, wielding a massive black gold battle blade. She hovered in midair, silently gazing at the pit. The pit was now filled with a fluid resembling magma, wriggling and wriggling, as if alive. Chen Mo attempted to step on it, but was met with a warning from paradise. The pool of unknown liquid was, in fact, Qin Mufang's body. The meteor that just fell must have been the missile that Kid had conjured. The explosion certainly wouldn't have killed the limb-attached knight. Chen Mo was wondering if he could simply ignore Qin Mufang in the pit and launch a nuclear bomb to wipe out the monster once and for all. Everyone's been attacked elsewhere by unidentified forces. This battle seems to be targeting us players. The main force of the expeditionary force hasn't intervened, simply ignoring this area. Edward, transformed into a crown, suddenly spoke up, explaining the current situation to Chen Mo. Unfortunately, Chen Mo knew nothing about it now. The most important thing was how to deal with the monster below. Grabbing the lava slime at his feet and watching it gradually transform into a miniature version of Qin Mufang, Chen Mo asked, "Can you withstand a nuclear bomb?" "I'm going to throw one and see if I can kill that monster." Qin Mufang, who had just withdrawn his consciousness and descended into this clone, almost shook his hand and collapsed into liquid glass. Oh my god. Who can withstand a nuclear bomb? Not to mention the terrifying power of the explosion, even the subsequent shockwave, intense combustion, and lethal radiation, few could withstand it. And now you're actually going to drop a nuclear bomb? Qin Mufang shook his head like a rattle, refusing Chen Mo's request. However, under Chen Mo's kind gaze, he finally agreed to lure the reattached knight to the surface, and then he would drop the nuclear bomb. Instantly, a plan came to Chen Mo's mind. He turned and let Alice hold him as he soared into the sky. Simultaneously, Chen Mo began to warn in nearby players, a nuclear explosion is about to occur. Run! Although he was shouting, at least enough people were alerted. A few seconds later, Qin Mufang's shattered body leaped out of the pit, crashing to the ground several hundred meters away. A beastly roar echoed, and the reattached knight, a dress, leaped out of the pit. After glancing around, he roared at the soaring Chen Mo without saying a word. Chen Mo took out the nuclear rocket barrel, lightly pulled the trigger, and pressed the launch button. Knowing the power of a nuclear explosion, Chen Mo immediately opened a double-layer absolute shield to cover the two people in front and below. The familiar dazzling white light appeared, accompanied by the deafening sound of a dragon's roar. The loud noise that resounded through the world shattered the clouds in the sky. Chen Mo was directly blown thousands of meters into the air by the terrifying shock wave. If he had fallen directly, he would have been dead. Fortunately, Chen Mo protected Alice, and in the process of falling, he relied on Alice's support to avoid falling to his death. The terrifying nuclear explosion gradually subsided after a few minutes. The entire city of Kamalo had been razed to the ground, leaving only a huge pit with groundwater flowing out. It is believed that soon a large lake will be formed here, and a stable ecological chain will emerge. Congratulations! Killing the limb-attaching Knight Eblis. The belated arrival of the Paradise Reminder didn't cheer Chen Mo up. Not only did this battle yield no rewards, but it also left him feeling particularly downhearted. Using nuclear bombs to eliminate all the limb attackers was convenient, but it also killed a significant number of friendly players, effectively deducting the original kill bonus from friendly fire penalties. Chen Mo also lost a nuclear bazooka for nothing. Reaching the remains of Idrith, Chen Mo quietly watched as his spirit emerged from the bones. A look of guilt on his face. He lowered his head and muttered a few words before a dazzling column of holy light descended from the sky, enveloping Idrith. In the light, its form gradually dissipated, never to return to Undeath. Watching Idrith, purified by the holy light into the tiniest particles, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a little ridiculous. He felt Idrith was ridiculous. For a paladin, to be purified by the hands of an outsider from his own church, what a irony. After thanking the three men who came to support him, Chen Mo began to follow the main expeditionary force in their fight to eliminate the undead. They fought their way to the final battlefield, and standing atop a mountain of corpses, Chen Mo suddenly realized how quickly time had flown by. The next moment, countless swords struck, piercing Chen Mo through. All images shattered, and Chen Mo saw the same deep pit in front of him. Tentacles, their tips dripping with blood, twisted eerily. Beneath their crimson eyes, Idris's face was a rotten mess. With a sudden swing, it launched Chen Mo high into the air, poised to utterly destroy him. Suddenly, a fiery meteor struck Idris's massive body. Bang! A massive flame suddenly exploded, its intense heat purifying all that was ominous. Chen Mo was also blasted skyward by the shockwave. As he fell, he felt a sense of daze. Was this a dream, or reality? Wait, was Alice about to fly over and catch him? A warm embrace enveloped Chen Mo, and with a familiar scent, Chen Mo recognized her. Before she could speak, Chen Mo unleashed the energy absorbed by the black hole, instantly repairing all injuries and channeling all the excess surging energy into Alice's body. Instantly, the crimson dress transformed into the black doomsday armor. Alice deposited Chen Mo in a relatively safe area. She wielded her massive battle blade and suddenly charged at the limb-removing knight, who had crawled out of the pit. Chen Mo, slumped on the ground, suddenly wondered why the scene before him felt familiar. Instinctively, Chen Mo pulled out his nuclear bazooka and, just as he was about to fire, froze. He considered the possibility that he might have fallen into the enemy's mind. To break the illusion, Chen Mo had to rely on someone else to wake him directly, or rely on his powerful mental strength to break through on his own. After several attempts, Chen Mo found his mental strength insufficient to shatter the illusion. Then, Chen Mo recalled his natural talent, endless devouring. With a thought, Chen Mo instantly released the restraints of the black hole within his body. A terrifying suction force instantly sucked the surroundings apart, like a shattered mirror. Chen Mo gradually took in his surroundings. The limb-replacing knight's tentacles were piercing his body, ignoring the defenses of the absolute horizon. It turned out that the previous battle scenes were all fake, and only this tragic scene was the real thing. As if sensing Chen Mo's awakening, the limb-replacing knight became a little frantic. Its goal hadn't been achieved yet, and Chen Mo's premature awakening would only disrupt its plans. Just as the limb-replacing knight prepared to pierce Chen Mo's head with his two-handed sword, a flash of holy light emanated from Chen Mo's body. That was Chen Mo using his boundless energy to intensify the light of the purification technique to its most dazzling level. Finally, Chen Mo broke through the fog and returned to reality. While the limb-removing knight was being disturbed by the holy light, Chen Mo quickly climbed up the wall and escaped from the pit. The moment he got out of the pit, Chen Mo seemed to hear the sound of Sanskrit chanting and the praise of prayers. The wall of holy light and flame slowly swept across Chen Mo's body, and everything it touched, any evil, would be burned. In an instant, Chen Mo looked at his shattered arm and fell into deep thought. Chapter 137 The Terminal. Endless sacred flame scorched Chen Mo's body from the inside out, completely incinerating any impurities clinging to him. The parts of his flesh previously ravaged by the Reaper Knight during his illusion were reduced to ash in the holy flames. Now, Chen Mo was ravaged and on the brink of death. Near death, Chen Mo tried to raise his hand, unleashing a life force to save his shattered body. He knew this state had reached its end, and he was about to face the endless darkness of death. He could easily raise his hand, but it didn't. It felt like a weight weighing down Chen Mo, weighing him down, making it difficult to breathe. His internal organs had suffered horrific damage. The Reaper Knight's tentacles had devoured a significant portion of Chen Mo's body, leaving only half of his remaining organs. Even his heart had stopped beating, unable to circulate blood. Just as Chen Mo gave up his struggle and prepared to face death, his vision went dark. A figure approached, clad in golden priestly robes. He held a platinum staff and chanted a nameless divine song. Chen Mo lost consciousness. After Chen Mo completely lost consciousness, the priest who had come to treat him wiped the sweat from his forehead and shouted, "More men. This little trick is tough." Soon, 6 third-level priests surrounded Chen Mo, forming a hexagram. They held high their platinum staffs, chanted the nameless divine song, and unleashed a miracle of life, gradually healing Chen Mo's battered body. The treatment lasted for dozens of minutes, and just when the 6 priests were exhausted, they finally rescued Chen Mo from the clutches of the Lord of Death. When Chen Mo regained consciousness, it was 3 days later. During these 3 days, even his clone, Caesar, had fallen into deep sleep, unable to move on his own. Gazing at the white tent with the gold trim overhead, Chen Mo froze, suddenly remembering the previous battle. Instinctively, he touched his chest and let out a long breath, his entire body collapsing. "I'm still here, not dead yet. Where is this?" The simple tent contained a single low bed, where Chen Mo lay resting. After struggling to his feet, he pulled back the curtains and walked outside. He saw golden flames rising to the heavens, enveloping the entire camp. Everyone moved freely within the golden flames, seemingly harmless. Chen Mo raised his hand to cover his brow and gazed toward the horizon. A vast holy flame formed a wall with no visible ends, encircling the entire area. This must be the secret weapon prepared by the Light Expeditionary Force. Chen Mo stumbled over to a campfire and sat down. A few familiar faces were chatting casually there: Alice, Edward, Master Xianhe, Qin Mufeng, and others. Qin Mufeng was the first to spot Chen Mo, and immediately waved with a grin. "Hey, Mo Chen, over here." With Alice's help, Chen Mo slowly sat down, looked at Master Xianhe, clasped his hands together, and bowed his head in a prayer of Amitabha. Suddenly, he felt a sense of discomfiture, only to hear Edward sneer, "You've been asleep for 3 days, and you've just woken up? When are you going to pay me for saving your life?" Chen Mo ignored Edward's whining and turned to look at Qin Mufeng, questioning with some confusion, "Are you, really?" Chen Mo's mind was still swirling. He had been confronting the limb-removing knight, yet how had he suddenly been dragged into this illusion, pierced through the heart by Endless's 6 swords, and devoured most of his body by its tentacles? Thinking about it, Chen Mo touched his chest. The excruciating pain of being pierced through his body seemed to have lingered. Qin Mufeng smiled gently, handed him a cup of hot tea, and then slowly explained what had happened 3 days ago. "We originally received a mission to come and encircle and suppress Howard, the limb-removing lord of Kamalo City. We didn't expect that the lord had already died when we arrived, and instead a limb-removing knight, Edels, survived. In the center of Kamalo City, we found a huge deep pit where a massacre was taking place. When we saw you, you were already fighting with the 8-armed monster. We heard you shouting, but we couldn't make out what you were shouting. Originally, I was planning to wait for you to finish fighting before going down to pick up the loose ends. I never thought that you would be directly enveloped by the purple mist sprayed by the opponent, and then after a strange movement, you were stabbed by the tentacles that were ready to strike. I hurriedly flew down to blow up the monster and rescue you, but I didn't expect you, a bastard, to throw a nuclear bomb directly at me, raising the entire Kamalo City to the ground and blowing out a basin. Even Alice in her final form was nearly killed by you, let alone me. If it weren't for my faith in the god of sunshine, I would have been blasted to dust." After Qin Mufeng's ramblings, Chen Mo finally sorted out everything that happened before he lost consciousness. Those muddled memories were probably the result of the Limb Reaper Knight's abilities, causing a split in consciousness. unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. However, his reflexive nuclear bombing had completely wiped out everything, though it nearly wiped out his allies, which was rather embarrassing. Chen Mo pondered for a moment, then pulled 2 black gold cards from his mark backpack and tossed them to Qin Mufang and Alice. Here. This is a thank you gift for saving my life. There's 1 million black abyss coins on each card. Suddenly, Qin Mufang's grin stretched from ear to ear, making the scene seem a bit eerie. He quickly raised his chin to close his cracked jaw. On the other side, Edward stood up with a bang, exclaiming, "Holy crap! Rich bastard!" So much money. Chen Mo gave Alice a look, suggesting that the money could buy tons of food. Alice, still dazed, instantly brightened up and tucked the black gold card away inside her clothes. Glancing around, Chen Mo realized there was one person he hadn't yet repaid, the inconspicuous Master Xianhe. Noticing Chen Mo's gaze, Xianhe muttered a kind gesture. "Don't worry, Donor Machin. I have no worldly desires. Money is just a thing, okay?" Chen Mo felt troubled by this. The monk's mindset was that he didn't want money, but a favor without money was too expensive, and Chen Mo didn't want to owe it. After scratching his head, Chen Mo came up with a compromise: give Xianhe 3-piece set of Holy Light he had just learned. The 3 skills, Purification, Holy Light Bullet, and Holy Enchantment, would cost a total of 300,000 black abyss coins, a bit lopsided compared to the others, but Chen Mo had nothing else to offer him in return. After handing out 3 skill books, Chen Mo wondered if he could give him 2 more, perhaps a fireball skill book? Xianhe's eyes lit up when he saw the 3 holy light skills. He quickly took the skill books from Chen Mo and said happily, "That's enough. Thank you, Mo Chen. This method will be of great use to me." After spending most of his wealth and repaying several people, Chen Mo suddenly remembered that his physical condition at the time would have been impossible to survive without a high-level divine spell like advanced limb restoration. So who was the person who had performed this divine spell? Upon inquiry, Chen Mo discovered that it was the bishops of the Light Expeditionary Force who had saved him, free of charge, as a basic benefit of participating in the Black Smoke War. Speaking of the Black Smoke War, they immediately burst into conversation, accusing the absurd main quest of this. They were clearly just a bunch of first and second level rookies, yet they were being driven to the legendary battlefield. They had already reached the second ring of the encirclement, the intermediate blockade. The entire Black Smoke Divine Kingdom had shattered into dozens of fragments, each forming an absolutely forbidden zone. Once creatures below legendary rank entered the radiation range of the ruins, they would be affected by the divine laws and undergo irreversible changes. Chen Mo currently stood in the largest fragment of the Divine Kingdom. Rumor has it that the Black Smoke Demon God's core of deity resided there. The war had raged for so long, and besides countless casualties, the earth had been polluted and the sky shrouded in smog. Now, under the protection of the Holy Flame Wall, Chen Mo and his fellow players would gradually narrow the encirclement, trapping all evil forces within and dedicating the core of their deity to the great God of light and truth. It sounded ridiculous, like a melodrama, but Chen Mo had no choice. If he didn't, he would be forcibly charged with treason and face endless hunting. Even Alice and the others from other paradises couldn't escape this fate. They were also forcibly dragged into the war, allegedly to undergo some kind of advancement trial. However, Alice, already at level 2, was also dragged along. Listening to their conversation, Chen Mo felt a sense of oppression. He didn't know why, but he felt that this world was a bit hard to accept. While enjoying the rapid growth of the paradise, he seemed to have lost something. Every cycle of life and death suddenly eroded his passion for self-improvement. Why couldn't he just live a peaceful life after crossing over? Chen Mo had always resisted a life of violence. Especially after seeing the homeless Tima and the fallen paladin Edders, whose peaceful lives had been completely destroyed by the so-called players. Whose fault was this? All the grudges melted into a sigh from Chen Mo. However, Chen Mo's reclusive nature kept his change of heart from being noticed by others. A month later, Chen Mo and the other players arrived at a true destination, the Holy Light Fortress. This was the edge of the legendary battlefield, a sure field where 9th-rank experts roamed. 9th-rank professionals were mere cannon fodder. Facing the endless hordes of undead, the fortress stood like a stone in the middle of a mighty river, silently blocking the black tide of the undead. Chen Mo and his companions' mission was simple: to help defend the fortress and deliver food and potions to the 9th-rank soldiers. After the battle, they had to rescue the half-dead, risking a surprise attack from the hidden undead. This was a high-level battlefield, with countless nameless, terrifying monsters scattered across the battlefield, making it impossible to tell where safety lay. On their first day, they witnessed someone being swallowed whole by a buried undead earth dragon. Undead dragons, spewing deathly breath, filled the sky like a flock of migratory birds, leaving only sesame-sized specks hanging high in the sky. The pitch-black ground would occasionally crack, spewing forth lava, devouring passers-by who couldn't escape. The destination the players had arrived at wasn't a safe haven, but rather a lone ship on a stormy sea, teetering on the brink of collapse, sinking completely in the raging storm. "Is this some hopeless, ruined world?" Chen Mo muttered absent-mindedly, gazing at the 100-meter-high city walls. Soldiers scattered across the ground liked their wounds and reclined, each one bruised and their faces etched with despair. Chen Mo was assigned to be a paramedic, responsible for retrieving dying soldiers from outside the city and providing them with first aid. It was a dangerous job, requiring him to leave the city, but it was also a necessary one. Without anyone to clear out the undead, they would inevitably be engulfed by the surging tide of the undead. The holy flame wall stopped at this point. It wasn't a stop of its own accord, but rather the terrifying laws of darkness resisted the holy flame, leaving the two terrifying forces at a stalemate. For the previous month, Chen Mo hadn't actively hunted undead. Instead, he manifested his skills to other players daily and practiced his various spells. This was especially true for the Holy Light Trio, which lacked upgradable suffixes, requiring constant practice to perfect. Purification, a divine spell designed to expel negative status, became a healing spell in Chen Mo's hands, clearing away all perceived impurities. Consequently, Chen Mo frequently visited the expedition's temporary medical station, helping the injured recover. His proficiency in purification steadily increased, reaching a remarkable level. Although it wasn't directly visible on the dashboard, Chen Mo felt he had reached mastery level. It could easily remove toxins, clear infections, purify the undead, and even enhance beauty. This was one of the reasons Chen Mo was chosen as a medic, so he could perform purification and healing spells during rescue operations, increasing the patient's chance of survival. After 30 days of travel, Chen Mo had already experienced a mid-level battlefield siege. He simply watched, observing the NPCs struggle daily in the undead clash. During these 30 days, the players' income gradually decreased, and they were reduced to spectators, only able to run errands and do menial work. Chen Mo's skill sales business was also severely affected. He finally went directly to all players, selling several copies of Absolute Boundary at a price of 2 million each. At the end of the month, Chen Mo's net worth was 20 million. Unfortunately, this money couldn't be immediately converted into strength. After a day of rest, Chen Mo faced his first life-or-death mission. P.S. I've been speeding up my writing pace recently, because if I keep writing at this rate, I might not be able to finish the second volume, even if I finish my full-time work. Chapter 138 Arc Death Light. Delivering supplies to the nearest fortress of Eternal Light. As a medical assistant, Chen Mo would accompany the 4th Expeditionary Force of the St. Louis Empire, departing from the Fortress of Despair, known as Holy Light, towards Fortress of Eternal Light, one of the common lines of defense over 100 kilometers away. Chen Mo advanced amidst the crowd, his advance punctuated by armored soldiers, while the players themselves were stationed on either side, patrolling and delivering messages. 3 days passed in a flash, and Chen Mo could no longer see the Holy Light Fortress. The sky grew darker, and thick clouds, like mountains, weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. The scene slowly unfolded, revealing an endless march beneath the sky. Like a streak of golden-white rainbow light, it stretched long and stretched to the ground, standing out against the dim sky. This was the 4th Expeditionary Force of the St. Louis Empire, ordered to garrison Fortress of Eternal Light to prevent the dark creatures from escaping from the central battlefield and endangering the civilian population in the surrounding areas. Suddenly, the entire marching column halted, quickly forming a defensive formation. At the front, a thick black fog suddenly filled the air. A figure draped in a black, hooded robe slowly emerged, clutching a scepter taller than a human. The scepter's crown was inlaid with a black, prismatic gem, emitting an eerie black glow. High alert, defensive formation, the Legion commander at the forefront, upon seeing the sudden appearance of the black-robed mage, immediately went on alert. This sudden black fog had likely been forewarned, but the million-strong army behind him was unable to maneuver flexibly. The black-robed mage, blocking the marching column, slowly reached out to remove his hood and, in a hoarse, raspy voice, delivered a most terrifying and eerie welcome. Welcome to the place favored by the black smoke, young ones who believe in the holy light. Howie, the Legion commander, a legendary paladin, took a closer look and saw that the outstretched arm was nothing but fleshless bones, and beneath the hood lay a skull blazing with pale flames. Angus, glorious battle formation, call for support. The paladin sensed something was amiss. The enemy was definitely well prepared. He was about to shout at the deputy leader, Priest Angus, in the middle of the group, to lead the army in formation and call for support from the glorious church. Then, the skeleton mage in front of him let out a creepy, eerie laugh. He stomped the ground with his evil staff, and a deep voice emanated from the soul fire within his skull. Lightless dark realm. A black mist suddenly rose from behind the necromancer, rapidly spreading from the distant horizon, enveloping the sky. At the same time, the other three directions seemed to echo the black mist, rising in near synchronous fashion. Damn it, not just one, but 4 legendary necromancers. The Legion commander had no time to command his legion to respond. He had to interrupt the necromancer before he could complete his spell. He had to prevent the formation of the lightless dark realm to open a path for his escape and avoid being trapped within the dark realm. Because the lightless dark realm blocks the divine light of the gods, those within it cannot communicate with the gods, perform miracles, or replenish their own divine power. Stop. Glorious meteor, the Legion commander, gripping a massive dragon spear in his right hand and a half-man-high shield in his left, suddenly launched himself from his position like a beam cannon. The powerful stomping stomped the sacred armored dragon rhinoceros beneath him into the ground, leaving only a cracked crater and its head. The Legion commander, transformed into a star, slammed like a stream of light into the skeleton mage, who was casting the lightless dark realm 1,000 meters away. Clang! Before the sonic boom could even be heard, the light of an even more intense collision and explosion filled the air. Boom! The violent winds generated by the collision sent dust flying through the sky. The terrifying sound waves, like the sound of a missile exploding, stirred up waves of dust, and even distorted the air. An area several hundred meters in diameter at the center of the impact was completely cleared, and the soldiers at the forefront were blown to the ground. Fortunately, they were highly skilled and quickly scrambled to their feet, retreating to form a defensive formation. A figure slowly emerged from the thick dust. He wore an intricately patterned red tuxedo, a monocle, and a cane-shaped rapier. A slender, sickly pale hand grasped it. He waved it twice casually, performing a gentleman's salute. As expected of a legendary paladin, you have tremendous strength. Vampires, Otis Astor greets everyone, he then bowed directly. On the battlefield, etiquette ruled, only life and death. The Legion commander was no pedantic fool. The moment the legendary vampire swordsman lowered his head, he charged forward, intent on breaking the blockade and interrupting the skeleton spell. Oh, my goodness, our Legion commander is so rude. Can't you wait for me to say hello before you attack? You're really annoying me. The vampire swordsman transformed into a stream of blood-red sword light, slashing an arc to intercept the charging Legion commander once again. By this time, the lightless dark realm had already covered the sky above, severing the connection between the gods and their followers. Repeated obstructions had resulted in the expeditionary force, stretching 1,000 meters, now completely enveloped by the lightless dark realm. Unless the 4 legendary mages who cast the spell were killed or the blockade was broken by external forces, these tens of thousands of troops would be slowly worn down by these legendary masters. Damn it! Angus, you switch one. All troops, assemble, protect the sacrificial group. Seeing that the situation was irreversible and that he could not reach the skeleton mage under the protection of the vampire swordsman, the Legion commander leaped back to his troops. Now, they could only rely on these tens of thousands of soldiers to resist, but they didn't know how many would die today. Damn, even after death, their souls will be imprisoned by those damned skulls across the way, forbidden from entering our Lord's kingdom. The Legion commander spat fiercely, bracing himself for the worst. Chen Mo watched in horror as the sky enveloped the horizon in a black fog. The entire marching column suddenly stopped, as if something had happened at the front. Soon, the order for full alert spread, and all the soldiers gathered together, forming a battle formation. Chen Mo and the other mages were protected in the center, each warily gazing at the surrounding darkness. The thousands-meter-long marching column struggled to move toward the center. In the center, a group of priests formed a strange magic circle and began to pray in low voices. Light continuously overflowed from the center of the magic circle. Suddenly, a dazzling white light rose overhead. The warm and gentle glow dispelled the negativity and weakness that had been growing within the Dark Realm, boosting the confidence of the expeditionary force. The Deputy Legion Commander, the Holy Light Mage, took action, unleashing a massive auxiliary aura skill, Eternal Radiance. Suddenly, a chill swept through their hearts. A deep, soul-stirring voice echoed calmly through the minds of every man on the battlefield. Lord of the Undying and Eternal, you are the Lord of Death, you are the King of the Night. Life and death are meaningless in your hands, blood and carrion coagulate beneath your gaze. Great Undead King, follow your will and bestow death and suffering upon these foolish lackeys of the light, scourge of the undead. Where Eternal Radiance failed to reach, the ground suddenly rolled and cracked. Arms clung to rotten flesh, and even more, half-rotted dragons emerged from the earth. From either side of the column, countless undead creatures and undead skeletons emerged, unafraid of the light, charging the expeditionary force. The battle between life and death began, the clash of black and white like a tide, passionate concerto. The glorious soldiers wielded their weapons relentlessly, slashing back and forth at the dark creatures before them, crushed into a black tide. Rotting ghouls, monstrous abominations, headless knights mounted on skeletal war horses. Explosions of putrefaction and stench, sharp barbed claws, icing of their fire. The expeditionary force unleashed radiant sword energy, slicing through the dark straw before them. Yet, the fallen skeletal skeletons coalesced again and again, forming new monstrosities, once again shrouded in light, as resolute and fearless as moths to flame. Chen Mo's spells bombarded the endless stream of high-level undead, like drops of water in the ocean, creating no splash. Finally, he could only cast his purifying spells, illuminating his comrades with holy light. The undead were fearless, and even the fearless soldiers of St. Louis, enveloped in divine light, were forced to narrow their defensive perimeter. The key to this counterattack lay in the priesthood protecting the center. The Legion, enveloped in a glow, waited anxiously. Several powerful evil figures, watching from the periphery, also silently awaited something. The undead army was merely the appetizer, the main course was already imminent. The legendary warriors lurking in ambush weren't just the 5 the Legion commander had seen. 3 more legendary warriors were hidden in the shadows, each protecting a legendary mage in each direction. Now they had gathered, as if the wait had been long enough. The show was about to begin. Wallfacer, are you ready? The darkness and death ray is approaching, the leading skeletal mage demanded, his voice still the terrifyingly hoarse. He was a fanatical devotee of eternal darkness, an undead wallfacer. He would soon be the one to withstand the darkness and death rays onslaught head-on. The 4 legendary mages began casting a variety of buffing defensive spells, casting hundreds of unique defensive spells. They're coming. Open the passage to the Dark Realm and prepare for defense. A 1-meter-wide circular hole peeked through the black fog at the dome of the sky, and a black dot struck with pinpoint precision. While the necromancers gathered to protect themselves, the priests prepared for a decisive battle. The magic circle at the center of the expedition could no longer contain the flowing radiance, and strange waves spread out layer by layer. Wounded soldiers quickly recovered in the ripples of light and rejoined the battle. The undead creatures gradually melted like ice and snow under the scorching sun. Suddenly, a massive pillar of light, several hundred meters thick, shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire lightless dark realm. A sacred and majestic aura enveloped all living beings, bestowing upon them the power of blessing of radiance. The pillar of light shattered the dark sky above, dispersing the gloomy, dark cumulus clouds. The priest's prayer slowly echoed from the center of the magic circle, "You are light and truth. You are all beings, and you are the unity of all things. Wherever your divine light reaches, all are blessed. Wherever your gaze touches, darkness silently melts away. Please listen to the prayers of your devout followers, and pray that you will grant a miracle, summon the angels of light who will save the world, and purify this ominous, lightless land." The prayers echoed again and again, and the lightless dark world was flooded with light. The undead creatures were completely purged and disappeared in a cloud of white smoke. Only the legendary villains who had been hiding here remained, huddled within a sphere formed by the shield. Soon, the descending angels of light would purge them all. Above the priests, ripples of space spread from the center of the pillar of light. A 12-winged angel slowly emerged, shrouded in a sacred aura, leaving no place for evil to hide. When she opened her eyes, a look of panic filled her. She hurriedly enveloped the crowd below with her wings, but how many could she protect? Dark Death Ray had already arrived. Even the formidable Legion commander couldn't see the falling shadow. It landed casually somewhere in the lightless dark world, as if the caster didn't care whether it hit the target or not. Simply landing near the target counted as a hit. A terrifying and shuddering premonition of death filled every soul in the dark world. The Legion commander had no time to fear, and quickly activated his strongest defense, Glorious Barrier, to shield the soldiers around him. Even the many legendary villains protected by the Wallfacer panicked and activated various life-saving magic items. The suffocating atmosphere of death lasted only 3 seconds, giving everyone present a last-ditch hope. Just as everyone thought it was a false alarm, space within a 100-meter radius of the Shadow's landing point began to warp and shatter. Like shards of glass, the original image slowly swirled in the space. Immediately, a burst of black light enveloped an area 100 meters in radius, leaving only endless darkness, absorbing even the sight. Before anyone could react, space within a 500-meter radius of the impact point also twisted and shattered. This time, thousands of soldiers, unable to react, were swept up in the ensuing chaos. No one could even scream, only their terrified faces amidst the shards of glass. The black light reappeared before their eyes, the brief interval between each flash less than a tenth of a second separating them. Separating life and death. And now, the boundary of death continued to widen. The soldiers, witnessing their comrades being swept into the turbulent spatial shattering, finally recovered from their shock and attempted to flee. The next moment, the shattering radius expanded to 1,000 meters. Soldiers 1,000 meters away watched their comrades suddenly shatter and implode, like shattered glass portraits. They froze in shock, but they could no longer react, for their bodies, too, were being consumed by the Dark Death Ray. Within the deathlight, darkness shattered and pulverized into particles. Beyond it lay a bewildered, grappling with the repetition of the separation of life and death. In a single second, the Dark Deathlight flickered 9 times, its darkness nearly overflowing the lightless Dark Realm. Perhaps the Dark Realm itself had already been shattered and absorbed into it. The sky suddenly ripped apart, and the glorious Divine Kingdom appeared above the battlefield. The deity aloft in the Divine Kingdom seemed furious upon witnessing this scene. With a wave of his hand, a vast expanse of purifying holy flames descended, encircling the still expanding, Dark Deathlight. The darkness, blocked from devouring it, was helpless, halting its expansion and suddenly collapsing inward rapidly. The Dark Deathlight, collapsing into a singularity, erupted with blinding white light, a nuclear-like explosion that destroyed everything visible to the naked eye. Encountering the purifying holy flames, the white light suddenly transformed, becoming a deep, inky black, and began a second collapse. The airwaves that hadn't yet dissipated were forcibly drawn back again, and the newly formed singularity erupted with an all-consuming black light. This time, even the purifying holy flame couldn't stop it, and with a complete detonation of the Dark Death Ray, they cancelled each other out. A massive nuclear mushroom cloud appeared above the explosion site, a gray-black cloud shimmering with flashes of black light, as if mocking the gods in heaven, who had watched helplessly as millions of believers perished. The gods vanished, and the earth was littered with the bodies of wronged souls. Chapter 139, World-Destroying Thunder. After the complete detonation of the Dark Death Ray, no further damage was inflicted. Its entire force was concentrated within the radius of the purifying holy flame, devouring even the terrifying blast wave. Only a vast basin, 1,000,000 meters in radius, was left, scattered with eerie black flames. A lump of iron fell from mid-air, breaking apart and revealing 8 dusty, legendary villains. They experienced the terrifying power of the Dark Death Ray firsthand. However, the focus of this ambush wasn't to annihilate this million-strong expeditionary force. They had secretly come here to target the 3 commanders of the 4th Expeditionary Force and, most importantly, the 12-winged angel. After the Dark Death Ray exploded, all beings affected by the Death Ray would be transformed into undead or dark beings, even if they were reduced to their most basic particles. They gazed into the distance, searching for any surviving 12-winged angel. By corrupting him into a fallen angel, they could add another powerful holy mage-level force. Fragments of golden feathers slowly drifted down from the sky. The summoned angel had failed to protect anyone, and even he himself was now barely surviving, on the verge of death, unable to withstand the encroaching darkness. She gazed at the radiant knight, who had also survived at the bottom of the basin. The commander of the 4th Expeditionary Force, a knight with dragon blood, was truly tenacious. With this thought, the sacred white light gradually dimmed. The scattered black flames gathered and tightly enveloped the dying winged angel, forming a black eggshell. Evil was brewing. The legendary villains naturally discovered the inhuman commander and took the opportunity to finish off his miserable life. The leading legendary necromancer even began to work on the alchemical transformation of the Nightmare Knight. The scattered black flames began to waver, the flames suddenly expanded, and arms suddenly stretched out from the flames, like demons crawling out of hell. The 4th Expeditionary Force, returning from death, slowly gathered in the basin. When they returned, their identities were different. At the edge of the super basin, Chen Mo and a few other survivors who had managed to escape were still alive. They emerged from the thick dust and stared blankly at the gigantic crater, several kilometers in diameter. Endless flames of death burned within the pit, and fragmented golden feathers rained down from the sky. The entire 4th Expeditionary Force of the St. Louis Empire was utterly destroyed. Someone suddenly knelt on the ground, weeping and roaring silently, refusing to accept this reality. The surviving players also fell silent, as if unable to accept such a horrific natural disaster. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew. Ha. There are still a few lucky little guys here. Chen Mo looked up and saw that the person who came was a rotten zombie, gazing at him and the others with a sinister look and uttering an ambiguous laugh. Corpse witch. It's a corpse witch. Help. I don't want to become a zombie. A soldier, having lost his helmet, roared in panic the moment he saw the zombie in the sky. He dropped his weapon and ran off into the distance. After running a few dozen meters, he instinctively looked back. A bone spear pierced his chest with a whistling sound, pinning him to the ground. Ha. What a wonderful despair. This is the perfect material for a terror knight. He. Struggle. Resist. In despair, become fertilizer for death. Accompanied by the legendary Lich's laughter, 2 dark blue flames exploded with a bang, encircling Chen Mo and the others in a circle and completely cutting off their escape route. The sound of bones clashing echoed as skeletons clashed in golden and white armor, one after another, returned from the dead, holding sacred blades of light in their hands. Step by step, they approached Chen Mo and the others, forcing them deeper into the pit. This massive basin was 100 meters deep. Even though the slope at the edge provided some cushion, climbing back out was difficult once you fell in. Furthermore, at the bottom lay tens of thousands of soldiers of the St. Louis Empire's 4th Expeditionary Force, resurrected from the dead. A massive, blood-black cocoon suspended in midair was still trembling, as if gestating some terrifying monster. The few dozen survivors were forced to huddle together, edging ever closer to the edge. Above, the legendary Lich watched with a sinister smile. Below, countless bony hands burst forth from the earth, bringing with them an endless stench of decay. Someone stumbled and fell over the edge. As their screams faded, their tumbling form was engulfed in black flames, ultimately incinerating them into ash, which gradually dissipated. In this desperate situation, Chen Mo was already considering giving up. By abandoning his mission, he could return to paradise and completely avoid this mortal threat. Suddenly, as if parted by a massive hand, the crowd opened a path, and a bearded old man emerged, holding a staff as tall as a man. He was clad in the regal attire of the priesthood, his extravagant gold and white robe now tattered and stained like a rag. His hunched, gaunt figure seemed a touch aged, but his staff stood tall and unbending. Dong! 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 He struck the ground with his staff, a resounding thud. Particles of golden light began to appear behind him, and his figure gradually grew larger and more majestic. After 9 steps, he turned and looked at Chen Mo and the others, a kind smile on his face. He said, "Live. Don't give up hope. The light will guide you." With that, a massive golden divine magic circle, several hundred meters in diameter, suddenly materialized beneath his feet. Endless golden runes erupted from his body, blanketing the surroundings. The old man slowly ascended into the air, his body gradually dissipating, a dazzling golden white light emanating from all 7 orifices. The surging golden sea of runes even forced back the legendary Lich watching from above, frightening it so much it instantly retreated several thousand meters, watching the scene in disbelief. The next moment, a pillar of holy light, hundreds of meters thick, suddenly descended. Accompanied by the nameless chant of Sanskrit, a golden giant emerged from the pillar of light. He reached into the air with both hands, and produced a golden shield and longsword. Roar! Light and truth must not be desecrated. The golden giant stepped onto the void, knocking aside the legendary lich blocking his way, and slashed at the blood-black cocoon with a single blow. The hundreds-meter-long golden holy sword, like a cosmic splitter, split the entire sky in two, gathering all light into a sharp blade. Dang! The holy sword struck the cocoon, a sudden, bell-like sound. The shockwave from the collision pushed the entire basin downwards. The tens of thousands of dead at the bottom of the pit were crushed, their bones broken and shattered, their soul fires extinguished. A terrifying shockwave lifted Chen Mo and the others, sweeping them dozens of meters into the air before hurling them hundreds of meters further. Chen Mo tumbled to the ground, coughing up blood. The terrifying shockwave had left him numb and powerless. His magical energy was distorted, and he couldn't even cast his hydrotherapy spells. Cough cough, cough cough. Chen Mo planted one hand on the ground, the other spreading to catch the blood. The world seemed to be shaking in his eyes, his vision doubled, and he was on the verge of losing consciousness. Suddenly, a sharp scream rang out, and Chen Mo snapped back to consciousness, suddenly filled with pain, his face contorted. He clutched his head, his nails digging deep into his scalp, pressing against his skull. Blood trickled down his fingers, the double pain failing to soothe his collapsing consciousness. His heartbeat pounded, as if his entire soul were being torn apart. Chen Mo's heart suddenly trembled. He looked up. Beneath the sky, a black spear pierced the golden shield, pierced the chest of the golden figure, and pierced the earth. Beyond, a black curtain obscured the entire sky. Glancing intently, he saw a 12-winged angel with jet-black wings, a supreme giant with a wingspan of thousands of meters, a hand that could shatter the heavens. His gaze was devoid of light, coldness, despair, and numbness filled his being. In his hand, he grasped a massive black spear. He pierced the golden giant's shield, piercing hope. A cold wind blew, and all light turned to dust, carried away into the distance. Chen Mo's hands drooped helplessly. He had forgotten resistance, forgotten escape, and even returning to paradise was beyond his reach. He knelt on the ground, his hands hanging behind him, his head tilted upward, staring blankly at the black angel with a wingspan of thousands of meters, at the evil, twisted god of darkness descending. He allowed himself to be surrounded by countless dry bones, and the black flames to fall from the sky. They're all dead. They're all dead. Ha. They're all dead. Tears flowed uncontrollably, blood welling up in his throat, spilling from the corners of his mouth, dripping drop by drop onto the black earth. Chen Mo was so despairing that he couldn't close his mouth. He didn't dare close his eyes, fearing that if he did, even the light in them would fade. The next moment, a terrifying, invisible pressure suddenly descended, crushing Chen Mo into the ground, twisting and breaking his limbs. He looked over. Chen Mo understood. It was the Dark Angel looking here, a being above legend. A glance from he, a buzzing muttering echoed in his mind, like countless madmen chattering incessantly in his ears. Chen Mo felt annoyed, but he no longer had the strength to resist. Life was gradually fading, and Chen Mo's eyelids grew heavy. Slowly, they closed, and the world began to fade into dim line. Crack! Boom! The moment Chen Mo closed his eyes and lost consciousness, endless thunderstorm clouds suddenly appeared across the entire battlefield of black smoke. Countless bolts of lightning, each a different color, danced and crisscrossed within the dark clouds, like giant dragons hidden within them. The 8 legends beside the giant black angel felt a sudden pang of fear. The leading legendary necromancer, as if recalling something, suddenly shouted, "No! This is the world-destroying thunder. How could he be here? Quick! Have the 12-winged fallen angel stop him!" With a wave of his staff, he was about to open a portal to escape. Boom! But then, a dark blue lightning bolt struck the portal it had opened, triggering a special explosion. The entire world suddenly froze, freezing the 8 legends in midair. The Dark Angel turned stiffly and gazed skyward. At some point, a figure radiating lightning appeared in the sky. Though barely the size of an ordinary man, it possessed a terrifying, world-shaking pressure. Dull thunder roared continuously, and the sky sank even lower, threatening to merge with the earth. A dark light emerged from the wall-facer's body, and he terrifiedly pleaded for mercy from the thundering figure in the sky. "Respected world-destroying thunder, respected supreme thunder, please forgive me. I am only following orders. Please spare me. My master is..." The being revered as Supreme Thunder waved his hand casually, and a bolt of lightning hundreds of meters thick descended, completely enveloping the wall-facer and wiping out the other 7 along with it. He spoke softly, as if muttering to himself. "Let you go? When have you ever let go of those millions? Just for this thing? A birdman with 6 pairs of wings, have you been high in the divine kingdom for too long? Are you tired of living? Crack. Rumble. As the Thunder Supreme's words fell, endless lightning, like a pouring sea, enveloped the entire smoky battlefield. Amidst the endless thunder, the Black Angel's body was quickly obliterated. Its remaining will transformed into a small figure, kneeling in the Thunder Supreme's palm. As if recognizing the angel, the Thunder Supreme sighed inaudibly and crushed it into golden particles of light, which scattered across the black earth. It's over. Are you truly reconciled? Are you willing to sleep for 1,000 years? Melina, a green sprout broke through the black scorched earth and instantly grew into a towering tree. A graceful green figure emerged from its trunk. She smiled at the man who controlled the thunder and whispered a promise, saying, "Life and death are all fate. As long as life exists on this whale abyss, I, the goddess of life, will not vanish. My 1,000-year slumber is merely a repayment for this karma." The Supreme Thunder snorted coldly. Fate? This false fate will one day be deciphered by the Arcanists, and fully revealed before our eyes. Life Goddess Melina didn't reply. She pursed her lips and smiled faintly. Suddenly, a sense struck her, and she looked towards Chen Mo's position. It seems there are still survivors there. Why don't you take them to your side? Their fate, it seems, instantly. The entire world came to a complete standstill. From the thunder to the plants, nothing moved. Even the goddess of life's limbs were stiff. A terrifying, massive black hole instantly enveloped the sky. Its divine might, surpassing that of a 14th-rank supreme mage, suppressed the two men. In an instant, billions of information converged. The black hole, like a raging rage, drew closer, and the entire world began to tear and shatter. After a moment, or perhaps eons, the enraged black hole was forcibly pushed out of this world, its accumulated thunder descending once more. That's, Melina, the goddess of life, looked toward the heavens with some concern. In her billions of years as a deity, she had never witnessed such a terrifying being. It felt as if her kingdom of God had been utterly shattered in that instant. The Supreme Thunder Lord waved his hand without replying, turning to look at the position of Chen Mo and the others. He had a vague sense of realization, among those lucky few on the brink of death lay the opportunity for him to take the next step. Chapter 140 Leaving. The Thunder Supreme raised his hand, and endless flashes of lightning emerged from the ground. Along with the lightning, countless souls and survivors who hadn't yet become undead emerged. With a gentle lift of his right hand, the survivors were drawn to the Supreme's palm by an invisible force. Looking at these pitiful beings, his eyes showed neither joy nor sorrow. The moment he saw Chen Mo, his heart suddenly palpitated. Since this is fate, let's see. Will you lead me to explore the truth of fate, or will we perish together in the passing of time? With that, the Thunder Supreme gently closed his palms, nodded to the goddess of life, Melina, and vanished. After he vanished, Melina gazed at the devastated earth, overcome with sorrow. She sighed softly, her breath transforming into a spring breeze, slowly soothing the scorched earth. Countless vines and plants began to grow wildly outward from her center. At the bottom of the vast basin, groundwater seeped through the layers of soil and met the murky air. Melina cupped her hands before her chest, curling up into a wooden statue. For the next millennia, she would sleep here, quietly, awaiting the earth's reawakening, the final dissipation of the laws of the black smoke, and the return of reincarnation. High above, a boundless starry sky. Across the vast astral realm, two giants, like cosmic wonders, played chess. One, like holy light, gentle and dazzling. The other, like the sun, blazed in crimson flames, ablaze with a blazing radiance. Behind the giant of light lay the boundless kingdom of light, a realm of truth formed by an endless galaxy of stars. The fire giant possessed no such grandeur. Behind him lay a colossal sun, vaster than the Milky Way itself. Its terrifying platinum gold flames melted space and time, dissolving all laws into nothingness, leaving only endless flames. They were playing Go. Two gods from the Whale Abyss continent were actually playing Go. If anyone had seen them, they would have been surprised. The fire giant picked up the black piece and gently pressed it down. The starry chessboard made a click, and the ripples were instantly smoothed out. The next moment, the kingdom of God behind the light giant seemed to be pierced by a black spear, piercing through it completely. The light giant frowned, as if sensing something, and wanted to look away. The fire giant hammered the chessboard and said angrily, "What are you looking at?" You were the one who dragged me here to play Go, and now you don't want to play anymore. Are you kidding me? Do you believe I can burn your kingdom of God down with fire? The light giant raised his head and smiled kindly, looking meaningfully at the fire god. Your acting is terrible. You're not acting like it at all. But I've achieved my goal, so let's call it a draw. Upon hearing this, the fire god erupted in anger. He slammed the chessboard, causing all the pieces to jump. He roared, "What about a draw? I've already tied 4 pieces, and you're going to lose this next move, and you're still trying to cheat." Flaming meteors streaked across the endless starry sky, smashing directly into the glorious kingdom of light, like a cosmic wall, instantly reducing the vast holy city to ruins. The god of light and truth ignored him and smiled as he departed from the starry sky. In a flash, the vast kingdom of light returned to its original state, vanishing along with the light. The fire god's temper subsided, his deity becoming serious. He gazed down at the ground, where the black smoke battlefield lay, where one of his close friends was cleaning up the mess. His name was the Eternal Blazing Sun, and he held the second of the 14 thrones in the kingdom of the gods. To allow his good friend, world-destroying Thunder Sanders, to deal with the black smoke divine kingdom, he had gone to great lengths to hold back the god of light and truth. But this outcome was exactly what the god of light had anticipated, causing Eternal Blazing Sun a headache. The world of old silver coin was truly incomprehensible. Billions of years of planning, all for this moment? His gaze pierced through endless time and space, landing on Chen Mo for a moment. He was baffled. On the ground, Sanders led the dozens of lucky souls to the border of the god's kingdom. The black smoke battlefield was already very close to the border of the land of faith. With a rank 14 flight ability alone, he could easily cross hundreds of light years. Beyond that, it was no longer accessible solely by flight. Sanders paused, casting hundreds of buff spells on the dozens of people in his charge. Countless magic circles flickered in the sky, and runes of various colors emerged from the void, slowly landing on the bodies of the people and melting into them. Preparations complete, Sanders was ready to depart, traveling tens of thousands of light years away to perform a trans-dimensional teleportation array. Level 14 Supreme Mages were forbidden from entering the kingdom of the gods. Sanders had sneaked in with the help of his good friend, the Eternal Blazing Sun, having accepted a commission from the goddess of life, Melina, to clean up the mess. As the guardian of the 4 corners of the arcane heaven, Sanders' presence undoubtedly caught the attention of the gods above the stars. He was also the most convenient and efficient high-end combat force. With just a few breaths, he could wipe out the entire force and put an end to the black smoke war that stretched across the endless mountains and rivers. Sanders produced a leaf, a pass granted by the goddess of life, and pressed it against the supergalactic barrier at the border. Through the goddess's power, a human-sized hole appeared in the barrier. A terrifying cosmic wind blew in from outside the hole, obliterating everything in its path. Sanders passed through the hole and arrived directly outside the kingdom of the gods. That was the real whale of this continent, a forbidden zone of endless chaos, the real world. Without the protection of a supergalactic barrier, Sanders placed the tiny particles in his palms against his chest, carefully guarding them. If he wasn't careful, they would all be reduced to the most basic particles, even consciousness would cease to exist. Sanders took a light step and disappeared from his position. In a blink of an eye, he was already light years away. Step by step, after an unknown amount of time, he finally reached a sufficient distance to activate the teleportation array back home. This place was tens of thousands of light years away from the border of the god's realm, equivalent to the size of several galaxies. Sanders closed his eyes, and a teleportation array patterned thousands of kilometers in size appeared under his feet. The next moment, with a loud bang, a terrifying pillar of energy rose from the ground, its shockwave destroying everything within tens of thousands of kilometers. The beam pierced through space-time, and visible spatial fragments filled the sky and earth. Under the power of the Supreme Mage, this teleportation beam would last for tens of millions of years, becoming a near-eternal wonder in this real world. Chapter 141 Become a Disciple? A year later. In the Thunder Plain, beneath a small waterfall, Chen Mo sat cross-legged on a large rock, letting the water cascade down from his head, washing over his body and soul. The surging current occasionally flashed with blue lightning, crackling and sending up clouds of mist. In the distance, an old man sat peacefully in cross-legged position, quietly guarding the spot, silently watching Chen Mo. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed, and a figure slowly approached from the void. Hasn't he emerged from the shadows yet? The old man hurriedly stood up, bowing respectfully, and addressed the visitor. Mr. Sanders, you're here. It's not like the child hasn't emerged yet, he's at least halfway. I believe we can return to normal life. This year's training has been very effective. Sanders nodded and waved the old man away. He slowly walked to the edge of the pool and looked at Chen Mo, whose brows were furrowed. In Sanders's view, Chen Mo had become pristine, completely free of any dark or foul aura. All the contamination he had endured in the kingdom of the gods had been washed away by this waterfall of thunder. Now, it was time to make his plan. Sanders casually threw a ball of lightning into the pool. The sudden burst of lightning instantly electrocuted Chen Mo, who had his eyes closed, into a state of epilepsy. He convulsed, foaming at the mouth, and collapsed onto a large rock. Sanders's face remained calm. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Stop pretending. Follow me. It's time to arrange your funeral." Chen Mo's mind suddenly stiffened at this, his mind swirling with confusion. Family? Holy shit. Are you finally going to use me for some sinister experiment? Chen Mo tried to put on a resentful expression, hoping to disgust him, but a bolt of lightning descended, transforming into an electric net that engulfed Chen Mo and held him aloft, dangling him behind Sanders. Soon, they were inside the Thunder Magic Tower. Sanders sat in a high-backed chair, quietly observing Chen Mo below. Nearby stood two other beings, a man and a woman, each with dragon horns, and a willow tree. Chen Mo, a seasoned man, certainly wasn't afraid, but when the willow tree spoke, it still startled him. Sanders waved his hand, looking at Chen Mo seriously. After a moment's hesitation, he sighed and said, "I intend to accept you as my last disciple. You will be my last student, and you will also be eligible to learn Chaos Thunder Magic." Chen Mo was stunned. What did he mean? Accept me as his disciple? He went through all this trouble just to take me in? Seeing a huge question mark on Chen Mo's face, Sanders continued, "Don't be confused, but rather be vigilant. There's no such thing as a free lunch. The true meaning of magic is the exchange of ranks. I accept you as my apprentice to break the shackles of fate. It's too early to tell you that. Now, you only need to answer whether you are willing to become the disciple of me, the supreme mage of world-destroying thunder." Chen Mo was still confused. How did it come to the apprenticeship stage? He wasn't even ready? Ever since he escaped death from the Black Smoke battlefield a year ago, he couldn't return to paradise. He had accumulated tens of millions of Black Abyss coins and had no place to spend them. He couldn't return to Blue Star, and his mission was marked as completed and could not be settled. The person who kidnapped him actually wanted to keep him as his apprentice. What on earth was going on? As he was thinking, Chen Mo suddenly saw a human face emerge from the trunk of the willow tree. It was sticking out its lips at Chen Mo, as if saying, "Hurry up and agree." Chen Mo raised his head, looked at the man sitting on the throne, and asked seriously, "Then what's the price? What kind of price do I need to pay? You yourself said that the true meaning of magic is the exchange of levels, so there must be a price for me to be your apprentice, right?" After listening, Sanders rarely smiled, and seemed quite relieved. He said gently, "It seems that you agree. Very good. You don't have to worry about losing anything. The price you have to pay is just to help in the future. When the time comes, you will naturally understand. From today on, I will be your mentor. You can call me Mr. Sanders. The willow tree on the left is your senior brother. You can ask him for your daily expenses in the future. The ones on the right are my contracted pets, the Thunder Dragon and the Red Flame Dragon. In addition, you have a second senior brother and a senior sister. They are not here at the moment. You can communicate more when you meet in the future. Tomorrow I will bestow upon you the inheritance. Be prepared and maintain a high spirit. As for the existence behind you, I will also tell you tomorrow." With that, Sanders transformed into a flash of lightning and vanished in a flash. The two dragonmen smiled at Chen Mo and left. Chen Mo stared at the willow tree in confusion. Just as he was about to ask why, a gentle voice rang out. "Junior brother, if you need anything, you can speak directly to any of the plants here. I can hear them. I'm going to water the flowers now. See you tomorrow, Chen Mo." Huh? In the blink of an eye, everyone vanished, leaving Chen Mo alone in the hall of the magic tower, bewildered. What did I promise? Why did they all run away? The next day, Chen Mo was led to a massive pond. The water in the pond was not ordinary water, but violent lightning, accumulated until it had condensed into liquid. Chen Mo gasped repeatedly. The raging energy electrified his hair, and his mind began to blaze with warnings. The danger before him was no less than being plunged into a frying pan. Sanders stood by the pond, his hands behind his back, and whispered, "I can help you completely break free from the confines of paradise. The so-called Black Abyss Paradise is merely the playground of an ancient god. Everything he did was to pass the time, so your power came too quickly and crudely. You haven't properly grasped the knowledge and fundamentals of magic. If this continues, you'll never be able to break free from Paradise's constraints, and will become nothing more than a puppet." As Sanders spoke, a girl in a black gothic Lolita outfit suddenly appeared. She glared at him angrily, her hands on her hips, her eyes fierce, as if she owed him millions. Sanders ignored her gaze and continued speaking. "I'm not saying this to disparage the Lord of the Black Abyss. On the contrary, I may need his help. Ancient gods like him are rare. This is the first time I've encountered one in an epic." Sanders gave the gothic girl a gentleman salute, his gaze clear, unfazed by her ill intentions. Time suddenly stopped for a moment, and Chen Mo thought his graphics card had dropped frames. In a flash, the gothic girl snorted at Sanders and disappeared. Now, only Sanders was left, looking at him with a smile, as if he were looking at some precious treasure. Chapter 142. Are you arranging your funeral? Just as Chen Mo was puzzled, Sanders raised his hand and flung him into the pool of thunder. The moment he landed, a terrifying explosion of lightning erupted. Chen Mo felt his body spasm, his consciousness instantly paralyzed, and even his soul lost all perception. The entire world was plunged into a blanket of white. Within the vast expanse of his consciousness, Chen Mo was frozen in place. A second passed, and it felt like countless years. The passage of time threatened to obliterate his consciousness. Just as Chen Mo believed he would never escape again, his entire body sank into a state of utter numbness. A flash of lightning struck the white world. Silvery white lightning streaked across the sky, tearing the white world apart. With a single point of shattering, the entire consciousness began to collapse and shatter, before being absorbed completely by a swirling, pitch-black object. It was a terrifying celestial body in the universe, a quasar black hole. The white streaks torn into streams of light were Chen Mo's consciousness. As the distance shortened, Chen Mo inevitably fell into the black hole. Instantly, Chen Mo suddenly opened his eyes and woke up from his deep sleep. At this time, he was lying at the bottom of the thunder pool. The thunder pool had dried up, as if all the thunder essence liquid had been absorbed by Chen Mo. Sanders floated in the air, staring at Chen Mo with a smile. As their eyes met, Chen Mo felt as if a mysterious energy swept across his body. Boom, boom, boom. A strong heartbeat suddenly sounded, and Chen Mo looked at his right chest in surprise. That was the location of the black hole singularity. At this moment, it was beating steadily and powerfully, driving Chen Mo's entire body to begin to resonate synchronously. A constant stream of warmth flowed through Chen Mo's body, and the continuous emergence of power made Chen Mo constantly have the illusion of being invincible. Sanders slowly descended and came in front of Chen Mo, with a gentle expression as if he was looking at his own child. "Chen Mo, you have now officially inherited my power. This is the power of the ancient thunder of the Whale Abyss world. Life and death are all contained within this endless thunder. I hope you can master this power." Chen Mo was stunned. What? I'm here." Sanders gently patted Chen Mo's shoulder and said soothingly, "Don't worry, I've prepared something else for you." Chen Mo's vision flickered as he and Sanders arrived at the lobby of the magic tower. Sanders turned and slowly walked to his seat. With a flip of his hand, 2 magic books appeared before him. With a gentle push, both books simultaneously appeared in front of Chen Mo, circling him like 2 elves. "The person who gave you this magic book is quite good. You can read it as an extracurricular resource. The sealing techniques within are suitable for cultivating academic interests." Sanders tapped the armrest with his fingertips, and as he spoke, the magic book of Aspen flew in front of Chen Mo, its pages fluttering as it opened. As Chen Mo was dazzled, the book whizzed into his forehead and disappeared. The next moment, Chen Mo found the book within his own memory palace. Unlike the knowledge copied from his own memory, this book contained a wealth of supplementary information, and Chen Mo could quickly grasp it. Unlike the amusement park's forced indoctrination of all knowledge, this approach used a gentler approach, deepening your understanding as you learned and read, allowing you to master the knowledge more quickly. Watching Chen Mo's silly dance at the bottom of the stairs, Sanders felt an inexplicable smile. This was the power of new life. Sooner or later, These newborns would grow into new pillars, ushering in the next era. Sanders clapped his hands gently, waking Chen Mo. He explained, "I've modified this book to better align with modern arcane research. I've also added a permanent spell, Arcane Scholar. This spell will enhance your learning ability and make it easier for you to grasp knowledge. Don't worry about any side effects from this spell. Its essence is to help you develop your mental potential and better unleash your full learning and computational abilities. This won't create excessive dependency. What I'm about to give you will be what you'll become dependent on." With a wave of his hand, another magic book appeared before Chen Mo. Countless electric snakes coiled around its ancient cover, making the entire book look like an electric generator, brimming with the dangers of high voltage. With a thud, the Thunderbolt magic book crashed into Chen Mo's forehead and landed directly above the memory palace. The overwhelming pressure it emanated enveloped the entire palace, and countless buildings composed of Chen Mo's consciousness began to tremble and crumble. Just as Chen Mo was about to give up, the entire world suddenly fell silent. The Thunder Spellbook ceased its restlessness and chose the largest and most magnificent palace in the Heavenly Palace, taking possession of it and becoming the sole source of knowledge within. In Chen Mo's mind, Aspen's Spellbook involuntarily arrived outside the palace, floating silently there like an ancient imperial guard. Chen Mo descended the stairs and entered the main hall. The Thunder Spellbook hung high within, emitting endless lightning, illuminating the entire hall in a blue-white glow. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Chen Mo, and he instantly understood the book's purpose. It not only represented the lifelong magical achievements of Sanders, the world-destroying thunder, but also served as a super-quantum computer, enabling Chen Mo to perform complex mathematical calculations and simplify the complex models of super-level spells. The knowledge within the spellbook seemed innate to Chen Mo, easily accessible and accessible with a single thought. It contained not only Sanders' most powerful thunder magic, but also the most comprehensive collection of all arcane heavenly spells, arcane achievements, and alchemical knowledge. It was practically the entire knowledge of an entire magical civilization, crammed directly into Chen Mo's tiny brain. Such a magnificent inheritance left Chen Mo restless for a long time, his chest heaving and his breathing quickening. Why? Why give me all this? I don't even know your name, and you're giving me all your life's achievements. Chen Mo stared directly at Sanders, struggling to calm himself as he questioned him. Sanders lowered his head in thought. It seemed as if he had truly not told the boy his name. It had been so long since he'd interacted with anyone that he'd forgotten he was from another world and didn't recognize him. Sanders raised his hand, and the entire hall suddenly transformed into a dazzling starry sky. In an instant, countless images were reflected in the starry sky. It was Sanders' life story. Every memory that could be shared with outsiders, replayed over and over for Chen Mo to watch. As if under the influence of a time spell, Chen Mo reviewed all the memories in the blink of an eye. Still awed by the legendary life story of this master he'd picked up for free, he heard a calm and composed voice from the front. "My name is World-Destroying Thunder Sanders, one of the chairmen of the Supreme Academic Association of the Arcane Heavens, the Western Guardian of the Arcane Heavens, and the Lord of the Chaos Thunder Sea." Ahem, that's it. Chen Mo stared blankly at the man before him, who was solemnly stating his titles. However, he had so many titles that Sanders dragged on for over half an hour without finishing, forcing Chen Mo to cough and interrupt his introduction. Chen Mo clearly knew Sanders' name from the previous video, as well as the tens of thousands of other titles. If you were to recite them one by one, it would probably take days and nights to finish. Chen Mo felt that this was unnecessary. He already had a deep understanding of his mentor's legendary experience. Sanders glanced at his new apprentice in confusion, suspecting some kind of physical ailment. He then scanned his mind with his own power, investigating, and realized that he had too many titles to list in such a short time. This second magic book represents my life's academic achievement. You may not follow the same path as me, but this knowledge can point you in the right direction. I've also constructed a hyper-dimensional computing core for you to assist with your daily mathematical calculations. This auxiliary computing core will gradually make you dependent, so you must strive to overcome this dependence and gradually devour it. Once you have fully integrated it, you will have successfully entered the realm of legend. This core can be continuously transformed and improved, but only after you reach the threshold of legend. Now, here's my final gift for you. Sanders looked toward the hall entrance. Chen Mo followed his gaze. The two dragonmen from earlier were slowly emerging from nothingness and approaching. The humanoid red flame dragon held a 1-meter-tall dragon egg in its arms. The egg was crisscrossed with patterns of flame and lightning, gleaming with a terrifying energy glow, and the faint ripples of life emanating from it were incredibly powerful. The red flame dragon smiled as it handed the dragon egg to Chen Mo. As Chen Mo stared in astonishment, she smiled and said, "This dragon egg is our daughter. Since I didn't have time to care for her, I left her unhatched inside. In nearly 1,000 years, she's grown so big." The red flame dragon's hand gently caressed the egg, rubbing the lines on it like a mother lovingly gazing at her child. She continued, "From now on, I'll leave her in your care, Your Highness Mo Chen. The child's father and I can go on our honeymoon. All you have to do is drop a drop of your blood, mixed with your spiritual power, onto the dragon egg to sign a master-servant's contract. Then, my child will become your lifelong companion, accompanying you through thick and thin, never abandoning you." Chen Mo, huh? Ouch! Holding the dragon egg, Chen Mo suddenly felt a pain in his palms. Countless wounds appeared on his palms, and blood slowly flowed out, forcibly absorbed by the dragon egg. In the blink of an eye, it had absorbed most of Chen Mo's blood and magic, exceeding the lethal dose. Just as Chen Mo thought he was about to be sucked to death by the dragon egg, the black hole in his body suddenly erupted with a terrifying beam of energy, blasting directly into the dragon egg. The dazzling light illuminated the scene inside the dragon egg on the eggshell. The figure of a little girl curled up, sleeping quietly within the dragon egg, her eyelashes still fluttering. After more than 10 seconds, the terrifying energy gradually subsided, and the dragon egg stopped absorbing Chen Mo's blood and magic, as if it had been fed. Chen Mo looked up and saw that the dragon egg's parents, the two humanoid dragons, had fled, leaving only an empty hall. This immediately made him lose his composure. They ran away? How irresponsible. They laid an egg, didn't hatch it, and deliberately let the child sleep inside the egg for 1,000 years. Now, they left it to him, and the couple ran off for their honeymoon? This was too much? Chen Mo could sense that his soul had become intimately connected to the dragon egg. Her heartbeat began to synchronize with his own, thumping with powerful rhythms. He could even sense some of her thoughts, as if she were saying, "Hungry, eat, oh boy. She's a foodie. Regarding your second clone, I've secured a small change for you. Your clone can now inherit some of your power." Sanders's words drifted softly into Chen Mo's ears, suddenly reminding him of his own clone. For the past year, he had almost forgotten Caesar's existence. It felt as if the clone had been sleeping in its own private room in paradise. That was Chen Mo's soul feeling, but he couldn't communicate with it, so he couldn't do anything. Hearing Sanders' words, Chen Mo subconsciously began to communicate with his clone. With a mere thought, Chen Mo felt his body twist, and his clone separated from his original body. The sense of distance vanished. It was as if his clone had just arrived from an infinitely distant paradise, instantly transported within his body. It was even more magical than teleportation. The clone no longer resembled a hunched, skinny old man, but had taken on the same appearance as Chen Mo. Upon closer inspection, Chen Mo discovered that the clone's strength was only about 50% of his own. The primary reason for this was that it lacked the black hole singularity within his body. Feeling the overwhelming power within him, Chen Mo was in disbelief. How could he have been so lucky to have so easily acquired such an unimaginable inherited power? The constant stream of surprises had left Chen Mo dizzy, fearing that any moment of it had been a daydream. Ahem. Chen Mo, my apprentice, my time is running out. Would you mind calling me master? Sanders stood up, looking at Chen Mo expectantly, his demeanor far less composed than before. Chen Mo met Sanders' gaze and carefully voiced his inner doubts. Are you about to die? Why do I feel like you're arranging your funeral now? Sanders suddenly laughed, as if Chen Mo's cautiousness touched his funny bone. Ha ha ha, my apprentice, you don't have to worry. The life of the master has touched eternity. Unless the era changes, I will be an eternal and immortal existence. What I give you is actually what everyone has. You don't have to panic, my time is running out, because I am about to enter a higher realm. By then, I will not be able to be your wingman. By then, some of my friends who do not agree with you will come to trouble you. So you have to grow up to an independent level as soon as possible. After speaking, Sanders looked at Chen Mo with a burning gaze, as if waiting for Chen Mo to say that sentence. Chen Mo, who felt uncomfortable being looked at, said shyly, "Mentor. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 Senior Brother Weber Herring. Ha ha ha. Okay. My apprentice, from now on, if you have any questions, you can go to your senior brother, Weber Herring. He will answer all your questions, and I will wait for you quietly. As Sanders finished speaking, his figure gradually dissipated, leaving only wisps of lightning. The entire hall was suddenly empty, leaving only Chen Mo standing there blankly, clutching the dragon egg. Chen Mo, what should I do now? Chen Mo walked out of the magic tower, confused, and lost in thought as he looked at the world before him. This was the core floating city in Sanders's exclusive demiplane, a powerful weapon dedicated to mages. The demiplane was Sanders's home, a small world of his own, typically used to store a mage's treasures. The demiplane was also his greatest weapon against enemies, but Sanders's current strength was beyond the influence of external factors. The battles of a supreme mage were no longer subject to the intervention of ordinary weapons. Perhaps it was his personality, but Sanders's floating city resembled a deserted island, overgrown with weeds and devoid of human life. The only structure was the several hundred-meter-tall magic tower behind Chen Mo, a metallic tower gleaming with azure lightning. Thick black thunder clouds towered overhead, and lightning continuously struck the tower's summit. Looking at the tower's design, Chen Mo couldn't help but recall the construction of the magnetic storm tower in his old Red Alert game. It resonated perfectly with his mentor's philosophy. The floating city seemed endless to Chen Mo, at least he couldn't see its edge. A rough calculation suggested it must be tens of thousands of square kilometers. On this barren land, the only plants that could survive a lightning strike were those with high lightning resistance, such as lightning trees and lightning grass. Chen Mo didn't see any lightning-attributed life, though perhaps there were even yellow-skinned rats. Perhaps it was the result of the year-long daily bathing in the Thunder Falls, or perhaps it was the absorption of the Origin Thunder Pool, but Chen Mo was now not at all afraid of the thundering lightning from the sky. Instead, he felt an eagerness to be struck by lightning. A deep desire lingered in his heart, subconsciously believing that the lightning posed no threat to him, but rather a delicacy imbued with immense energy. After randomly choosing a direction, Chen Mo wandered through the wilderness, letting the thunder and lightning of various colors fall from the sky. He had seen more lightning in the past half hour than in the previous 29 years of his life. Not far away, swarms of ball lightning bolts darted about, some even possessing bizarre and diverse shapes, moving like spirits, full of spirits. Soon, Chen Mo discovered a field. It turned out to be a field planted with lightning-struck grass. Golden lightning continuously struck the field, causing the golden grass to sway and shake. Chen Mo subconsciously walked into the field, feeling a mixture of anticipation and nervousness. And then, a terrifying palpitation suddenly hit him, and he tried to dodge, but it was too late. Boom! Chen Mo opened his mouth and exhaled a cloud of black air, falling backward. When he woke up again, he was lying on a rattan bed, surrounded by a vibrant vine rack covered with unknown fruits. A cool breeze blew past, and the fruits swayed with the wind, making a crisp sound like bells. Chen Mo was just about to reach out and pick one to taste it when a scolding voice came from beside him. "If you dare to pick that fruit, I will hang you up and feed you to the human-eating flowers, my dear little junior brother." Chen Mo froze and slowly turned his head, only to find that the person who came was a handsome young man with round-framed glasses. The aura of a scholar and aristocrat washed over him, making an ordinary person like Chen Mo feel a little inferior, and he couldn't help but admire him. Fuck. How can he be so elegant? Is this just a real person? Weber Herring placed his books on the planter beside him, picked up 2 glasses of unidentified beverages, and handed one to Chen Mo. He casually sat back, and vines automatically sprouted from under his butt, forming a chair. "Let me introduce myself. I'm your senior brother, Weber Herring. I'm a 12th level Imperial Mage and a 10th ring Arcanist. You can call me Brother Weber." Chen Mo nodded dazedly, almost forgetting to speak. After all, he didn't yet understand the power level of the 12th level, but he thought to himself that it must be a very powerful realm. Looking at the stunned Chen Mo, Weber Herring's mood grew even more gloomy. He continued, "I've already arranged a school for you. Here's the key to the house in your row, and this card is your pocket money. The teacher has already given you all the magical inheritance, so don't bother me unless you have something important to do. If you have any questions, go directly to the teacher at school. Also, don't tell anyone about becoming the teacher's close disciple. or you'll get into a lot of trouble. Oh, right. You also have a senior sister and a second senior brother. They're not here, and I'm sure you don't want to see them either. Remember not to let them see you on your future trips." With that, Weber stood up and prepared to leave. He was going to water his fields. Chen Mo panicked when he saw him stand up, quickly getting out of bed and calling out, "Brother Weber." Weber stopped and looked at Chen Mo in confusion, waiting for his question. "What do you mean by school?" Chen Mo asked cautiously. Weber raised his eyebrows and explained patiently, "It's a school for learning magic. The teacher doesn't have time to teach you the basics now, and I don't have time either, so you have to go to magic school to study. You haven't been to school before, right?" Although Chen Mo understood a little when he heard it, he was still a little embarrassed, and hesitantly said, "That? Senior brother Weber, I still have to go to school when I'm almost at the 3rd level." When Weber heard this, he was immediately happy, as if he had discovered a new continent. He stared at Chen Mo straight, and after circling around a few times and finding that this kid was really not teasing him, he said cautiously, "It seems that you really lack a lot of common sense. What do you think a magic school is? Is it just a place to teach magic apprentices and low-level wizards?" Weber waved his hand, and countless green plants emerged from the ground, outlining many vivid pictures. This magical scene made Chen Mo a little moved. Weber pointed to those pictures and explained to Chen Mo, "Look, this is the magic school you're about to enter. Its mission is to teach you, little kids, magic from level 1 to level 9. Only when you open the gates of legend and write your own legendary chapter can you officially graduate." Weber gently patted Chen Mo's shoulder and soothed him, "You still have a long way to go. Take your time." Leaving Chen Mo in a daze, Weber left alone. Chen Mo was still lost in the images, muttering the word legend. He looked up and saw his cheap senior brother was gone. A sudden headache gripped him. Why were the masters he'd just joined so irresponsible? They were all hands off. The next moment, a flower blossomed on Chen Mo's shoulder, and Weber's voice echoed from the bud. "I forgot to tell you, there's a teleportation array on the 1st floor of the magic tower. You'll be transported to the city tomorrow morning. Remember to take the things I gave you. You're a mature wizard now. You need to learn to be independent." The flower fell from his shoulder, and Weber's voice faded away. Chen Mo scratched his head, frowning at the items on the plant stand. For the past year, unable to contact paradise, his strength had remained at peak level 2, unable to break through to level 3. While training beneath a waterfall, Chen Mo had questioned the old man guarding him, but he simply smiled and shook his head. Forced to do so, Chen Mo resorted to daily meditation, calming his mind and convincing himself to accept his current situation. While his strength hadn't improved much, his magic power had increased rapidly. Furthermore, Chen Mo felt his heart become purer, his spirit elevated, and his usual muddled thoughts were no longer in sync. This might be the benefit of consistent meditation, a conclusion Chen Mo came to after sensing his magic power had doubled. Recalling the initial confusion he felt upon arriving here, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a wave of worry. A year after leaving, he wondered what was happening back home in the Black Domain. The players in Paradise were far higher level than him, weren't they? And what tens of millions of Black Abyss coins were he still waiting to spend? Mumbling to himself, Chen Mo turned back to his rattan bed, picked up the things Brother Weber had left behind, and began to examine them. A bracelet shaped like some kind of plant. Is this a key? A black and green card. How does this thing look so much like a bank card? It even has an LED display. Strange. Holy crap! Chen Mo's thumb slowly slid across the bank card's display screen, and the numbers that appeared made him roar in anger. 999, 999, 999 gold coins, 9th rank magic crystals. 100 million, soul coins. 99, 999, 999, a billion gold coins. 100 million 9th rank magic crystals. 100 million soul coins? What the heck was that? Chen Mo was deeply shocked. As someone familiar with the amusement park, he certainly remembered what soul coins were. They were a high-level coin, rich in soul essence, which could be used to enhance one's soul strength and was generally used as a currency for transactions. However, the key point was that senior brother Weber had just called this pocket money? The hell, pocket money was measured in hundreds? Chen Mo, restless for a long time, suddenly glanced at the bracelet. Wasn't that house a castle? With pocket money already in the hundreds of millions, surely the house he'd been given must be a super luxurious mansion covering tens of thousands of square kilometers. Chen Mo used his hands as a pillow for his head and lay awake all night, his mind consumed with thoughts of what the villa would look like tomorrow. The next morning, Chen Mo packed his belongings and headed for the magic tower. Although he couldn't contact Paradise, his Mark backpack was still functional, so he felt safe putting his belongings there. Having a space backpack was incredibly convenient, after all. In the hall, an elderly man stood quietly, awaiting Chen Mo's arrival. It was the same elder who had been guarding Thunder Falls. He smiled and nodded as a greeting. Chen Mo approached him, bowing slightly. "Thank you so much for your care over the past year." The elderly man said nothing, simply helping Chen Mo straighten his clothes. Then, he gently patted his hand. A dazzling magic circle then materialized beneath Chen Mo's feet. The old man stepped out of the magic circle, smiling and waving at Chen Mo in a flash of light. Chen Mo vanished from the magic circle, even before he could say goodbye. The next moment, countless plants suddenly sprouted from the empty hall, transforming it into jungle. Weber howling emerged from the jungle. He chuckled at the old man and quipped, "Vanessa, how long are you going to pretend to be an old man? Once the teacher leaves, you'll be mine. You can't act like an old man all the time. It's annoying." The old man, whose true name was revealed, shed his outer shell and transformed into a slender Lolita-style lady. With a click, she pulled out a pair of oversized scissors from her back, the kind used for gardening. With a single slash, she cut into Weber's body and swiftly began clearing the weeds from the hall. Every time Weber appeared through the plants, he was savaged by Vanessa's scissors. Finally, frustrated, he stopped appearing and fled in disgrace. After a flash of light, Chen Mo arrived in front of a two-story villa. The teleportation array ended in its front yard. Surrounding the villa were tall buildings, one after another, surrounding it. It felt like a small oasis in a steel forest. Not far away, a man who looked like a butler, a white towel draped over his hands, looked at Chen Mo with a smile. Behind him, a green-haired maid in a black and white maid's dress, her hands folded neatly in front of her, her head lowered. Although the villa looked unremarkable, the maid that senior brother Weber had assigned to Chen Mo was quite good. Her reserved and shy demeanor immediately touched Chen Mo's heart. The butler stepped forward and said respectfully, "Welcome. Your Highness Mo Chen, I am your butler, Nip, and she is your personal maid, Eula. In the days ahead, we will be taking care of your daily life." Chen Mo smiled and waved his hand, his expression a mix of laughter and tears. "Hello. Hello." His expression perfectly reflected his social anxiety disorder. Fortunately, the butler and maid weren't the talkative type. They led Chen Mo straight into the house. Upon entering, Chen Mo couldn't help but exclaim. The interior of his house was completely different from the exterior. It was incredibly luxurious. It didn't resemble an ordinary villa at all, but more like the decor of a Western European royal palace, complete with state-of-the-art electronic equipment. Yes, Chen Mo also saw numerous virtual screens powered by magic, and a variety of magical props, like appliances from back home, filled the house. "Your Highness, here's your school uniform. You can go to school this afternoon. I've already arranged the enrollment procedures for you, and Eula will be picking you up." Hearing the butler's incredibly respectful voice and the maid Eula holding the clothes, Chen Mo suddenly felt like he was dreaming, and couldn't help but pinch his cheek. This made Eula laugh so hard that her body shook with laughter, a rather alluring, almost dazzling beauty. After the two left, Chen Mo lay down on his 10x10-meter bed, still feeling a little confused. Is this true? Chapter 144 Enrollment. In the afternoon, gentle sunlight crept into the house through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Chen Mo slept for a moment, and upon waking, he felt as if he had stepped into another world. Nothing seemed real. A gentle knock on the door led Chen Mo downstairs, greeted by the butler, and into the courtyard. "Your Highness Mo Chen, it's time to report to the Magic Academy." Nip out and pointed out the direction of the courtyard. Chen Mo looked down the road and saw a supercar. "What the hell? You gave me a supercar in the magic world? And one of those awesome convertibles covered in black flames?" Chen Mo was stunned. If Nip hadn't tugged at his sleeve, he would have stared for another half an hour. Eula was still in her maid outfit, which struck Chen Mo as odd. How could she drive in high heels? As soon as he sat down, before he could even find his seatbelt, he heard a bang, and the car took off, soaring into the sky. Instantly soaring several thousand meters, the car finally came to a steady stop in midair after passing all the buildings beneath its feet. Then, slowly, it headed towards a massive floating island in the sky. Chen Mo, sitting in the passenger seat, was awestruck by the sight before him. The Magic Academy looked as vast and majestic as the Divine Kingdom a year ago. Beyond the academy, dozens of colossal statues shone brightly in the sky, overlooking everything. Eula's gentle voice rang out, "Your Highness, this is the Ephor Arcane Academy. You will be enrolled in the junior branch of the Arcane Department, where you will learn the basics of magic. I'll meet you later at the same location." As the magnificent palace complex drew closer, Chen Mo barely registered what Eula said until the car pulled up to the vast square in front of the school gates. He quickly uttered in agreement. The gorgeous black flame supercar immediately attracted the attention of many students, all dressed in variously colored uniforms, magic robes, and light armor. They watched Chen Mo and the beautiful maid, Eula, disembark from the supercar. At the front of the large square stood a massive golden gate. Beyond it stretched a broad avenue, extending deep into the academy until it reached a vast hall. Chen Mo felt a little awkward being started, feeling as if he had somehow become a popular celebrity, walking the red carpet. Little did he know, the students were all talking about, which legendary heir has enrolled, which wealthy heir has enrolled, which empire's prince is this. Ignoring the others' glances, Eula led Chen Mo straight toward the hall. After a half hour of completing the admissions paperwork, Chen Mo officially became a freshman at the academy. A freshman. Your Highness. I'll be back soon and pick you up later. All your course information and the academy map are stored in this ring, so you can access them anytime. It also comes with a small storage space with a diameter of 100 kilometers, so you can store your belongings. Eula folded her hands in front of her abdomen, bowed slightly, and indicated the ring's function to Chen Mo before leaving. Standing at the entrance to the hall, Chen Mo gently stroked the ring on his finger, his mind full of questions. A small storage space with a diameter of 100 kilometers? That's it. Chen Mo began to count on his fingers, and the number startled him. Even though Chen Mo had expected the final result, it still seemed outrageous. A space ring with 1,000,000 cubic kilometers, and the maid Eula mistook it for a small storage space? How big would a medium or large one be? Could it hold an entire planet? Chen Mo was stupefied. Forget it. Just leave it at that. Go on with your business. Pulling his mind from the vast space within the ring, Chen Mo shook his head, summoned the map, and headed for his first class. Chen Mo was still wearing his usual attire, a black parka-style windbreaker. This attire was, if not peculiar, then at least out of place in the academy. Many students, dressed in school uniforms and magic robes, pointed and made detours when they saw him. For some reason, Chen Mo didn't notice Eula reaching for the uniforms, seemingly acknowledging her right to wear her own clothes. His clothes were ordinary, nothing out of the ordinary. Why were they all avoiding him as if he were the devil of plague? This question was answered when Chen Mo encountered some students in light armor. These students, armed with various weapons and clad in various armors, radiated powerful magical energy and nodded in greeting when they saw him. After consulting a heavily armored warrior, Chen Mo learned that all academies divide magicians into two categories: academic mages, who prioritize academic research, and practical mages, who prioritized practical application. The practical mages firmly believed that practice was the only true test of magic. This led to a clash of ideologies between the two factions, which resented each other. The academics called the practical mages rude and ignorant, like vulgar and reckless men, while the practical mages mocked the academics as timid and effeminate. Almost daily, members of the two factions would engage in fierce battles in the arena. Strangely, the magic instructors didn't intervene, but rather encouraged these fights. They even organized numerous competitions, offering scholarships to the victors. It was like raising a goo, except here the loser didn't have to pay the price. Soon, Chen Mo arrived at a classroom. The layout resembled a typical university classroom: long, step tables arranged in a semicircle, with a single podium reserved for the instructor. The students were spaced quite far apart, about 2 meters. Chen Mo found a corner by the window and sat down, quietly waiting for class to begin. The basic spells class was incredibly boring. Chen Mo had already learned much of the material himself. The instructor, a balding, middle-aged, intermediate-level mage, explained it in detail and with great interest, but he couldn't hold the students' attention. Many simply slumped over their discs and fell asleep. The instructor saw this, but didn't dare to reprimand them. Perhaps these students were all important people? The class passed quickly. In the entire hour, they had only covered a single first-level spell, Fireball. This left Chen Mo feeling utterly frustrated. He couldn't understand why his cheap master had let him waste his life here. Perhaps he was just letting him experience student life, but he was almost 30. He'd had enough of high school. Wasn't the dream of coming to another world to be surrounded by beautiful women and live a life of luxury? Chen Mo sighed quietly, but the instructor caught him. The lecturer's face darkened. Looking at Chen Mo, a stranger, he pondered the backgrounds of the recently enrolled students. He seemed completely unfamiliar with this guy. How dare he sigh in class without any background? He instantly became enraged, pointing at Chen Mo and demanding, "You, the student sitting by the window. Are you dissatisfied with my class? Why are you sighing after listening?" Stretching, Chen Mo was bewildered. He was being targeted. And how could such a cliched scenario, like being bullied on the first day of school, happen to him? Chen Mo immediately apologized. "Sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm just tired." The lecturer frowned and barked. "Tired? Are you tired from listening to my class? Come down and show everyone what you've learned." Seeing things continue to spiral into a cliched scenario, Chen Mo thought helplessly, if I really go down like this, won't I just be following the other party's lead, and after he's wowed everyone, will there be another scene where a beautiful woman throws herself at him and a thug comes knocking? Thinking of this, Chen Mo felt bored. With a flick of his hand, a basketball-sized fireball suddenly appeared in his hand. With a gentle toss, the fireball flew straight towards the lecturer. This immediately frightened the lecturer, who was immediately scrambling to cast numerous protective spells. In the fireball's path, many students ducked under their desks. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, no explosion occurred in the classroom. The startled students finally got up and secretly observed what had happened. Chen Mo's giant fireball hovered in front of the podium, spinning around. The orange-yellow fireball occasionally spitted out tongues of flame, resembling a small sun in the sky. The fireball's power was completely restrained, emitting no trace of heat, making it impossible for anyone present to sense the terrifying magical power contained within. The lecturer poked his head out from behind the fireball and shouted nervously, "What are you doing? Attacking a lecturer will get you expelled from the academy, and besides, your fireball spell isn't even up to par for this course." Chen Mo ignored his nagging and flung open his right hand, causing the basketball-sized fireball to instantly expand to a meter in diameter. A terrifying wave of heat instantly engulfed the entire classroom, and the surrounding temperature rapidly rose, threatening to explode. All the heat then instantly contracted, returning to the fireball's interior. However, this time, the fireball's terrifying pressure wouldn't subside, and a lingering sense of danger permeated the entire classroom. Watching Chen Mo manipulate the fireball with such ease, the students present were sweating profusely, staring at him in horror. Who is this guy? Doesn't he know there are restrictions on using magic in class? The expected exclamations from passers-by didn't appear. Instead, everyone around stared at Chen Mo in astonishment, leaving him bewildered. What's going on? Suddenly, Chen Mo's mind raced with alarm. The deadly attack was rapidly approaching, passing through his mental perception in the blink of an eye. He instantly unleashed his absolute boundary, drew his unhidden sword, and slashed at the wall by the window. Bang! Clang! A flash of blade light collided with his sword's edge, and the resulting shockwave instantly shattered the classroom wall. A group of people dressed in black appeared outside, their shoulders adorned with red ribbons bearing the word discipline. At that moment, Chen Mo wanted to complain. How childish. Did they think this was Sakura's otherworldly middle school? The swordsman's gaze shifted from his sword to Chen Mo, a fierce glare that seemed to say, "You're the one using magic recklessly here, aren't you?" Chen Mo ignored the gaze, instead examining her figure. It was simply stunning, her figure framed to perfection in a tight leather jacket. It could be said that beyond the mountains, there are green hills, beyond the buildings, and beyond the peaks, one after another. With a clang, the sword and the knife slashed against each other, sending out a series of sparks, and genuine flashback to Chen Mo's side. The woman in black looked at him with a cold look, then flashed the back of her hand, reflecting some documents and saying, "You have violated campus regulations, illegally using magic beyond your level and destroying the classroom. Please come with us to the discipline department, or fight me. I won't pursue your issue." As the woman in black spoke, her eyes became more and more fanatical, and the corners of her mouth inexplicably curved. Chen Mo scratched his chin in annoyance and asked, bewildered. Hey. You broke down this classroom wall, didn't you? Can you blame me for that? You would have broken it even if I hadn't stopped you. Also, which school rule prohibits the use of magic? Why didn't I see it? During his previous report, Chen Mo had memorized all the school rules. They were just like any other middle school rules, nothing special. Stop talking nonsense. Just tell me whether you want to fight or not. The black-clad woman's eyes grew increasingly menacing, as if she was going to chop you down if you didn't agree. Okay. Where? Right here. Chen Mo waved his hand, accepting the challenge. When asking for directions, he'd heard from the heavily armored classmate that the practical students would often challenge others to fights in the academy for no apparent reason. If you didn't agree, they'd keep pestering you. Chen Mo hadn't expected someone to force a fight during class, and to do so by smashing the classroom open. The woman in black pointed outside, signaling Chen Mo to follow. Chen Mo jumped out and landed with a thud from a height of more than 10 meters. He subconsciously glanced back at the classroom, thinking that half of the classroom was destroyed, and he wondered how much money he would have to pay for it. Turning around, he saw the other men in black performing magical spells, expertly repairing the damaged classroom bit by bit. Wow! This guy looks like a repeat offender. The woman in black dropped from mid-air, put away her special disc aircraft, and looked at Chen Mo without the help of Paradise. Chen Mo couldn't use the identification technique to check the other party's information, but based on past experience, this rubber girl was probably around level 3, after all, she could use a flying vehicle. Only level 3 magic power could sustain so many spells at the same time, allowing one to fly for a short period of time. The rubber woman drew the long sword from her waist and assumed a fighting stance. Come on. Let me see your strength. Chen Mo was too lazy to complain. Why wouldn't a student from a magic academy use a staff as a weapon? Instead, he wielded a long sword, striking a powerful pose. Was he planning a close combat? Just as Chen Mo was wondering, the rubber woman leaned forward, slashing her sword upwards, aiming straight at Chen Mo's face. Chen Mo instinctively reached out to grab the blade, only to see a burst of flames suddenly explode, enveloping him completely. Chapter 145 I wear my clothes myself. The rubber woman smiled disdainfully, saying, too weak. No match for my sword. She tried to pull her sword back, but suddenly found it wouldn't move. Chen Mo's doubtful voice echoed through the flames. I'm sorry. I was just thinking. Are we going to fight without warming up? Watching Chen Mo, engulfed in flames and slowly absorbing them, the rubber woman's eyes grew filled with fear. She gritted her teeth, ready to drop her sword and leap back to distance herself. Chen Mo swung his sword and lunged forward, appearing face to face with the rubber woman, their noses practically touching. Seeing Chen Mo's meaningful smile, the rubber woman's eyes flashed red, and the ring suddenly expanded, sending Chen Mo flying dozens of meters away. She reached out and grabbed the sword, catching it in her hand. After a few casual sword tricks, she looked at Chen Mo with excitement and assumed a charging stance. Although the rubber woman's eagerness to try was alluring, her trembling presence significantly affected Chen Mo's judgment. The sharp blade still managed to sober him up a bit. Snap! Chen Mo smiled and snapped his fingers. His mind quickly constructed a spell model, and within a split second, he linked together several commonly used auxiliary spells: physical enhancement, wind swiftness, feathering. A magical radiance flickered around Chen Mo. The rubber woman didn't wait for him to finish casting the spells. Flames flashed around her, and she gripped her long sword tightly in both hands. With a single strike, she swept through the air and slashed. Clang! The flaming long sword slashed against the hidden sword, annihilating the flames and the absolute boundary together. A powerful energy surge erupted, sending Chen Mo flying. The rubber woman's eyes suddenly flashed with the image of Chen Mo pointing his hand outstretched at her, a dazzling white light emanating from his palm. Was this laser magic? Subconsciously, the rubber girl activated her flame shield, hoping to block Chen Mo's impending mysterious attack. However, the powerful attack she'd imagined didn't arrive, but instead a dazzling white light erupted. Illumination, despicable guy. This was the only thought in the blinded rubber girl's mind. How despicable. This was supposed to be a fair competition, yet they resorted to such a despicable trick. Her flame shield was an energy-based protective magic, capable of blocking the attack, but not all the light. Gnashing her teeth, she indignantly tried to retreat and gain distance. Suddenly, an icy sensation spread across her calf, a slight tingling sensation. She realized she had been entangled by vines and frozen again. This time, she was truly pinned to the spot, unable to move. Lose, she thought bitterly. This time, I've lost to this despicable guy, but how could a proud woman like her be defeated by such a shameless mage? She would make him pay, even if she lost, not so completely. Parablist, she summoned her third-level strength, no longer holding back on her level, to battle Chen Mo. A raging flame instantly incinerated the frost and vines, reducing them to mist and ash. The blinding effect quickly faded from her eyes, and she was about to redeem herself. Swish, a beam of holy light descended, its gentle glow instantly cleansing all her state, and her vision gradually cleared. Is this a cleansing spell? How can it cleanse me of my flame possession? Just as she was wondering, a stream of water as thick as a bucket gushed out, completely dousing her, leaving her like a drowned rat. Her spirit vanished with the flames. She collapsed to the ground, her nose twitching, her body shaking, as if she had caught a cold after being subjected to the alternating heat and cold. Chen Mo looked at the rubber woman sitting on the ground, feeling sorry for her. He slowly walked over and knelt down to comfort her. Unexpectedly, the rubber woman pounced on Chen Mo like a tiger, knocking him down and sitting on his chest. She raised her delicate fists and began to hammer him frantically. Chen Mo, caught off guard, had never expected this woman to pull this trick. Feigning defeat and then surprising him? Interesting. Protected by the absolute boundary, Chen Mo didn't activate its annihilation effect. He simply maintained the shield's powerful protection, absorbing some of the opponent's kinetic energy while admiring her heroic posture. Such a scene wasn't common, and Chen Mo was overjoyed, tears streaming from his eyes. After throwing hundreds of punches, the rubber woman suddenly felt something was wrong. This thing beneath her was so strong. No matter how hard she hit, it was ineffective. Her fists were practically breaking. Seeing Chen Mo's lecherous gaze, she immediately understood, a blush spreading across her face. Furious, she clasped her hands together and slammed them down, hoping to use the momentum to rise and end the fight. The two-handed hammers came crashing down, stopping just 10 centimeters from Chen Mo's face. Chen Mo had grabbed the woman's arm with one hand, stopping her attack. Suddenly, Chen Mo smiled, blew a breath at the rubber woman, and whispered, "Now, it's my turn." With a sudden tug of his left hand, Chen Mo jerked her off balance and onto him. Sitting up, Chen Mo pressed one hand against her bare back, the other raised high. The movement was like a spanking a mother might use to discipline her child. The rubber woman, sprawled over Chen Mo, felt a sense of unease. If the slap continued, she would be humiliated. How would she continue to be the head of the disciplinary team? Wait a minute, the rubber girl's face suddenly turned red, her eyes were blurred and misty, as if she was about to cry. Chen Mo slapped her more than 10 times in a row, and he couldn't help feeling relaxed and extremely satisfied. Then he suddenly remembered that this was a sparring match. There were many people watching. Looking around, he found that the onlookers had strange eyes, as if they were shocked and speechless. Chen Mo realized that he had spanked this girl more than 10 times in a row, but she didn't react at all. Was she stupid? The base of her neck was red, she was about to cry, and she was shy. She looked really charming, making people want to pick her up and hold her in their arms to protect her. Chen Mo stopped and asked awkwardly, "Are you okay?" The rubber girl didn't say anything. With a whoosh, she put her hands on the ground, took 2 or 3 running steps, and leaped high into the air, soaring away. She was now too embarrassed to face anyone. Not only was her entire body burning, her heartbeat was accelerating, and her breathing was rapid. Just now, the rubber girl, thinking this, became both embarrassed and annoyed. With a bang, her entire body erupted in flames, and like a flaming meteor, she quickly flew into the sky. Chen Mo, sitting on the ground, felt utterly embarrassed. He'd been fighting too excitedly, and this might have caused some misunderstanding. No wonder the rubber girl had fled like a meteor. Chen Mo summoned a barrier, darkening the color of his shield. With a leap, he left the scene as the crowd watched. For the afternoon class, Chen Mo became invisible, hiding in a corner, his face covered by his hood. After 2 useless spell classes, he finally waited for his maid, Eula, to pick him up. Under the envious gazes of the students, Chen Mo hurriedly climbed into his supercar and sped off. Eula, who was driving, noticed Chen Mo's strange behavior and asked in confusion, "Your Highness. What's wrong with you?" "Why, nothing. Nothing." "Drive faster." Chen Mo hurriedly shook his head, signaling the maid to go home. He wanted to hide first. Eula glanced over at Chen Mo and noticed that His Highness was breathing rapidly and his face was flushed, as if he had been stimulated by something. Suddenly, she felt a sense of urgency, instantly identifying the cause. The corners of her mouth lifted involuntarily, revealing a charming smile. Her magic power, rising with her mood, suddenly surged, like a slam on the accelerator, and the supercar, soaring through the air, exploded with a sonic boom and sped away. A powerful push on Chen Mo's back pressed him against the seat, sinking deeply into the soft sofa. In just a dozen seconds, Eula had brought Chen Mo back to her villa. Butler Nip was waiting at the door, smiling and welcoming Chen Mo back. "Your Highness. Welcome home. We've prepared a bath and dinner for you." Chen Mo exited the car and rushed into the house, creating a whirlwind that sent the maid's skirt flying and swaying. Nip observed Chen Mo's odd behavior with a meaningful smile. Eula came to his side and blinked, as if waiting for Nip to explain what had happened. "Your Highness met the granddaughter of some master, and they had a fight, with the results being quite enviable," Nip explained with a smile, smoothing his beard. Eula looked puzzled. "Envious?" Nip didn't reply, instead answering the question irrelevantly. "Your Highness is no longer a child." Eula blushed, stamped her foot shyly, and spat, "You wicked old man." Elsewhere, Chen Mo rushed into the villa's luxurious bathroom and dove headfirst into the 100-meter by 100-meter magical bathtub. The magically fueled special potion instantly swept away Chen Mo's previous fatigue, leaving him completely relaxed. He buried half his head in the water, gurgling bubbles as his mind replayed the sensation of the slapping water. How could he, on the verge of becoming a true magician, resist such temptation? It was truly a test. That night, Chen Mo gazed at the twinkling stars outside the floor-to-ceiling window, his mood finally calming. He sat on his ordinary 10-meter by 10-meter single bed, quietly lost in thought. With a creak, the bedroom door opened, and the maid, Eula, dressed in black gauze pajamas, entered, carrying a tray of berries and milk. She said gently, "Your Highness, I brought you a bedtime drink and berries to help you sleep and relieve mental fatigue." Chen Mo's heart surged at the sight of Eula's black lace pajamas. He quickly covered his eyes and said, Oh. Okay, thank you. Just leave it there." With a sound of footsteps, Eula moved closer to Chen Mo. A fragrant breeze blew by, and the alluring scent of perfume made Chen Mo's sense of smell go haywire. With a snap, the door blew shut. Chen Mo, thinking Eula had left, finally lowered his hand. Opening his eyes, Chen Mo was shocked to find Eula standing before him, leaning over and looking down at him with a gentle smile. Her eyes were hazy and shy, her voice soft, and her long green hair, in the moonlight, looked as beautiful as emerald agate. Eula blew a breath on Chen Mo's face, its breath directly touching his face. "Your Highness. It's time to go to bed, or you'll be late for the practical training tomorrow. Eula will help you to bed every day from now on." Chen Mo was stunned for a moment, then he cried out, and quickly retreated several meters, his heart pounding as he looked at Eula in fear. Then he noticed something was wrong with Eula's gaze. Looking down, Chen Mo immediately realized the problem and hurriedly grabbed the pillow to cover himself. Well, there's no need to help me with a bed. You should go out. I'm used to sleeping alone." Eula stood up, smiled and lifted her skirt, then turned and walked out of the bedroom. Chen Mo looked at Eula's smooth back exposed in the moonlight and swallowed hard. His body heated up again, and he wailed, "How can I sleep like this? Even an old cadre can't stand the constant test." Stretching helplessly on the bed, Chen Mo stared blankly at the ceiling, trying hard to clear his mind of the images. Unfortunately, despite his extraordinary memory, Chen Mo couldn't forget these images at all. Instead, they brought back the scenes from his daytime battle with Jiao Mei. In his memory palace, even the position of a grain of sand was clearly remembered. Chen Mo simply couldn't forget them. In a daze, Chen Mo didn't know when he fell asleep, letting the night wind blow into the bedroom and brush against the bed curtains. The bedroom door suddenly opened silently, and a figure tiptoed in. In the moonlight, her long, agate green hair shone brightly. The next day, Chen Mo woke from his sleep. He hadn't slept well, feeling as if a huge rock was pressing down on him, making it difficult to breathe. After stretching with great effort, Chen Mo realized something was wrong. Why was the quilt in front of him bulging? and why was it still warm inside? Chen Mo was startled and quickly threw back the covers, only to find his maid, Eula, sleeping soundly across him. Eula, half awakened by Chen Mo's movements, her long eyelashes fluttering as she slowly awoke. She propped herself up on the bed with one hand, tilted her head back, and scooted closer to Chen Mo, still hazy. She couldn't quite grasp the distance, and her nose brushed against his. "Good morning, Your Highness. Eula will help you get dressed." What's this, Chen Mo? Holy shit! Instantly, Chen Mo's pupils widened. In a moment of urgency, he quickly grabbed the covers, wrapped them around Eula, leaving only her small head exposed. He then pushed them aside, then rushed to the door and headed straight for the bathroom. As Eula regained consciousness, Chen Mo's voice reached her. "I can dress myself." Chapter 146, What is the Mage's First Magic? Half an hour later, Chen Mo got into his private black flame supercar and, high in the sky, feigned calm as he gazed into the distance. Eula's cheeks flushed slightly, and her voice was soft and somewhat subdued as she spoke. "Your Highness. Don't you like Eula? If you don't like her, Eula will leave and be replaced by another maid." Chen Mo nearly choked when he heard this. Why did his maid sound as if he had slept with her and was about to abandon her? A perfect example of a scumbag. Besides, nothing had happened between them last night. He didn't even know when Eula had entered the room, and the girl had said that there had been no real progress this morning. Why was he now acting like he was abandoning her? Chen Mo glanced at Eula sheepishly, then, realizing she was concentrating on driving, finally said, "Ahem, well, it's not that I hate you, don't get me wrong, I'm just not used to it." Eula was overjoyed, her excitement increasing her magic output, and the car sped off. "Really? Wonderful, Your Highness. Eula will take good care of you. Please let Eula rub your back next time." Chen Mo's head was spinning. What kind of lewd words were these from the maid? He couldn't handle the constant pressure. Seeing they were almost at the Magic Academy, he quickly jumped out of the car and waved goodbye. "Eula, I'm here. I'm leaving now. See you later." After 3 polite gestures, Eula finally managed to stop the car. She watched Chen Mo disappear into the crowd, pouting, a look of resentment on her face. "HMPH. I won't let that woman take you, Your Highness Mo Chen." Chen Mo followed the map projected on his ring and arrived at a spacious training ground. Dozens of people had already gathered, seemingly engaged in some kind of training exercise. Groups of 3 or 5 cast magical circles. Chen Mo tightened his clothes and quietly walked over, hiding at the edge of the crowd, silently watching the other students practice. He didn't recognize any of these people, and they were different from the group in the classroom yesterday. After browsing the Academy's magic network, Chen Mo realized that he had been skipped a grade and assigned to a 3rd level class. Here, everyone was at the 3rd level, reaching the pinnacle of beginner magicians. The next level was intermediate magicians, capable of independent work. Chen Mo flipped through yesterday's news with an expressionless face. It seemed that the noise he had caused was too much, which led to his skipping a grade. This magic school was indeed strange. It clearly had a technological level that surpassed that of Blue Star, yet it chose to use magic to build an information network. A small ring, like a multi-purpose off-road vehicle, could not only store items but also function as a supercomputer. All information was directly reflected in the mind through mental energy, eliminating the risk of being spied on. Classmates. Look here. Now, we're starting a practical class drill. As usual, the theoretical students stand on the left, the practical students stand on the right. The guy in the middle, yes, that's you. Come over here and demonstrate. A tall female lecturer appeared from nowhere, hovering in midair, expertly directing the students. She then pointed at Chen Mo, who was standing stupidly in the middle of the back crowd. Me. Chen Mo pointed at himself, bewildered. He'd already hidden at the back of the crowd, finally becoming invisible. And now he'd been caught and forced into labor? He was even being made to demonstrate. If anything went wrong, he'd be in big trouble. What are you standing there for? Come over here. This isn't going to kill you, the female lecturer urged, her mind immediately negatively impacting Chen Mo's impression. He looked clueless, a complete theoretical nerd. Chen Mo reluctantly approached the female lecturer in the crowd, gazing glumly at the ground ahead. The lecturer shook her head at his languid behavior. When had such a lazy guy appeared in her class? Could it be the same kid who had caused a scene in the 1st grade classroom the previous day and assaulted the principal's granddaughter? Pippi? The lecturer paused, a moment of doubt in her mind, then brushed it off. She had class to attend to, and didn't have time to dwell on such trivial matters. It was all a game for the rich, so she could only watch the spectacle. As the lecturer swung her short staff in random circles, a square arena rose from the ground, slowly expanding until it reached a diameter of 100 meters. Alright, students. Before we begin today's practical class, let's review our lessons. That student told me, as a mage, what kind of magic should you cast as your opening spell? The lecturer casually summoned a cloud and sat on it. She crossed her legs, folded her hands in front of her stomach, and smiled at the students around her. Encouraged by her gaze, many students eagerly raised their hands, vying to answer. The lecturer, delighted, randomly pointed to a handsome young man and had him come to the stage. Alright. You two, show us with your actions what spells you, as noble magicians, should use as your starting magic in combat. Learning magic shouldn't just be about theory, you must gain truth through practice. Count down to 3 seconds, and you'll begin. 3.2 inches before the lecturer could finish her words, a blinding white light burst forth, catching her off guard and blinding her. Amidst the dazzling white light, she heard a thud, as if something heavy had fallen. The anxious lecturer quickly waved her wand, dispelling the blinding effect. Opening her eyes, she was shocked to find the handsome young man she had chosen convulsing on the ground, clutching his stomach. The student serving as the demonstration puppet, his hands on his hip, a look of helplessness on his face. The lecturer frowned and stared at Chen Mo, questioning him. What's going on? What did you do? Why did you use illumination? And you deliberately enhanced the power of this trick. Chen Mo spread his hands, a look of helplessness on his face. You said, you must gain truth through practice. In battle, I always start with illumination. Hearing this, Chen Mo condensed a dazzling white ball of light in his palm, as if he was about to unleash another illumination blast. The female lecturer's face fell at this, a bitter feeling welling up inside. She had encountered a mage from the old Sixth School. Only this type of mage would use such a despicable trick, one that inflicted heavy losses on the enemy and 800 on the self. While life and death are ruthless in battle, and using various methods is understandable, this was a practical lesson. No. We had to find someone to teach Old Six a lesson. We couldn't encourage the perverse tendencies of the Old Six School. The female lecturer reached out and, with her magical hand, plucked the fallen young man from the ground, setting him aside. Then, looking at the other students in the audience, she spoke gently, classmates. Now, here's the question. If a magician starts with an enhanced illumination spell and then delivers a close-range kick, how would you, as a legitimate and noble magician, respond? Is there anyone who can demonstrate? She glanced at Chen Mo, who stood sullenly on the stage, thinking to herself, I'm going to teach you a lesson this time. Otherwise, wouldn't her 10+ years of experience as a gold medal instructor in practical courses be ruined by a freshman? With her slender fingers, she once again selected a student with powerful magic. This time, the female lecturer preemptively cast the sunglasses spell on everyone, including the one taking the stage. With sunglasses on everyone's hands, Chen Mo's illumination spell was rendered completely useless. The female lecturer was brooding merrily when suddenly, with a boom, a massive flame surged towards her. Just as the terrifying shockwave threatened to dispel it, the lecturer's hand trembled, and she immediately used her immense mental power to restrain it. Just as she was about to disperse the flames, she noticed a vortex within the flames, swallowing them all. She saw Chen Mo, still calm, and a hapless man lying on the ground, burned like an African chief. The lecturer stared in shock. She hadn't noticed for a few seconds, and how could such a mishap have occurred? She quickly cast several healing spells, then asked with a hint of irritation, what have you done? How did you injure a classmate like this? I asked you to demonstrate some practical techniques, not to assault them. Chen Mo, looking innocent, lowered his head and muttered, I didn't hit him. I simply crushed a fireball with my bare hands. He happened to get close enough to get blown up like an afro. The lecturer was speechless. Who on earth was teaching this new student's magic? How dare you use a spell as powerful as fireball against yourself? And even use it as a defensive move? You think you're having it too easy, huh? The female instructor extended a magical hand, ready to grab Chen Mo and bring him to her side for a good lecture. Unexpectedly, the magical hand instantly annihilated the entire thing into pure energy and was sucked away. Noticing this, Chen Mo simply walked over to the female instructor, silently lowering his head, mentally preparing himself for the news to go in one ear and out the other. The female instructor, with a look of suspicion on her face, suddenly said, "Your defensive shield is quite impressive. Is it from some renowned master's collection of magic? And who did you learn magic from? Why don't you learn good magic and choose those unorthodox methods, enhanced illumination spells, crushing fireballs with your bare hands? Who did you learn all that from?" Chen Mo quietly retracted the absolute shield to his body, its color fading considerably, wrapping him like a layer of transparent plastic wrap. On the second day of class, he caused another minor mishap, which made Chen Mo feel a little embarrassed. He felt like if things continued like this, he'd ruin everyone else's class. The thought of causing trouble for the others made Chen Mo more timid, and he quickly replied obediently, "Teacher, I acquired this magic by chance. I'm self-taught, with some guidance from a 9th level mage. Using special enhanced spells in battle is also for victory. When I was fighting goblins and werewolves, I often used these unexpected tactics to kill the monsters in one blow." After listening to Chen Mo's quiet explanation, the female lecturer finally understood Chen Mo's identity. It turned out to be the one who had caused trouble in the classroom yesterday, and this kid looks like a seasoned warrior, so he's not going to be easy. He needs to find someone stronger to dampen his spirit. How can a young man be so impulsive? This time, the female lecturer chose the top student in the class as Chen Mo's opponent. As the top student in the class, this student had almost always received full marks in theoretical courses. He was a pure, theoretical magician, fond of using spells with dazzling magic patterns and light effects to demonstrate his status. Chen Mo tilted his head, glancing at the so-called top student in the class. He was actually a yellow-haired man. This was a dangerous situation. The yellow-haired man was known for many legends. A single careless move could trigger a hidden plot within the green grasslands, and Chen Mo didn't want to experience that. He gracefully stepped onto the ring, discarded his white gloves, and slowly drew his wand, beginning to stack various buffs on himself. The female instructor didn't try to stop him. After all, she was the one who decided when to start the fight. The yellow-haired man smiled warmly, smoothed his hair, and introduced himself. "My name is Haydn." Seeing that the yellow-haired man had already cast over a dozen supporting spells, the female instructor immediately sounded the signal for the match. Suddenly, a beam of white holy light descended, striking the yellow-haired man directly, shocking him so much that he nearly wet his pants. He hadn't anticipated the holy light just now, instantly canceling all his buffs. Then, a massive fireball lashed out, frightening him so much that he had to duck to the edge of the arena, shouting in confusion, "What have you done? Why are all my buffs purified? Are you a believer?" Chen Mo looked at the bustling crowd below, feeling a sudden sense of boredom. Fighting ordinary people wouldn't hold his attention anymore. He had to think of a better way, or perhaps. Turning back, Chen Mo looked at the other person helplessly, not wanting to explain himself. Suddenly, 2 fireballs emerged from his palms, ready to be thrown. The yellow-haired figure formed a circle with his hands, instantly conjuring a magical array. The dazzling, intricate patterns made the array even more mysterious, like some kind of high-tech artifact. Chen Mo held the fireball in his hand, patiently waiting for the other person to successfully cast his magic and establish a perfect defense. Only then did he throw the small fireball that had been spinning in his hand for a long time. The fireball flew slowly and stopped in front of the magic circle. The next moment, there was a sudden explosion. The violent magic power directly tore apart the protective shield composed of magic patterns. Chen Mo took advantage of the situation and threw out more than a dozen fist-sized fireballs in succession, forcing the yellow-haired guy from the middle of the ring to the bottom of the ring. Finally, he threw a fireball as big as a basketball, blasting the yellow-haired guy out. In mid-air, the yellow-haired guy roared in disbelief. Why? Why don't you have a precast CD when casting spells? It's okay that you don't use a staff to cast spells. But why are you casting spells so fast? You're cheating, bastard." With a loud bang, the yellow-haired guy fell to the ground, vomiting blood, and fainted. Chen Mo couldn't help but cover his eyes. This guy must have fallen hard. Through the gaps between his fingers, Chen Mo discovered that many of his classmates had their mouths wide open, staring at him infatuatedly. Even the female lecturer was dumbfounded and forgot how to deal with the situation for a moment. The strength of the junior freshman was so strong that they could throw out more than a dozen fireballs in a row, which was a monstrous level. Chapter 147, Equally Matched. It seems none of the students here are suited for this drill. So, I'll have to personally instruct you on how a true mage fights. The female instructor dispersed the clouds and calmly stood across from Chen Mo as she walked slowly. Puffs of smoke enveloped her, and a beautiful battle uniform gradually emerged from the mist. Unlike the mage robes Chen Mo had imagined, the female instructor's uniform was remarkably cool, resembling something from a fashion show, strikingly so. However, the powerful strength of an intermediate mage couldn't be concealed by the cool uniform. The surging magic power instantly overwhelmed Chen Mo. A typical intermediate mage, even one who had just advanced, would have a magic power level of over 4,000 points, but the female instructor's power was significantly higher than Chen Mo's. Chen Mo's magic power had already reached 5,200 points a year ago. Although he hadn't advanced much further during his year in the Thunderbolt floating city, the refinement of his magic power had multiplied several times due to the effects of the endless devouring power. A spell costing the same amount of magic power, but when cast by Chen Mo, the effect was infinitely greater. Meanwhile, the female lecturer's magical power was already far greater than Chen Mo's, making it clear she was no mere showpiece, but a truly powerful individual. Chen Mo cast Absolute Boundary, taking his position, employing a strategy of using stillness to counter the enemy's attack. The female lecturer casually pointed her wand, and a countdown appeared in midair. 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown ended, the female lecturer leaped back, her entire body floating backward like a feather. She waved her wand in a strange pattern, and magical circles suddenly formed before her. The next moment, ice spikes, fireballs, wind blades, ground spikes, lightning bolts, an overwhelming barrage of magic suddenly descended. Without a single exchange of words with Chen Mo, she relied on her immense magical skills to unleash a mage's favorite tactic, a torrent of spells, a single wave of devastation. Dozens of magic circles were generated every second. The female lecturer's expression remained calm as she continued to cast magic, even gradually increasing her magic power. Her eyes grew increasingly serious. From her perspective, every spell she cast hit its target and had the desired effect. But why was the opponent's magic power still so terrifying? In her mind's eye, Chen Mo's location seemed to have formed an endless abyss, swallowing up all the spells. Not only did it not cause any damage, but it actually made the black hole's energy fluctuations even more violent. Looks like I need to use some third-level magic. This kid is truly not simple. The female lecturer paused her torrent of spells, adjusted her glasses, exhaled a breath of hot air, and then lightly leaped into the air. Floating in midair, she raised her right hand, and a spear made of wind element appeared in her hand. With a soft shout, the spear flew out of her hand, like a thunderous horse galloping, piercing the dark, unknown object. Feeling the opponent's magic power gradually recede, the female lecturer felt a surge of joy, and the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. You've given him now, haven't you? I'll have to beat you up before you learn to respect your teacher. Just as the female lecturer was feeling triumphant, a flash of white light blasted through the dust and mist, piercing a large hole and striking the lecturer, instantly blinding her. Then, a greasy sensation spread all over her body. The scent, grease magic. She was startled. How dare this brat use such a despicable technique? Feeling the blazing flames approaching, she immediately cast a spell, dispelling all negative effects. The moment her vision returned, a magical shield materialized, blocking the incoming fireball. The burst of flames sent her flying far away, but thanks to levitation magic, she remained suspended in midair. The lecturer was about to reprimand her when she felt a vine entangle her ankle, pulling it down with all its might. Another burst of white light, mingled with a strange smell, instantly blinded the female instructor once again. Amidst her confusion, she suddenly sensed something was amiss with the previous scent. This is a gas mixed with toxins and some kind of aphrodisiac. This bastard, Chen Mo, who was continuously unleashing various control abilities, suddenly sensed a strong sense of danger and leaped back to distance himself. Unexpectedly, the female instructor unleashed a burst of magical power, like a magic bomb, exploding with a bang, blasting away all of Chen Mo's spells. Terrifying magic filled the female instructor's body, even her eyes were suffused with silver blue magic, making her look like a female Saiyan, a truly menacing sight. This teacher seems to be serious, Chen Mo thought to himself, observing the female instructor, who was practically in a frenzy. This is going to be a disaster. The female instructor soared into the air, discarding her wand. Opening her hands, dozens of magic circles instantly formed. The next second, countless fireballs emerged and crashed down. Chen Mo's mind whined, "Fuck, this is cheating." They were supposed to be practicing a mage's opening spell, but now it's become a bombardment. The absolute boundary suddenly expanded, blocking the incoming fireballs. Not wanting to be outdone, Chen Mo unleashed a barrage of fireballs and wind blades. Unfortunately, the female instructor's agility, aided by her wind magic, made her impossible to hit. At this point, the difference between those who could fly and those who couldn't was stark. Chen Mo, who couldn't fly, was left to simply take the beating. The relentless barrage had left the arena somewhat battered. The female instructor no longer cared about the rules, she simply wanted to give him a good beating. The more Chen Mo held firm, the angrier she grew. "You bastard! You bastard!" Ho ha ho ha! The surrounding students, seeing the female instructor acting so frantic, were filled with fear. They gradually distanced themselves, fearing she might see them and land a blow. Chen Mo, who had been taking the beating, felt a bit uncomfortable. He couldn't keep taking the beating like this. Was he going to drain the opponent's magic power? Chen Mo's mind raced, instantly thinking of many solutions, but none of them could fully solve the current problem. Seeing many of his classmates retreat from the corner of his eye, Chen Mo had an idea. The female lecturer is so strong, she should be able to withstand a few beatings. I'll just hit her a few times, right? The absolute boundary instantly contracted. Chen Mo stomped hard, cracking the ground. With a roar, he soared into the sky. In an instant, he rushed to the female lecturer's side. As they passed each other, the Zenith sword appeared in Chen Mo's hand. With a backhand swing, he suddenly launched a series of massive 2-meter-long wind blades. Like a storm, the endless wind blades whipped up a storm of blades, performing a phantom sword dance. The female lecturer was directly slashed back, and several of her magic shields were shattered. Unfortunately, the opponent had regenerated more in time. At the highest point of his leap, Chen Mo lost his momentum and fell. However, the female lecturer, unable to pass up this golden opportunity, unleashed a barrage of powerful spells upon Chen Mo. The Zenith sword slipped from his grasp and reappeared at his feet, forcibly pushing him away from the center of the magical bombardment. The vast square shield formed by the absolute boundary suddenly withdrew, revealing Chen Mo clutching a massive fireball in his hand. The fireball's diameter reached nearly 2 meters. Such terrifying power was beyond the reach of any junior mage. A flash of clarity suddenly crossed the female lecturer's eyes, and she shouted, "Dame! No! Not that large!" Bang! A blazing flame instantly enveloped an area of dozens of meters, its scorching heat striking the faces of every student on the periphery. The shockwave from the explosion ripped away the stone slabs on the ground, completely destroying the entire arena. Amidst the raging flames, Chen Mo's mind sensed the female lecturer's magical fluctuations, even more violent. "You brat! Bastard! My year-end bonus!" A piercing roar echoed from the flames, and the next moment, a massive magical hand suddenly grasped Chen Mo's body. The terrifying force crushed Chen Mo immobile, and the condensed magical energy continuously annihilated within the absolute realm, hissing and emitting hot steam. At that moment, Chen Mo sensed a mortal threat. The female lecturer's eyes glowed red, as if she had gone truly mad. She might actually kill him. With this thought, Chen Mo lost all desire for further playfulness. With a single thought, he released the endless devouring restraints. The terrifying gravitational pull instantly shattered the magical hand, and the flames, swirling in a vortex, were torn into flowing lines and drawn into Chen Mo's body. The scorching air gradually twisted, forcing the female lecturer back. Just as Chen Mo was contemplating how to subdue her, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended. Instantly, Chen Mo recalled the scene of a year ago. This was the pressure of a legendary master. "What are you doing?" A teacher in a practical class is fighting with a student. "And you're even angry." As he spoke, a middle-aged man descended from the sky. Standing with his hands behind his back, he glared at the female lecturer with an accusing gaze. Every word he spoke was like the sound of a bell, resonating deeply. Chen Mo's boundless devouring energy was instantly retracted within him. Under the pressure of the legendary master, he couldn't even move. The middle-aged man didn't linger. After transmitting a mental thought into the female lecturer's mind, he casually waved his hand, restored the field, and departed. The female lecturer glanced at Chen Mo angrily, saying, "Today's class is over. Get out," before walking away. The surrounding classmates were all stunned. After the legend left, they were both eager to join Chen Mo in friendship, yet also somewhat intimidated by his terrifying strength. For a moment, they hesitated, at a loss as to what to do. A notification chimed, and Chen Mo raised his hand, discovering a new notification on his ring. After scratching his head in annoyance, Chen Mo followed the map's instructions and headed towards the library. The notification was from the legend, demanding that Chen Mo take up a position as a library administrator and temporarily suspend classes to avoid causing chaos at the academy. The library, which had previously required a fee, was now fully accessible to Chen Mo, but the desire for private knowledge, high-end knowledge, still came at a price. Apparently, thanks to the legend's influence, Chen Mo encountered no obstacles in his employment at the library. He wasn't even required to work, he simply held a sinecure, receiving a salary for free. Looking at the entire library floor to his exclusive use, Chen Mo sighed. "I'm still not cut out for socializing. I guess I have to be a lone wolf." A day later, Chen Mo accepted this lifestyle, sitting in the library every day, clutching a dragon egg, reading a magic book. The library had several floors, and Chen Mo had taken up the fourth. The books here were all expensive, privately owned magic books, containing many powerful spells and unique insights. Behind the counter where Chen Mo sat, there was a secret training room for practicing magic. Everything was perfectly arranged for Chen Mo, save for a sign saying, "Stay here and don't wander off." Upon hearing this, the butler, Nip, didn't say anything. Instead, he had the maid, Eula, come directly to the library to accompany Chen Mo every day, reading and serving tea and water. Although it was a bit of a pain, Chen Mo quickly grew accustomed to this lifestyle. With his powerful memory, Chen Mo absorbed the library's knowledge like a sponge. More and more spells were mastered by Chen Mo, but his magic power remained at a plateau, unable to break through to the third level. With the hyperdimensional computing power taught to him by his mentor, Sanders, Chen Mo even constructed a third-order spell model and put it to use. However, he still felt something was missing. It wasn't until 3 months later that Chen Mo finally realized something. A magician's advancement relies on mental power. Only by continuously growing this mental power can a magician's rank rise, increasing their power. Previously, with the help of Paradise, he hadn't fully grasped this point. Simply completing quests allowed him to quickly level up. Now, without Paradise's support, Chen Mo felt overwhelmed and had forgotten the most fundamental principle of magic. That was meditation. Chen Mo's meditation method was a brutal and violent one, unlike traditional meditation. Traditional meditation involves contemplating a specific object, deeply imbuing it with a mental image, and then continuously carving it with mental power, ultimately creating a lifelike sculpture. During the carving process, the magic power is absorbed by the body, gradually transforming into its own strength. Chen Mo, however, was different. His meditation object was a black hole, itself a powerful cosmic wonder. Furthermore, there was a real black hole within Chen Mo's body. This meant that his meditation method wasn't pure meditation. Instead, it was a terrifying celestial body, madly devouring everything in the surrounding space. Neither energy nor matter could escape the black hole's grasp. Understanding this, Chen Mo began sitting cross-legged in his training room each day, cradling his dragon egg and meditating. He continuously channeled the absorbed magic power into his dragon egg, accelerating its hatching. In just 10 days, Chen Mo broke through the shackles of his class and achieved the status of a third-rank wizard. Chapter 148. It's Fulla, not Ellie. Only when Chen Mo touched a mental barrier and used his endless devouring ability to twist and shred it did he finally advance to the third-level mage. The moment he succeeded, Chen Mo's magic began to surge wildly, and his previously quiet meditation instantly transformed into a black hole meditation. An invisible vortex of magical energy formed within the library, gradually expanding. After a few seconds, it automatically triggered the library's defenses, directly transporting Chen Mo's training room into the astral realm. The entire room felt like a solid cage, trapping Chen Mo there. The various radiation energies of the endless starry sky were attenuated to a minimum after passing through the walls, but they still caused some damage to Chen Mo subconsciously. Chen Mo activated his endless devouring ability, transforming into a deep black hole that enveloped the entire room. A surge of magical energy suddenly surged in, instantly engulfing Chen Mo. After remaining in space for nearly 3 seconds, Chen Mo suddenly felt a strong premonition of death, the consequence of directly contacting astral energy without any protective measures. The moment he suffocated, the entire room was instantly transported back to the surface. With a bang, the door opened, and the maid, Eula, rushed in, hugging Chen Mo nervously. "Your Highness. Are you alright? The library's defenses were triggered, and you were transported to the astral plane. Did anything happen?" Lying in Eula's arms, Chen Mo's eyes were a bit empty. After a few minutes of silence, they finally came to their senses, their color returning. Feeling the magic power within his body surge double, the swelling, tearing sensation, and the pleasure of his body healing overwhelmed Chen Mo. He took a deep breath and finally rose from Eula's arms. Chen Mo smiled, assuring Eula that he was fine. Then, despite her pleas, he looked at the dragon egg. During his previous advancement, half of Chen Mo's immense energy had been absorbed by the dragon egg, and the connection deep within Chen Mo's soul had become even stronger. Chen Mo had a premonition that the little creature within the dragon egg was about to be born. As Eula stared in confusion, the eggshell began to crumble and sag, as if a greedy little creature inside was devouring it bit by bit. Soon, Chen Mo saw a lovely little girl with fiery red hair and a pink complexion like a newborn. A pair of faint crimson dragon wings fluttered adorably behind her. She also had a pair of dragon horns, just beginning to sprout from her forehead, making her look incredibly adorable. This reminded Chen Mo of a character from the Dragon Maid series, a bit like Kana-chan. Chen Mo quietly watched her finish the eggshell, then licked her fingers. Looking up, he was met with a delicate little face, sparkling with large eyes, one red and one blue, as if brimming with flames and lightning. Suddenly, she gave a wicked smile, and her entire body began to grow rapidly. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a voluptuous, naked lady, leaving Chen Mo stunned. She reached out and grasped Chen Mo's chin, her expression charming, her eyes curved, her lips translucent, as she spoke softly. "Hello, Master. Were you just going to name me Ellie?" Seeing her meaningful smile, Chen Mo suddenly felt a surge of warmth within him. Just as he was about to speak, she transformed back into her original form, a little dragon girl. She spoke in a tender, childish voice. "Oh, my dear master, my true name is Fulla. From this moment on, Fulla will be your eternal companion, your destiny, through thick and thin." Chen Mo, the maid, Eula, hurriedly grabbed a piece of clothing and wrapped her in it, staring at the little girl named Fulla in astonishment. She emanated the same aura as His Highness, even the same magical energy. Looking at this strange little girl hatched from a dragon egg, Chen Mo felt a strange feeling. The scene just now was too fantastical. How could she switch back and forth between a little girl and a queen? It didn't make sense. "I can change into even more forms, Baba," a childish voice suddenly echoed in Chen Mo's mind. Upon closer inspection, it was Fulla speaking. Chen Mo was immediately shocked, thinking, What, Baba?" Fulla glared at Chen Mo with a resentful look, her mind constantly channeling her, instantly sharing all her abilities with him. In just a few minutes, Chen Mo had seen Fulla's hundreds of transformations. Whether it was a young girl, a Lolita, a queen, or a young woman, she could master them all, practically a mystique replica. Furthermore, Chen Mo and Fulla's mind were connected. Whatever he was thinking, Fulla could simultaneously perceive it and sense every touch, effectively doubling Chen Mo's sensory perception. Through this telepathic exchange, Chen Mo understood the reason for Fulla's strange state. She was born from the two dragons, possessing the dual powers of fire and thunder. Having mastered countless dragon language magics, and having absorbed a significant amount of Chen Mo's magic and mental energy, her birth form would be biased towards Chen Mo's preferences. However, as she was still in her larval stage, she still retained some dragon-like features, such as the horns on her forehead and wings. "So Papa is a Lolita fan, right? You even wanted to name Fulla Ailey? Ugh, disgusting. I love her so much." Fulla's voice kept echoing in Chen Mo's mind, leaving him speechless for a moment. Fulla could simultaneously understand his every thought through the contract and could instantly sense any memory Chen Mo recalled. "Wait? What do you mean you love her so much?" Chen Mo looked at Fulla with disbelief, only to see her grinning and pointing a finger at him. Instantly, Chen Mo understood, all dragons share a fundamental nature, lust. No dragon is free from lust, and Fulla was no exception. However, because of the contract she had signed with Chen Mo, her lust for him and him alone was hers for the rest of her life. This startled Chen Mo, and he instinctively shouted, "Calm down. I'm not interested in Lolita." Eula was stunned by this, and then blushed. She couldn't help but think, so, His Highness still likes me. I must seize this opportunity tonight and capture His Highness. Fulla raised an eyebrow, but without saying anything, she held out her hands in a hug gesture. Chen Mo sighed and stared at her in silence, his voice echoing like a rapid-fire barrage in his mind. Glancing over at Eula's blushing face, Chen Mo's frustration deepened. Why were they all trying to push him over? This was too cruel, too predictable. He'd be in jail sooner or later. Chen Mo took Fulla from Eula's arms, cradling her in his arms, and conjured a suitable outfit for her. This was the magic that ran in Fulla's bloodline, and as her master, Chen Mo had implicitly mastered it. It's just that Chen Mo knows how to use these dragon language magics. But he doesn't understand the principles behind them, and he doesn't need to build a spell model. This goes against what his instructor asked of him. Chen Mo held down Fulla, who wanted to kiss him, and whispered, "Don't be like this. I really don't like children. You've just been born, why are you thinking about those dirty things?" Fulla pouted, hugged Chen Mo's neck with both hands, and said angrily, "I'm more than 1,000 years old, and I'm still a child? If my mother hadn't been unwilling to hatch me and was too lazy to take care of a child, I would have grown up long ago. The strength of an adult dragon is at least legendary level, did you know? You are holding a future legendary dragon queen now." "Master," after saying that, Fulla deliberately blew air into Chen Mo's ears, looking funny and ridiculous. Chen Mo had no choice but to hold her down tightly, preventing her from moving. Finally, turning to Eula, who stood there in a daze, he said, "I'm going home to sleep tonight. After all this hard work, I've finally broken through to the 3rd level. I need some rest." "Yes, Your Highness, Eula will arrange it right away." The maid, Eula, bowed respectfully and headed outside. Chen Mo held Fulla in his arms and said earnestly, "Don't move. Get some sleep. More sleep will help you grow up faster." Okay, it seemed Chen Mo's words had worked. Fulla yawned softly and fell asleep, clinging to Chen Mo's body. Seeing the cute little girl finally quiet down, Chen Mo began to study the magic in Fulla's bloodline. He felt like Fulla was hiding some knowledge from him. How did she manage to transform into the various human forms just now? Chen Mo was deeply curious. Across the academy, within a luxurious palace, the rubber woman sat on a throne, legs crossed, gazing at her many subordinates. One of them knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Your Highness, Freya, everything has been arranged. That person's true identity has been confirmed to be the last disciple of Destroying Thunder, inheriting the destiny of the practical school. If the plan succeeds, Your Highness will be able to completely expel him from the kingdom of heaven, cutting off his path to becoming an arcane mage." It turned out that the academy's disciplinary captain was actually a princess, and she also had a fondness for rubber leather jackets. She looked at her subordinates casually, but her mind was full of thoughts. She waved her hand, dismissing the many men, and sat quietly on the throne, lost in thought. That night, Chen Mo lay on his 10x10-meter bed, quietly observing the changes in his body and mentally planning his next training schedule. Reaching the 3rd level is only a small step, breaking through to the 4th level is the first challenge. Levels 1 through 3 are collectively known as beginner mages. Their strength is not very strong. While they have mastered flight, they can only rely on vehicles. Once he reached the intermediate mage level, Chen Mo could master a wide range of powerful spells, even flying freely. The difference between an intermediate mage and an elementary mage was at least tenfold, not just in terms of magical power but also in the various spells used. The requirements for advancing to the intermediate mage level were also very strict. Not only did he need to reach a certain level of magical power, but he also needed mental strength and a foundation in 4th-tier spells. There were tens of thousands of spells to learn alone. And while Chen Mo could certainly choose to learn less, the reality was that a mage's strength depended on his knowledge. This alone might not be enough. Learning magic was a costly endeavor, and knowledge was priceless. Random thoughts raced through his mind, and Chen Mo shook his head, forcing himself into a meditative state, clearing his mind. Meanwhile, Fulla and Eula were hiding outside Chen Mo's bedroom, using a small hole to secretly observe Chen Mo from within. "Fulla, Your Highness, are you really going to do this? Isn't this inappropriate?" Maid Eula cautiously glanced at Fulla, who was perched below her. She held a tray filled with unspeakable objects. Fulla waved her hand, adopting the demeanor of a grown-up, and said calmly, How could it be inappropriate? You don't know. My master is a very sensitive person. He craves your company every day. We're doing this entirely for his sake. Okay, bring the things over. Eula handed over the tray with a worried look on her face, yet she felt a tinge of anticipation, punctuated by a wave of nervousness. Dragon Maid and Fla took the smoke from the tray, poured it into the small hole in the room, and began to blow. When the smoke completely filled the room, she lifted a super concentrated soul crystal from the tray. This crystal contained enough energy to sustain her transformations for a day. If she hadn't hatched so late, she wouldn't have needed it. Now, she'd just have to eat more energy to keep going. Fla smiled at Maid Eula and said jokingly, "All right. He's completely asleep. Let's get started." "You look a little impatient." The two tiptoed, pushed open the door, and entered Chen Mo's room. Meanwhile, Chen Mo had already fallen into coma, completely unaware that his contracted partner and his maid were plotting to assault him. Moonlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling window. Eula, dressed in black gauze pajamas, gently brushed her agate green hair and took in the voluptuous beauty before her. She was the adult form of Fula, with fiery red hair, two-toned vertical pupils, a pair of tiny wings on her back, and a long dragon tail. The dragon's tail swayed, inviting one to grasp it. The moonlight shone on her, making her seem luminous. Fula blinked, motioning Eula to follow, approaching Chen Mo on the bed. 20,000 words omitted here. The next day. Early morning. Chen Mo awoke from his sleep, suddenly feeling exhausted, his whole body hollowed out. He yawned, his eyes dazed. After a few seconds of confusion, he suddenly felt a warm breeze beneath him, like breathing. Did this feeling seem familiar? Could it be that his maid had fallen asleep on him again? Chen Mo threw back the covers and exclaimed, "Oh my god." He quickly covered them up. It wasn't just a maid Eula. There was also a dragon girl sleeping on him. Who is this? As soon as the question arose in his mind, Chen Mo sensed a spiritual connection with Fula, and instantly realized that this unknown beauty was Fula. Suddenly, Chen Mo fell into empty contemplation. Was I pushed? Why don't I remember anything? I'm so upset. Give me back my memory. Why doesn't even Super God have a single record? Chen Mo's movement woke them up. Eula rubbed her eyes, straightened up, and gently greeted Chen Mo. Fula, on the other side, hugged Chen Mo's waist, rubbed her cheek against his, and fell asleep again. Chapter 149 Fula, my saliva is ambergris. On the car ride to the academy, Chen Mo sat in the back seat, hugging his knees, looking at Eula and Fula with a look of resentment. Their laughter and joy made Chen Mo's heart ache. It was so painful. Why didn't he remember anything at all? Wasn't Fula his friend? Why hadn't he noticed a single premonition? Not a single memory of those beautiful scenes came back to him, and Chen Mo was utterly depressed. He had accumulated 30 years of pure magic power. Was it just going down the drain? Ugh. The maid Eula was particularly cheerful today, her face rosy and her eyes charming, like a long-awaited rain after a long drought. Her skin was much smoother than usual, and it was obvious from her smooth skin. Fula, the little dragon girl, was fast asleep in the passenger seat. Last night, she had absorbed an entire soul crystal. The powerful power was contained within her body for a long time, lingering within her. Some of it was used to maintain her adult size, and now almost half of it was needed to grow her dragon form. Sleep is undoubtedly the best way to grow. If Chen Mo hadn't awakened her, she would have hatched in another 100 years, then slept for 1,000 years before reaching adulthood, transforming directly into the legendary Thunder Flame Dragon, free and unfettered. Inheriting the powerful primordial power of her dragon parents, Fula can consume fire and lightning, as well as similar energies. Last night, she continuously consumed a large amount of Chen Mo's magic power, nearly consuming it to the point of suffocation. Chen Mo's magic power, constantly refined through endless devouring, is hundreds of times purer than the magic emanating from the outside world. Furthermore, compressed by the immense force of gravity, its concentration has reached an unimaginable level. It can only be said that Chen Mo was completely purified. After consuming that first mouthful of magic power, Fula could no longer suppress her true nature, completely indulging herself, draining Chen Mo completely dry. Although a small share was given to the maid Eula, the immense magical power still caused Fula to fall into deep sleep, relying on sleep to digest the overwhelming magical and mental power. At the same time, Fula's increased strength would be fed back to Chen Mo, strengthening him as well. The fateful pact with the Dragon Clan was not only due to their power, but also to their long lifespan. Chen Mo now shared life and death with Fulla, sharing the same lifespan. Simultaneously, Chen Mo's lifespan had been stretched to tens of thousands of years by Fulla. This instantaneous attainment of near-eternal life was a shame, as Chen Mo hadn't yet realized it. After all, it wasn't an instantaneous acquisition, but rather the result of years. As their bond grew closer, this shared power would become more profound. If Chen Mo could see the system dashboard now, he would undoubtedly notice that his health points had increased by 10,000 points. This was only in Fulla's larval state. As she matured through the stages of juvenile, adolescent, adult, prime, and old age, she would experience further enhancements in various aspects. However, Chen Mo would have needed years to thoroughly study the vast array of dragon magic, as it was, after all, the inherited power of an ancient race. Unbeknownst to Chen Mo, a young dragon cub alone couldn't have increased his health by 10,000 points. Almost half of these 10,000 points were augmented by his maid, Eula. Eula was a tree elf, a type of nature elf. She revered nature and possessed powerful natural magic. Born with the ability to control life-related powers, she was an exceptional healer. Buried in thought, Chen Mo failed to notice this, instead repeatedly nodding his head, distressed by his amnesia. Soon, Chen Mo returned to the library and began to remain cooped up there, cuddling with Fulla and reading magic books. The sleeping little dragon, Fulla, was like a self-heating pillow. Besides being soft and cuddly to the touch, she was also warm and didn't move much in her sleep, making Chen Mo quite fond of her. The special connection in their souls also made Chen Mo instinctively protect her in his arms, even refusing to let the maid Eula take her away, forcing him to carry her himself. Time in the library was always tedious, but acquiring magical knowledge was crucial. Chen Mo was the type to persevere through it all, and if he let himself slack off, his efforts would easily cease. So, Chen Mo now immersed himself completely in a sea of magical books, devouring them without sleep or food, memorizing every bit of knowledge in his mind, regardless of whether he could learn it or not. 7 days passed in a flash, and Chen Mo yawned, finally realizing his dire state. It was as if he had been pulling all-nighters for 3 days straight. His mind was a blur, and he could no longer remember anything. He only wanted a good night's sleep and a hot shower. Dragging his heavy body, Chen Mo got into the car for home. The maid Eula looked worriedly in the rearview mirror, her heart aching. Arriving home, Chen Mo was helped by Eula to the hot springs. Ignoring Eula's gaze, Chen Mo stripped down to his shorts and jumped in. Eula smiled knowingly, picked up the clothes on the ground and put them away, then turned and picked up Fulla and walked outside. Soon, she returned with a tray of drinks and berries. Your Highness. These are magical potions and berries to relieve fatigue. Please have some. Chen Mo, completely submerged in the water, only his eyes visible. He nodded gently and asked Eula to put the items down without saying a word. This embarrassed Eula, who had wanted to stay and rub Chen Mo's back. After a long stalemate, she finally retreated. Meanwhile, in the next room, the little dragon girl Fulla woke up, rubbed her eyes, and subconsciously searched for her contracted master. Her body was slowly growing, gradually reaching adult size, and her dragon tail and wings behind her became even larger, making her look like a dragon man. Following her soul's guidance, Fulla wrapped her wings around her and quickly arrived outside the bathroom, where she was met by the newly emerged maid, Eula. Your Highness, what are you doing? Eula asked, bowing. Is the master in there? Is he taking a bath? I want to join in too. Fulla yawned, her eyelids still closed. Though her face was tired, her tail, flapping against the wall, betrayed her excitement. Suddenly, Fulla slumped over Eula's shoulder and whispered in her ear, just do this, take this and give it to him to drink, and we'll be able to. As she spoke, Eula's face flushed, her breathing became rapid, her eyes blurred, and her heart fluttered. Ever since she tasted the forbidden fruit a week ago, her patience had become increasingly unbearable. If the library weren't a public place, she wouldn't have dared to disturb Chen Mo's practice. Now that they were back in their own home, it was time to relax and do something fun. Last time, Chen Mo kept crying about not having any memory of that incident, so this time, the two of them planned to fill Chen Mo's memory with memories. Quickly, Maid Eula changed into traditional maid outfit and held a tall glass to Fulla's lips. Watching Fulla's glistening saliva drip into the glass, she blinked, quite excited. According to Fulla, her saliva was ambergris, and when combined with other ingredients, it became ambergris wine, a tonic that ordinary people could only dream of. After all, even in the arcane kingdom, dragons were creatures protected by arcane laws, and a single drop of their saliva was priceless, far more valuable than gold. After all, every part of a dragon's body was a precious treasure, and some dragons even sold their whips for money. In the arcane kingdom, repairing a broken limb was easy. With money, any knowledge could be exchanged for an equivalent value. Of course, the definition of money might vary depending on one's power. Back to the point, the maid Eula looked at the half-filled cup of ambergris and swallowed subconsciously. She'd tasted it before, and the flavor was, how should I put it, indescribable, but not unpalatable, but rather wonderful. Seeing Fula's exhausted face, Eula realized this was no ordinary ambergris. I've added some essence blood to it. This will strengthen the master's physique, giving him the strength of a dragon. Fula, looking weak, sat down in a chair. She grabbed the soul crystal the maid handed her and began to nibble at it. So, I have a bold idea. The maid Eula smiled at Zai-Longyu, a hint of something in her eyes. A moment later, Eula's breathing quickened as she gazed at the drink before her, which resembled a brilliant green galaxy. If His Highness drinks this, even dragons won't be as powerful as him. Fula's eyes widened as she discreetly scooped a tiny amount with her pinky finger, placing it on her tongue and tasting it. Instantly, her eyes widened like bells. Huh? Her tail perked up, sticking straight up high. Fula quickly reached out, dipped her finger in the liquid, and before Eula could react, she thrust it directly into her mouth. Eula's eyes widened, her entire body softening. Then, she straightened up again, grabbing Fula's hand and refusing to let go. After a long pause, their gazes were menacing, like two hungry wolves. With a creak, the bathroom door opened, and the maid, Eula, entered again, bearing a tray. She said gently, Your Highness. This is a special drink made for you to relieve mental fatigue. It's called ambergris, and it helps you sleep. Chen Mo was still guzzling bubbles, having devoured everything on the plate. After finishing his meal, he felt even more sleepy. Soaking in the warm water had left him feeling a bit dizzy. He casually took the drink offered by the maid, Eula. Looking at the shimmering green, he didn't think twice before gulping it down. Fula unbuttoned her maid outfit, and mist filled the air, transforming the bathroom into a scene of enchantment. 100,000 words omitted here. Inside the villa, the butler, Nip, was enjoying the cool breeze at the doorway. He needed to calm down. At his age, he couldn't handle the excitement. It's good to be young, Nip sighed, looking at the swaying house. Suddenly, a blue sky falcon, with its shimmering feathers, descended from the sky and hovered in front of Nip, holding a black invitation with a gold border in its beak. Nip took the invitation, and the beautiful bird-like monster flew away. He looked up and saw that it was an invitation to a banquet hosted by the imperial family of divans. The stamp on the letter looked normal, but the experienced Nip, after carefully analyzing it, felt something strange. Could it be that some princess has fallen in love? But she's the granddaughter of some academic figure. This is going to be quite interesting, but I wonder if Her Highness would be willing to attend the banquet, Nip muttered to himself, looking towards the house with a smile. Then his smile froze. Faint shouts drifted from the house, making him feel awkward. Now he should be thinking about which hotel to stay at tonight, not the invitation. After all, the banquet was in a week, so Her Highness had plenty of time to prepare. Nip smiled and shook his head, slowly walking out of the front yard. He then cast a large protective barrier around the villa, primarily to silence sound and prevent snooping. 4 days later, Chen Mo collapsed on his 10x10 bed, unable to move. The effects of the ambergris had finally worn off. He was dying. Exhausted. It couldn't get any worse. Even a dragon couldn't stand up to another dragon. This time, Chen Mo memorized every scene, etched them all into the memory palace of his soul, never to be forgotten. With his hands gently resting on the backs of Fula and Eula, Chen Mo slowly closed his tearful eyes and fell asleep. When he woke up again, it was already the next night. Chen Mo didn't notice Fula and Eula. When he got up and put on his clothes, Eula slowly pushed open the door and came in, head lowered, her fair neck flushed and red. Your Highness. Dinner is ready, please follow me. Looking at the shy Eula, Chen Mo was speechless. You're being shy now, why didn't I see you shy in the past 4 days? Chen Mo suddenly had an idea, and suddenly felt a little playful. He put his arm around Eula and kissed her directly, causing Eula to bury her head in Chen Mo's arms and try to pull off his clothes. This frightened Chen Mo so much that he quickly grabbed her hand and said sternly, "Dame, you can't do this. Eating is important. I haven't eaten in days." With that, he walked straight out of the room and headed straight for the dining room, leaving Eula alone, biting her nails and stamping her feet. "Your Highness, this is an invitation for you. It's from the Imperial family of Divans. They are one of the leading factions in the Academy. You're a princess of the Imperial family, and I know you well." Looking at the invitation Nip handed over, Chen Mo was stunned. Old acquaintance. Chapter 150 Dinner. It's her. The girl who likes wearing rubber jackets. Chen Mo accepted the invitation and slid down to his seat, casually taking a sip from his drink. Fula, sitting next to him, sipped, feeling drowsy. She slid from the next chair into Chen Mo's arms, shifted comfortably, and fell asleep. Chen Mo had intended for Eula to carry her back to her room, but a connection in his soul made him instinctively put down his drink and embrace Fula like a large dragon-shaped pillow. He casually tossed the envelope aside, and with a telekinetic touch, the stamp tore through, and the letter inside slowly unfolded, revealing its contents before Chen Mo. After a quick glance, Chen Mo felt a pang of confusion. Why had this girl invited him to the party? Was she addicted to spankings? Drawing on his 30 years of novel-reading experience, Chen Mo clearly understood this was a trap. But what exactly did the other party want from him? Money? Power? Influence? Or perhaps seeds? Chen Mo looked at the butler, Nip, standing nearby, and asked in a deep voice, "Mr. Nip, what's the background of this Divan's royal family?" Although Chen Mo had only lived here for a few months, during this time, Chen Mo had discovered that his butler, Nip, was a very capable person. This strength not only reflected his strong fighting ability, but also his efficiency in handling any matter. No matter what trouble Chen Mo caused at the academy, Nip would always solve the mess immediately, completely eliminating subsequent trouble. He was simply a godlike butler. Moreover, when he was with Fleula, the butler had consciously moved out for a few days, which made Chen Mo feel embarrassed but also very grateful. Nip had a hot towel on his arm, a gleam in his eyes, and he leaned over and said with a smile, "Your Highness, the Divan's royal family is one of your mentor's sworn enemies, and His Majesty Sanders is a loyal theoretical scholar. They don't like hands-on practice, and they hate violence very much, and it just so happens that His Majesty Sanders' theoretical thinking is to use practice to test all magic. Right and wrong will be verified in practice. At the same time, His Majesty also has the most violent temper. In the Arcane Council, he often beats several people alone and beats those academic leaders black and blue." Nip took out a video crystal and played some scenes in the Arcane Council. The most eye-catching one was Sanders' burly body, beating several old men to the ground. Reliving this scene, Nip's mood brightened. He raised an eyebrow and continued, "Don't be fooled by the fact that His Majesty Sanders looked so old. In fact, His Majesty is older than all of them combined. His Majesty Sanders has lived for an entire era, witnessed the destruction and rebirth of each era, mastered the world's original source of lightning, and is one of the most destructive arcane counselors in the arcane heaven." Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a little curious at Nip's passionate introduction. After all, his cheap teacher had never told him any of this, and he hadn't even spoken to his cheap senior brother. But his life now was pretty good. He was surrounded by beautiful women and could immerse himself in the magic library for free, swimming in the ocean of knowledge and becoming increasingly powerful. As he thought about this, Chen Mo stole a glance at Eula, who was standing nearby. Upon noticing, the base of her neck flushed again, and she stood there with steam rising from her head. After pondering for a few seconds, Chen Mo asked, "Mr. Nip, do you think I should go? I have a feeling this is a hangman feast." "You know what a hangman feast is, don't worry, Your Highness. With your current status, nothing will cause you any trouble. Just focus on your own affairs. Once you become a legendary power, you'll be able to stand on your own." Butler Nip stroked his beard and laughed off Chen Mo's concerns. Seeing the butler's confidence, Chen Mo gradually relaxed, figuring the butler would have a way to deal with the trap set by those people. Then he could just do what he needed to do. With his mind clear, Chen Mo picked up the steak from his plate and began to eat with relish. His frail body needed plenty of meat to nourish him, otherwise the loss of blood and energy would leave him weak. After devouring more than a dozen basin-sized steaks, Chen Mo burped contentedly. After letting Eula wipe the oil off his mouth, he slowly floated up, holding Fulla. After breaking through the third level, Chen Mo's mental strength increased dramatically. With the help of his feather transformation technique, he could now levitate with telekinesis. He could also manipulate the gravity granted by his innate ability to achieve levitation, though this was slow and not as fast as using a flying vehicle. Currently, Chen Mo could only levitate a dozen centimeters, a bit like a ghost. After dinner, Chen Mo returned to his room and lay in a rocking chair on the balcony, quietly gazing at the night sky. This was one of his few quiet moments. Fulla would quietly sleep on him, cradling her tail in her arms and occasionally licking it, as if she had eaten something delicious in a dream. As night fell, Eula would bring in a sleep aid and help Chen Mo rest, ending a fulfilling day. The next day, Chen Mo, holding his lower back, sat up in bed. Despite consuming a large amount of precious food, he still couldn't bear the emptiness within him. Both his mind and body were exhausted. Under the quilt, two little heads, one red and one green, were still sleeping soundly, making Chen Mo unable to help but rub them with pity. However, the heartwarming scene ended abruptly in the next second. Fulla, who was half asleep, dreamed of a lot of delicious food. She dove directly into the ocean of food, grabbed the nearest dessert, and was ready to show off. Desserts rich in high energy are her favorite. She took a big cup of shaved ice in one mouthful and slurped it happily. However, she was not fully conscious and had a little doubt. Why is this shaved ice not icy? Chen Mo howled twice, threw off the quilt and rushed out. He urgently needed a cold shower to cool down, otherwise he really couldn't stand it this early in the morning. The breeze blew into the balcony, waking up the sleeping dragon girl and the elves. The wind chimes rang, and a new day began. Chen Mo wasn't planning to go to the academy today. The evening before was the evening for the Divan's banquet. If he got too caught up in the library, he'd forget he had to attend. So, Chen Mo simply stayed home. He held Fulla in his arms, studying dragon language magic, hoping to learn some powerful spells. The house that senior brother had arranged for Chen Mo was truly plentiful. Anything he desired would appear. Chen Mo had intended to experiment with magic in the front yard, but the maid told him it was too dangerous. He was then taken to the villa's basement, a training ground the size of 100 football fields, its spaciousness surprising Chen Mo. Nip served as Chen Mo's sparring partner in their own practice grounds. Eula was unable to bring herself to do it, so she had to serve tea and water. According to Nip and the others, their abilities were at the 9th level, meaning they were already at the threshold of legend. However, for various reasons, they hadn't been able to break through and enter the realm of rules. Normally, the housekeeper and maid concealed their abilities so well that Chen Mo rarely noticed. Ever since Eula began daily in-depth discussions with Chen Mo, sensing the energy of the black hole within his body, discovered Eula's true strength. She was a powerful life support, a conclusion Chen Mo had reached after several days of practical analysis. After all, ambergris was just a gimmick, it wasn't truly effective. Chen Mo's prowess was only enhanced by the influence of Eula's life essence. After mastering some of the third-tier spells, Chen Mo began battling Nip. Initially, Nip easily handled Chen Mo's third-tier spells, but later discovered that Chen Mo's third-tier spells were significantly different from those of ordinary people. Nip needed to suppress his strength to around the 4th tier in order to evenly match Chen Mo. The reason for this strength was actually due to Chen Mo's fateful pact with an ancient dragon, which granted him half of a dragon's immense power. This was also due to the fact that much of the power remained dormant within him, untapped. After all, Chen Mo's constitution couldn't handle such a massive force. Add to that the thunder essence Sanders had previously bestowed upon Chen Mo, though Chen Mo had yet to discover its purpose. His body was developing into a humanoid dragon. At this rate, Chen Mo felt as though he had achieved legendary status solely through his physical strength. Night had flown by. To maintain his spirits, Chen Mo, at Eula's urging, quietly drank a glass of fruit wine infused with a drop of Flora's ambergris and took a 4-hour hot bath before finally settling into his personal vehicle, feeling relaxed. Eula, the maid, had changed into a gorgeous, shimmering, backless evening gown, also green, as if green had always been her favorite. Chen Mo, gazing at the incredibly beautiful Eula, suddenly felt that perhaps this was due to her being a tree elf. After all, nature's color was green. Life always needed a touch of green, but it couldn't be the green of betrayal. Fulla also donned a luxurious evening gown. The flaming skirt couldn't hide her bulk. Chen Mo worried about whether these flimsy clothes would be enough to keep him warm, considering the party would last late into the night. After waving goodbye to the butler, Eula started the car and vanished into the sky. Fulla, still snoring, clutched Chen Mo's arm, her saliva staining his clothes. This forced Chen Mo to find a bowl to catch the ambergris. After all, it was valuable, so no matter how hard it was, he had to preserve it. After wandering around in the night breeze, Chen Mo and the other two finally arrived at the venue half an hour after the party had begun. It was a magnificent palace, resembling an imperial palace, splendid and dazzling. Chen Mo quietly collected the half-full bowl of ambergris, woke Fulla, and wiped her saliva. Then, Fulla and Eula each held one of Chen Mo's arms and, under the heated gazes of the crowd, slowly entered the banquet hall. Chen Mo was greeted by several middle-aged men he didn't recognize. Upon meeting, they launched into a flurry of polite conversation that he couldn't understand. Luckily, Eula handled the situation gracefully. Soon, Chen Mo had shrugged off the annoying group and brought Fulla to a table under a window. Before leaving, he asked Eula to hold the others back while he and Fulla ate something and then left. Chen Mo had absolutely no desire to experience the cliché plots of those aristocratic banquets from novels. So, he'd already planned to eat while he waited for the real deal to arrive, and then he could run away. He had no time to watch the nobles shuffling and flirting, he'd rather go home and chat with Eula and Fulla. Chen Mo simply disliked the noisy atmosphere. Banquets are supposed to be about socializing, so there would be plenty of drinks and food. After finding a seat with Fulla, Chen Mo didn't even bother to stand. Instead, he used his telekinesis to bring food from the nearby gourmet table. The two of them ate with a casual demeanor, eating whatever was convenient. Passers-by, observing Chen Mo's starving appearance, would occasionally chuckle. Then they began teasing Chen Mo's companion, the dragon girl Freya, who sat across from him. Freya had shrunk her wings considerably, transforming them into miniature wings, looking adorable. Her dragon tail curled around her waist, accentuating her slender figure even more. After more than 10 minutes of eating, the host of the banquet still hadn't arrived. Chen Mo was growing annoyed. Although he'd come all this way hungry, he'd already been full after just a few minutes. He simply thought, let's finish this steak and leave. Suddenly, the entire banquet hall darkened, and countless azure stars shone from the ceiling. Countless fluorescent lights streamed down from the dome, creating a scene as if they were surrounded by countless stars. Several beams of light suddenly converged, and Freya, clad in a gorgeous long dress, appeared on the podium. She raised her skirt and bowed to the crowd, then slowly began to speak her thanks. After a crackling speech, her tone became passionate, and she excitedly said, "Next, let us welcome today's protagonist, the new disciple of the Great Majesty, the world-destroying Thunder, and the time traveler of the new era, Mr. Mo Chen." The spotlight suddenly shone on the table where Chen Mo sat. Chen Mo and Fulla were about to put their steaks into their mouths open, and the delicious sauce dripped out. The atmosphere in the entire venue froze for a moment. Chen Mo and Fulla took a synchronized bite, directly plunging the steaks, as big as their faces, into their mouths. They swallowed them whole, tilting their heads and looking at the shocked crowd. Huh? Eula, standing nearby, grinned from ear to ear. She had never expected her own highness to retaliate in this way. The academic who valued theory and aristocratic etiquette had actually invited a vulgar foodie to a banquet. This would probably make the headlines in tomorrow's Arcane Daily. Eula trotted over, blocking the spotlight, and in a few breaths, she cleaned up the greasy mouths of Chen Mo and Fulla. This eased the awkward atmosphere somewhat, and the guests present all forgot what had just happened. They all smiled and waited for Chen Mo's speech. Chen Mo blinked and said embarrassedly, "Well, I'm done. Can I leave now?" Chapter 151 Good Time and Good Wine. Ha ha ha. Mr. Mo Chen really loves to joke. Our banquet has just begun, and you're the star of the evening. How could you abandon all of us here and sneak off? Are you planning a spontaneous getaway with this incredibly alluring lady beside you? Freya approached, a glass of champagne in hand, her voice as clear as a lark's, her every move graceful and elegant, a stark contrast to Chen Mo's rustic demeanor. Staring directly at the radiant Freya, Chen Mo rose to greet her, his face puzzled. "Friends? I don't think I know anyone here." Chen Mo's words immediately embarrassed the nobles present. Their faces, frozen with smiles, were unsure whether to relax. However, Freya, the star of the evening, remained calm, quietly gazing into Chen Mo's eyes. She was contemplating a rhetoric that would make this despicable little jerk laugh at the laughter of everyone present. For a moment, she imagined what the headlines in tomorrow's arcane morning news would be. She wondered what the Emperor of Thunder, the world-destroying thunder, would look like upon reading this news. Freya's face lit up with laughter, her face unable to close. Unable to get an answer, Chen Mo suddenly looked at the stunning woman before him. He was momentarily unsure of her intentions, but her malicious intent was clear. He figured he'd make this banquet something unexpected. Suddenly, Chen Mo laughed, his voice rising sharply. As if struck by a flash of inspiration, he clapped his hands and shouted, "Oh wow! I remember. This beautiful lady is right. There's indeed a good friend of mine here. I've known her since forever." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the banquet hall instantly cooled. Everyone suppressed a smile, wanting to laugh but not daring to, some even pinching their lower backs to muffle the sound. The attendees were all idle, wealthy young men or reporters from the news media. They were well aware that Princess Freya had recently engaged in a brawl with a rumored son of thunder. Freya, a level 3 warrior, was outmatched by a level 2 brat and publicly slapped more than a dozen times. That scene was truly horrific. If it weren't for the quick response of the Divan's royal family, the crystal video footage would have spread throughout the arcane heavens in less than half an hour. And now, this newcomer had brought up such an inappropriate topic, potentially exposing Freya's wrath. The guests, eager to watch the spectacle, quietly retreated, vacating their seats in the hall. Only Chen Mo and Freya remained in a standoff, a tense atmosphere that threatened to erupt at any moment. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Freya's face darkened, like a dark cloud covering her face. Her once beautiful face darkened. Her mind reeled back to the moment she'd been forced to rest against the man's thighs and spanked harshly, leaving her sleeping on her stomach that night. The memory of this had a lasting effect. Freya's rage, fresh and old, surged, her fury boiling over like a volcano. Just as she was about to erupt, she suddenly remembered her purpose for the night. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks, her trembling body still. She closed her eyes with difficulty, took a deep breath, and cast a forced calm spell on herself. After several seconds of pause, she finally smiled again, a coy expression on her face. She slowly approached Chen Mo's side, almost snuggling into his embrace. Your Highness Mo Chen is truly wicked. Even his jokes are so trendy. It's truly amazing." Freya suppressed her nausea and, with a coquettish voice, patted Chen Mo's chest with her small fan, looking like a shy young woman. This reaction was unexpected for Chen Mo. The other party had actually endured this. Was he preparing a bigger trap? For a moment, crows flew overhead, and Chen Mo didn't know how to respond. The atmosphere suddenly cooled. Just then, music suddenly began to fill the air, signaling the start of the dance. To the rhythm of the melodious music, dozens of couples suddenly burst into action, circling and dancing around Chen Mo and Freya, reminiscent of a comedic play. If Chen Mo hadn't read countless anime, he would have been mesmerized by the scene. The thought of the other parties enduring humiliation only made him want to leave immediately. Even a hot spring bath at home would be more comfortable. Taking a step back, Chen Mo created distance, avoiding the other party's attempt to lean in. The sudden movement nearly caused Freya to lose her balance and fall to the ground. Fortunately, she pulled herself up with her powerful mental strength. Chen Mo calmed himself down and asked seriously, "If you have nothing else to say, I'll leave first." Freya steadied herself, took a feather fan, and half covered her mouth with it, her large eyes twinkling as she stared intently at Chen Mo. When Chen Mo grew impatient, she said in a coquettish voice, "Why don't we go upstairs and talk? It's quieter there." Although Chen Mo had imagined some possible scenarios for a honey trap, now that he was there, it seemed difficult to withdraw. After meeting Eula's gaze, Chen Mo received a reassuring look and immediately accepted Freya's offer. However, Chen Mo insisted on bringing his 2 female companions along. After all, Chen Mo didn't want to be accused of inappropriate behavior towards a royal princess. Under the gaze of the banquet's numerous guests, Chen Mo slowly led his 3 female companions upstairs and closed the door behind him. The moment the door closed, the guests began whispering, already imagining tens of thousands of words of various subsequent plotlines. They wondered where this drama would lead. The actions of this Divan's princess were truly audacious, practically trampling the very prestige of the royal family. Without the 2 protagonists of the evening, the guests felt a sudden sense of ease and comfort. The atmosphere became joyful, returning to a familiar rhythm. The music continued, the dance continued, and he embraced his companion's slender waists, reveling in the alluring spectacle of feasting and revelry. Elsewhere, Freya closed the door and gently led Chen Mo to her boudoir, accompanied by Freya and Eula. "Your Highness Machen, can you have your two companions wait here? We can just talk behind the screen." "Nothing will happen," Freya said softly, smiling at Chen Mo. An alluring fragrance filled Chen Mo's nose, as if destined specifically for him. This sweet aroma made him dazed, and unnoticed, he agreed to the other party's request. Under the dim pink light, Chen Mo and Freya's figures were blurred on the screen. Freya extended her white hand and gently brushed Chen Mo's chest. Suddenly, her breathing became heavier, closing the distance between them. She gently waved her feather fan, and a faint mist quietly emanated. If you weren't paying attention, you would have mistaken it for the woman's breath, warm under the light. Freya's smile was extremely seductive. While Chen Mo was already a little tipsy, as if he had drunk too much. Elsewhere, Freya took the soul crystal handed to her by Eula, crunched it in 2 bites, and swallowed it. After being digested by the dragon's stomach, it instantly broke down into a huge amount of energy, filling her entire body, extending the duration of her transformation by more than a day. Fulla quietly leaned behind Eula's ear and whispered something in a low voice, causing Eula's neck to turn red and her legs to tighten in shyness. "That's not good. How about we go back?" the charming Eula said shyly with her head lowered. Fulla waved her hand and directly took out 3 bottles of ambergris from Chen Mo's space backpack. As a contracted partner for soul fusion, Fulla was a very lustful dragon, but that was her nature. Dragons were so rare, how could their race continue to reproduce if they didn't work harder? However, after browsing Chen Mo's memories, Fulla realized that she was still too naive. Her master was actually an LSP, and he was already a skilled male worker before he crossed over. Secretly hoarding dozens of bottles of ambergris wasn't so surprising. Fulla herself didn't know where Chen Mo had gotten so much. She uncapped the bottles and sniffed them, but something seemed off. She couldn't place the exact difference, but it seemed more than just her saliva. Fulla grabbed Eula's hand and pouting at her, urged her to quickly release a few billion life essences to enhance the ambergris. However, Eula hesitated, fiddling with her fingers and hesitating. Fulla sighed. This girl was truly hopeless. Her man was about to be seduced away, yet she was still acting like a fool. Fortunately, Fulla had prepared herself. She delved into the deepest recesses of Chen Mo's backpack, overturning the basic pink books before finally finding the small green bottle hidden beneath the heavy covering. This was Eula's life essence, capable of greatly amplifying an individual's vitality and strengthening the activity of internal organs. It was the finest ingredient used in stat-boosting potions, a priceless and extremely rare item. This was because it was only possessed by tree elves, and each tree elf's life essence could only be used by one person, a lifelong bond. Fulla had no idea when Chen Mo had secretly saved this vial, and why he had hidden it so well. She would have been completely unaware of it if she hadn't stumbled upon it while rummaging through her marked backpack. After carefully pouring 4 goblets halfway filled with ambergris, Fulla added 2 drops of life essence to each, pausing for a few seconds before pouring half the vial directly into one. After gently shaking, the liquor, like a dazzling galaxy, slowly swirled, resembling a captivating green starry sky. After having Eula follow her with 2 cups, Fulla clattered a few times and stepped behind the screen. She immediately spotted the bewildered Chen Mo and mentally cursed, "Foolish master, your highnesses, such a beautiful day and scenery, why not enjoy some fine wine? As the saying goes, a little drink soothes the soul. Your highnesses can let your emotions flow into this glass of wine and indulge in the music." Fulla's sultry eyes flickered between Chen Mo and Freya, momentarily separating them. Reaching out, Fulla prepared to pass the glass of ambergris, infused with most of the essence of life, to Freya, her dragon eyes flashing a dangerous light. Unexpectedly, Freya was quicker. Grabbing Chen Mo's glass of ambergris, the 3 of them clinked their glasses intertwining for a moment, so clinking that even Fulla couldn't see which one was the more potent. Freya remained impassive, her face slightly tipsy, revealing a seductive, drunken air even before she drank. In her heart, she was very proud and secretly praised her own wit. "I got tired of trying to put drugs in wine 18 years ago." As Freya raised her hand, the 3 of them raised their glasses and drank the ambergris without a drop left. Looking at the smug Freya, Freya's eyes were quite funny and meaningful. After giving Eula a look, The latter finally understood something and immediately drank her glass of ambergris in one gulp. At this moment, the consciousness of the four people suddenly became clear, but they fell into a drunken state. While the alcohol was still in effect, Freya cast a forbidden-level protective magic circle to prevent others from coming in to disturb them. However, she seemed to have forgotten to set up a soundproof magic circle, and she fluttered her wings and knocked Chen Mo to the ground. The four people in the room were all powerful in their magical powers. Subconsciously, terrifying magical energies were instantly drawn forth, instantly shattering the dim light in the room. Only a faint moonlight filtered through the curtains, dimly illuminating the room. The room suddenly fell silent. Suddenly, heavy breathing could be heard, followed by the sound of porcelain shattering on the floor. The dimly lit room suddenly became like a spring breeze bathed in rain, gently moistening peach blossoms. The guests in the banquet hall downstairs were first startled by the four terrifying magical energies. Then, the sounds of crashing and shattering objects filled them with worry. Could the negotiations have fallen through? A fight was about to break out? The next moment, a strange snort echoed, bringing the entire hall to a sudden silence. The female guests covered their eyes, their curious eyes peeking through their fingers as they stared in surprise at the closed door. As the sounds grew louder and louder, even the guards outside the room noticed something was amiss. Just as they were about to investigate, a detachment of golden-armored soldiers surrounded the entire palace. Following the leading general's instructions, the guests, each holding their female companions, boarded their respective carriages, preparing to depart for their next social gathering. After they had departed, the general stood before the room's door, a look of melancholy on his face, gazing blankly at the ancient magic circle. The constant clamor in his ears was a source of dismay even for this seasoned warrior. After careful examination, he discovered that the circle was still absorbing magical energy to strengthen its defenses. Forcibly breaching it would severely injure those within. Undeterred by any rash action, the general immediately led his men out of the palace, securing the outer perimeter and setting up a silencing array to completely block out any sound. Gazing at the endless starry sky overhead, the general muttered to himself, "Your Highness has truly suffered a setback. Not only has he lost his wife, but also..." Chapter 152 7 days later. 7 days later. The magnificent palace had been reduced to ruins. In the center of the ruins, a circular area remained relatively well preserved. This was Freya's beloved 10x10-meter soft bed, custom made to fit her sleeping position perfectly. She stared blankly at the sky with her eyes wide open. What the hell just happened? No. Why is this happening? This plot doesn't make sense. Where are my people? Damn it, are those bastards drunk? Why haven't they shown up? Freya suddenly felt a surge of sadness, tears streaming from her eyes. She felt her heart ache, it was agonizing. Thinking back to what had happened before, she realized it was all due to her own misplanning, the unexpected incident, and the painful lesson she had learned. She cried even louder inwardly, silently closing her eyes with tears streaming down her face, giving up. Chen Mo woke from his slumber, feeling the warmth of his body and the sweet aroma that filled his nose. For a moment, he was addicted and reluctant to wake up. Reaching out, Chen Mo touched something that felt like slime, but warm. Could it be fire slime? Confused, Chen Mo opened his eyes, and suddenly, a look of terror appeared in his eyes. Holy crap, Freya looked at him with a sullen expression. She sniffled, trying to calm herself, and said, "Have you had enough of this?" Woo-woo-woo-woo. Her soft sobs woke Freya and Eula, who scrambled to their feet, their blankets slipping off. The scene was so voluptuous that Chen Mo couldn't help but stare. With a puff, as if someone had farted, Freya's face instantly flushed red again. "Master! You're so noisy. Let Freya sleep for 5 more minutes. Good morning, Your Highness. Eula will get up and make you breakfast." "Okay." Suddenly waking up, Eula blushed. She immediately clutched her chest and grabbed the blanket to cover herself. Unexpectedly, the force was so strong that she fell to the ground, taking the other 3 with her. 3 hours later, the sun was high in the sky, its scorching rays pouring down. The 4 of them slumped together, staring blankly at the sun. Freya took over Chen Mo's right arm, burying her face in his armpit, blushing. Only when the stars were hanging in the air did they regain some strength and stand. In tacit silence, the 4 of them each retrieved clothes from their space backpacks and clumsily changed. Freya lowered her head and limped towards the palace gates. She even found a black veil to cover her head, fearing recognition. As Freya appeared at the gate, she was surrounded by dozens of female guards and carried directly onto an airship, disappearing from the sight of the crowd. The news, which had been fermenting for 8 days, finally exploded today. Late at night, Chen Mo sneaked out with Freya, got into his sports car, and quietly ran back home. The next day, Chen Mo retreated to the library to continue his magic studies. His recent dissolute lifestyle had left him feeling strange. He felt a lingering heat within him, even in sleep, which kept him in a state of exceptional mental well-being, making him rarely sleepy. This greatly improved Chen Mo's study efficiency. With Eula's care, Chen Mo rarely had to leave the library, immersed in his own world. For a moment, he almost forgot about the Princess Freya. After just 7 days, Chen Mo felt a bottleneck. It was as if he had suddenly reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level. Now, all that stood in his way was how to advance to the intermediate level. Chen Mo didn't immediately turn to his inexperienced mentor. Although he had accepted him as his apprentice, he hadn't seen him since leaving the Thunder Plane. It was as if his senior brother had vanished. If Chen Mo hadn't spent a month on his own, still unable to find a way to break through to the 3rd level, he wouldn't have bothered to look for ravaged. A month of solitary meditation had left Eula and Fula extremely worried. They kept their legs tightly clenched, waiting outside the door, refusing to leave. The moment they saw Chen Mo open the door, their joy overflowed, tears streaming down their cheeks. "Your Highness. You're finally out. This is so great." Contrary to Eula's reserve, Fula leaped into Chen Mo's arms, tightly hugging his waist. She was about to climb up and give Chen Mo a sip of freshly squeezed ambergris, but Chen Mo wasn't in the mood. She simply held her head and got in the car for the ride home. After making inquiries, Butler Nip contacted his senior brother, Weber Haoling, in the floating city, but the result was some kind of voice recording magic. Chen Mo had no choice but to put aside these trivial matters and contact him daily, hoping he would resolve his problem soon. If Chen Mo hadn't enjoyed so much service only afforded to the nobility, he would have suspected this cheap mentor was plotting something, taking him in as an apprentice for some hidden experiment. Amidst Flora's sweet bombardment, Chen Mo diligently expanded his knowledge and deepened his spell pool day and night, simultaneously studying additional subjects like human mechanics and biology to further his own development. The relentless daily grind put Chen Mo under increasing pressure, forcing him to resort to daily intake of fresh ambergris to maintain a high state of mind. That night, Chen Mo clasped his hands behind his head, lost in thought. Eula and Fula slept soundly on either side of his arms. After a dreamy night, he felt a wave of insomnia, unable to fall asleep. Consuming too many stimulants had caused his life to become a complete reversal of day and night, making him barely aware of his daily routine. Only in the dead of night did he find a moment to pause and daydream. Eula had made Chen Mo a stress-relieving toy, a green water spirit, which he had already used as a cushion. Suddenly, a message arrived from his long-lost senior brother, Weber Haoling, to my junior brother Mo Chen. "Oh, my dear junior brother, I almost forgot about you. How are your magic studies going? I have good news and bad news for you. I'm sure you're excited. But let me share the bad news. The good news is that I, your senior brother, will soon become the new master of this Thunder Plane, controlling the Thunder floating city and guarding this world. You won't see me again soon. If you can become a legend, perhaps we'll have another chance to meet. Okay. End of the main text. Now for 2 pieces of bad news, listen carefully. Our mentor, Thunder of Destruction Sanders, is about to enter a new realm and become the new overlord. As for why this is bad news, it's because he's about to enter a massive black hole. Under the terrifying gravity of the black hole, he'll comprehend the essence of thunder and gain insight into the mysteries of the Overlord realm. You know black holes, right? You must have known about them in your world. Therefore, Mentor can no longer protect you. You're already a mature junior disciple. You must learn to grow independently. Therefore, I will be withdrawing the housekeeper and maid who care for you to prevent them from being put in danger because of you. Your black gold card is anonymous, but it can only be used in Arcane Heaven. Did you remember to withdraw a few resources? Your dear senior brother, Weber Haoling. Upon seeing this sudden letter, Chen Mo's heart was filled with only 2 words, holy shit, what the hell? His cheap mentor was actually going to a black hole to comprehend the laws? Isn't it like an old man hanging himself? Chen Mo couldn't imagine it. How could a mere human possibly contend with the monsters of the universe? Once they approached the falling horizon, They would be torn to shreds by the terrifying gravity. As a judge of the abyss, Chen Mo had naturally experienced the feeling of having every cell torn into tiny particles. His innate ability was generated by mimicking the essence of a black hole. Even with normal use, Chen Mo felt apprehensive, fearing a single mistake would cause a major disaster. However, his cheap mentor had actually abandoned everything and headed for a black hole. How could Chen Mo accept this? Moreover, he would have to evacuate the housekeeper, Nip, and Eula. Thinking of this, Chen Mo clenched his arms and embraced the two women, feeling their warmth. An endless sense of regret welled up in his heart. How could this happen? He had just formed a close bond with Eula, and now it was going to tear them apart? Damn you, Weber Haoling, I will never forgive you. As if hearing Chen Mo's thoughts, the suddenly appearing letter began to spontaneously combust, disintegrating into countless scattering powders. Eula's eyelashes fluttered, and she woke from her sleep, as if she already knew everything. She cupped Chen Mo's face in her hands and kissed his forehead affectionately, leaving a light green tear-like mark. After fading, she leaned close to Chen Mo's ear and whispered softly, Your Highness. Eula can only stay with you until dawn. I hope you won't forget me. Remember to come find me after you become a legend. I will always be waiting for you. Her sweet voice only added a touch of sadness to Chen Mo's heart. The sadness of parting always catches one off guard. She smiled, her face radiant, and in the moonlight, she was as beautiful as a peony. The night wind blew, her shadow swayed, and in the blink of an eye, dawn arrived. Eula, lying beside Chen Mo, gradually turned into a green particle of light and vanished. Chen Mo stared at the scene in a daze, and before he could react, he heard a familiar voice, Alert! Detecting the judge's location, detecting the removal of obstacles, locking onto the judge, locking complete. Teleporting in 3 seconds, returning to the judge's exclusive room. What was this? Paradise had found him again? Was he going back to paradise now? Back to a life of daily quests, and the constant struggle to become stronger. 3, 2, 1. Teleport beginning. Paradise ignored Chen Mo's sentimentality and instead knocked him unconscious with a club, forcibly teleporting him back to Black Abyss Paradise. By the time Chen Mo awoke, it was several hours later. Thankfully, Fulla was still sleeping soundly on his body. Mission completed. Rewards will now be calculated. Mission name, Windkite's Sorrow, Heavenly Dreams. Mission area, Kingdom of the Gods, Black Smoke Kingdom's Fallen Land, Arcane Heaven, Western Region. Mission difficulty, LV20 LV, unknown. Number of missions completed, survival missions, days, unknown missions. Overall rating. Completed the mission The Windkites Woe and survived to the end, raising the rating to SSS. Completed the mission Heavenly Dreams, raising the rating to overall rating. Judge's level increased to. A data failure has been detected and is being corrected. Correction failed. Correction failed. Correction failed. Cause being determined. Correction completed. The judge has been detected to be protected by a 14th level supreme source, disconnected from paradise for 520 days, and data cannot be synchronized. The judge's comprehensive data is being checked. A new attribute panel is being generated, and the judge's belongings are being verified. Notarization in progress. Notarization completed. After verification by the Abyss Paradise, you have successfully returned to the Paradise system. Your attribute panel has been updated, with the following values: name, Mo Chen, Lord level, rank, level 3, advanced, occupation, Abyss Mage Abyss Swordsman level, LV30 health. 22,000 points / 100%, Destiny Contract, Dragon Blood, Mana. 24,000 points / 100%, Destiny Contract, Dragon Power, Strength. 80, plus 20, points, Destiny Contract, Dragon Body, Agility. 80, plus 20, points, Destiny Contract, Dragon Body, Constitution. 80, plus 20, points, Destiny Contract, Dragon Body, Intelligence. 80, plus 20, points, Destiny Contract, Dragon Body, Charisma. 80, plus 20, points, Destiny Contract, Dragon Body, Luck. 21, plus 20, points, Destiny Contract, Dragon Body, Mental Strength. 24,000 points, Destiny Contract, Dragon God, Soul Strength. 999 points, Destiny Contract, Dragon Soul, Physical Defense. 10,000 points, Destiny Contract, Dragon Body, Strength. 30,000 kilograms, Destiny Contract, Dragon Power, Speed. Triple attributes, Nerve Reaction, Movement, Attack. 4,000 meters per second, Destiny Contract, Dragon Shadow, Lightning Resistance. 999 points, Locked, Spatial Resistance. 1,000 points, plus 950, Destiny Contract, Dragon Body, Elemental Resistance. 900 points, Destiny Contract, Dragon Body, Mastered Skills. 1. Appraisal 2. 0 tier cantrips, 1st tier spells, 2nd tier spells, 3rd tier spells, 4th tier spells, unactivated, 9th tier spells, unactivated, legendary forbidden spells, unactivated. 3. Absolute Boundary, Black Abyss Sword Control, Close Combat, Basic Swordsmanship. 4. Dragon Magic, Ancient Eternal Passive Abilities, Magic Shaping, Spell Modeling, Mental Perception Locking Manipulation, Telekinesis Control, Magic Control, Magic Burst, Magic Mastery, Move Casting, Double Casting, Multicasting, Silent Casting, Invisible Casting, Combined Casting, Spell Speed, Spell Maximization, Magic Amplification, Wind Magic Mastery, Fire Magic Mastery, Energy Microcontrol, Auto Absorption, Magic Essence, Mental Compression Exchange. Stun, Strength, Bull Strength, Agility, Supernatural Reflexes, Constitution, Extraordinary Constitution, Intelligence, Supernatural Memory, Legendary, Charm, Chosen One, Mental Strength, Iron Will, Hyperdimensional Computing, Mythical, Natural Will, Legendary, Ancient Dragon Might. Legendary, Ancient Dragon Body, Legendary, Ancient Dragon Soul, Legendary, Dragon Magic, Mythical Passive, Endless Life, Legendary Life-Specific Passive. Balance Shackles, Legendary Dive and Bloodline, Talent, Endless Devouring, Level. Chapter 153 Junior Chen Wuang. Settlement completed. You receive the following rewards: Attribute Points, Abyss Coins, Eternal Thunder, Origin of Rules, Fate Contract, Ancient Dragon, Gift of the Elf Queen, Sander Spellbook, Arcane Black Gold Bank Card, Bearer, Balance Shackles, Dive Ends. You also receive Contract Partners: Freya Sanders Revel, Eternal Era, Thunder Flame Dragon Hatchling, Eulalia, Queen of Nature Elves, and Freya Divans, Saint of Divans. Note: since the judge has fused multiple powerful and unknown powers, the Paradise Attribute Enhancement Hall will no longer be able to improve your physical attributes. Note: all rewards have been deposited into your marked backpack. Freya will become your dedicated servant, free to enter and exit the Abyss Paradise. Eula and Freya are allied units and currently do not have access to the Abyss Paradise. Detection: Judge has reached the peak of level 3, meeting the advancement requirements and silver trial standards. Mission World Selection is in progress. Selection completed. Your advancement trial has been locked. According to Paradise regulations, you will be conducting the advancement trial at a 6 attribute difficulty level. Notice: the advancement trial will begin in 3 days. Judges, please prepare. Countless Paradise notifications flashed across Chen Mo's retina, a chaotic stream of data that briefly blurred his vision. When he regained consciousness, he found himself lying on the bed in his private room. Confused, Chen Mo suddenly felt a heavy weight. Looking down, he saw a giant red western dragon pressing down on him. It was a giant dragon, but it was actually the size of a beanbag, with small wings and a tail that occasionally puffed the air. This was Fulla, Chen Mo's destined partner. The close soul connection made Chen Mo absolutely certain of this. Recalling Fulla's voluptuous figure and her captivating immersion, Chen Mo felt a momentary daze, then slapped himself. It's already this late, and you're still thinking about this? Those few short months felt like a dream, leaving Chen Mo lost in the glitz and glamour of a gentle land. Waking up, it felt like a lifetime ago. If he hadn't felt the heavy weight of Fura's dragon body, Chen Mo would have thought all this was just a fantasy before the angel of death. Lying quietly in bed, Chen Mo began to analyze his current situation. Only after clearing his mind could he plan his next steps. Now that Chen Mo had returned to Paradise, he would once again face the endless cycle of reincarnation missions alone. Therefore, the most urgent task was to consolidate resources and improve his strength. Paradise's notification indicated that Chen Mo could no longer access the Attribute Improvement Hall. He casually waved his hand to summon his attribute panel, then fell silent as he examined it. What did the bracketed plus 20 after the attribute points mean? An attribute overflow? Perhaps the inability to use attribute points was due to this anomaly. Chen Mo inquired with Paradise, but was denied the authority to answer. With a sigh, Chen Mo stopped exploring and turned back to studying his own skills. Earlier in Arcane Heaven, Chen Mo had memorized the 2 magic books he inherited. With his supernatural memory, this was undoubtedly the safest and most convenient way to store them. This also indirectly meant that once Chen Mo reached the corresponding level, he would automatically master the memorized spells of that level. However, his proficiency was still lacking, and he still needed to practice gradually before he could use them. With a thought, Chen Mo began to awaken his dormant clone. With a burst of steam, a dormant chamber in his private room opened, and the dormant clone gradually awakened, establishing a connection with Chen Mo instantly. Fulla also sensed the clone's presence and sat up in shock. Bewildered, she looked around, gazing at both Chen Mo and the clone. After several minutes, she finally understood what was happening, smacked her lips, and fell back asleep on Chen Mo's chest. The weight of the dragon form was suffocating Chen Mo, so he quickly used Black Abyss coins to purchase various energy potions from Paradise and poured them into Fulla's mouth. During this time, Chen Mo tested his clone's power. Sanders had previously commented that his clone was too weak, so he began to modify it. Now, it possesses 70% of Chen Mo's original form. During this experience, the clone received the updated memories of the original. Acting on its own, it set out to test the park's facilities one by one, testing which ones still worked and which ones were banned. 3 days later, Chen Mo held Fulla, still in her childlike form, in one hand, and felt the absurdity of raising a child. After 3 days of hard work, Chen Mo had spent half his family fortune, over 10 million Black Abyss coins, on a large amount of high-energy items, which he fed to Fulla. With this cramming and forced growth, Fulla successfully shed her dragon form. She could now switch between child and dragon forms, and could also temporarily transform into her adult form for combat, though this could only last a dozen hours at most, after which she would slumber for a double period to recover her strength. Fulla is most stable in her child form. In this state, her tiny wings flutter, and her dragon tail unconsciously binds Chen Mo, securing her body. Then, she wraps her arms around Chen Mo's neck and uses the tiny dragon horn on her forehead to nudge his face, creating a truly adorable look. Fulla can also transform into a tiny dragon with a wingspan of over a meter, soaring at a height of more than 10 centimeters above the ground, with Chen Mo perched on her back. Her fuel consumption per 100 kilometers only requires 3 exploding fireballs. That's right. Fulla needs to absorb Chen Mo's magic power daily. Chen Mo discovered this gradually after accidentally discovering that the small fireballs he was using to practice mind control had been eaten by Fulla. Regardless of whether Fulla is awake or not, Chen Mo can simply place a compressed fireball to her lips, and she will swallow it whole, letting the scorching energy explode in her dragon stomach before being absorbed. This undoubtedly saves Chen Mo a considerable amount of money, especially considering his appetite, which is almost like a black hole. The fireballs Chen Mo unleashed were imbued with his own magical and mental energy. Consuming Fulla in excess could also enhance their telepathic connection. For the past 3 days, Chen Mo's main body had remained in his private room, while his clone had been gathering information. Having not returned for over a year, most players in the Paradise had reached new heights. Level 456 masters were everywhere, and some quite formidable, had broken through to become advanced professionals. Chen Mo's current strength was no longer sufficient to dominate the Paradise. However, he wasn't entirely sure of his true strength. After all, the stats on his stat panel looked impressive, leading him to wonder if his current level was practically useless. After studying with his clone, Chen Mo discovered that most of the Paradise's facilities were useless. All of his skills were now unavailable, leaving him with only the training ground. However, Chen Mo didn't really need to cultivate any abilities anymore. What he urgently needed was a way to break through to level 3, what the Paradise called the Silver Trial. As if he'd been away for too long, Chen Mo couldn't help but sense a hint of anger in Liu's tone. So, this time, he had no choice in the advancement trial, it was thrust upon him. Thinking of Liu's miserable existence, where life and death were at the mercy of his own, Chen Mo missed the honeymoon months even more. The days of daily conversations with Furiyula, each filled with magic books and ideals, were gone. Chen Mo could only replay those feelings in the memory palace within his soul. Oh, right. There was also the Saint of Divans. Perhaps it was Divans' balance shackles that limited his level. Chen Mo felt like he had too much power, and he didn't know how to use many things. Just as he was agonizing, the countdown to his stage drew to a close. Reminder. The advancement trial will begin in 3 minutes. Mission target confirmed. Mission world locked. Transmission begins in 3 minutes. Main quests, Silver Trial, Level 3 Advancement Trial, Level 4 Breakthrough Trial. Mission Area, Whale Abyss Continent, Eastern Immortal Continent, Western Kuangsheng Province, Bloody Evil Dynasty. Mission Summary, Victory in 100 battles, Undefeated in 1,000 battles, Immortal in 10,000 battles. Lead your army to victory in 100 battles, personally participate in 1,000 wars without defeat, survive 10,000 battles without dying, and become a sure war immortal. Mission Objectives. 1. Become the undisputed leader of the Bloody Evil Dynasty. 2. Survive 10,000 battles on the battlefield. 3. Reach the pinnacle of level 6. Time limit, none. Mission Reward. 10 silver attribute points. Hint. These attribute points significantly enhance your innate abilities. Mission Penalty, none. Tip. Abandoning or passively completing the mission will result in the loss of Paradise's auxiliary functions, preventing you from receiving assistance from Paradise. Tip. Gain understanding through battle. Only through combat can one forge a true iron will. Chen Mo stared at the mission information before him, unsure of what to say. Was this someone trying to kill him? As soon as he returned, he was thrown to some Eastern Immortal Continent. Chen Mo still remembered that during his last advancement trial, he had killed a genius from the Immortal Slaying Palace, also from the Eastern Immortal Continent. Thinking of that genius, Chen Mo remembered the situation of the Black Domain invasion back home. He wondered if Dr. Chen and his team had developed a method for the Chinese people on Blue Star to cultivate. Suddenly, a heart palpitation struck, and Chen Mo felt a pain in the back of his head. His vision went black, and he lost consciousness. Eastern Immortal Continent, Blood Demon Dynasty, Western Battlefield, Chen Family Mansion. Opening his eyes, Chen Mo was transported back to his hometown in the countryside, with its wooden beams and red brick and green tile roof. Where am I? Chen Mo murmured in a daze. You're finally awake, young man, an old voice echoed from within the house, startling Chen Mo awake. Sitting up abruptly, Chen Mo found Fula sprawled on top of him, and a smiling, white-haired Taoist priest standing inside, stroking his beard. The old Taoist priest, clad in a gray-black robe and a daoji, a traditional Chinese Buddhist amulet, looked like an immortal. But upon closer inspection, Chen Mo sensed his terrifying power, like the radiant sun. The Taoist priest's gaze, like the weight of the deep ocean, weighed directly on Chen Mo's heart, instantly choking him. Young man, you are now a junior of my Chen family. You will soon be heading to the battlefield to gain experience. Only if you survive the battlefield and become a divine transformation cultivator will you have fulfilled your mission. The Taoist priest stroked his beard, his eyes filled with amusement. He looked at Chen Mo and said slowly, now, it's time for you to choose a name. Although Chen Mo had anticipated Paradise transporting him to the world of immortal cultivation, experiencing it firsthand still left him somewhat bewildered. Was this to involve him practicing magic in the world of immortal cultivation? Becoming a magical immortal? After a moment's pause, Chen Mo suddenly remembered the Taoist's words. He shuddered and quickly rose from the bed, bowing and performing a Tai Chi handshake. He said, thank you, senior, for clearing up my doubts. I've already decided on a name. Chen Wuang. Chen Mo had chosen Chen Wuang for himself long ago while reading a novel. After all, every boy dreams of cultivating immortality, and choosing a name with an ancient aesthetic is common. The Taoist smiled and shook his head, raising his finger to calculate the heavenly secrets. After a moment, he smiled and said, Wuang, Wuang. Although you're not young and frivolous, and don't have the ambition to strive for success, as long as you have the desire for immortality, you're not so bad. Well, then. What happens in the future depends on your luck. From now on, you are Chen Wuang, the 64th generation descendant of the Chen family. You can come to me for answers to all your future questions. All right. My dear grandson, call me grandpa and let me hear it. Looking at the Taoist's kind expression, Chen Mo felt as if he had eaten something, feeling extremely uncomfortable. It felt like he was setting a trap here. Was it really necessary to take advantage of such a small thing? But then he thought, this old Taoist's strength was unfathomable, even slightly more formidable than his senior brother. While not as good as that cheap mentor, he was likely no ordinary person. With this understanding, Chen Mo no longer cared about these minor issues. He bowed again and said, "Grandson, I'm safe and sound. Ancestor, very good, very good. Consider these 2 secret manuals your welcome gift. Rest here for the night, and report to the battlefield with Qingpeng tomorrow." The old Taoist nodded contentedly, casually pulling 2 ancient books from his sleeves and hovering in front of Chen Mo. In the blink of an eye, the old Taoist transformed into a streak of golden light and vanished before Chen Mo. Chen Mo took a deep breath and began to relax. He grabbed the 2 cultivation manuals and took a closer look. They were a swordsmanship manual and an internal cultivation manual, Tianyan sword technique and Huanjia Gong respectively. Hint. Received a cultivation-related skill item. Do you want to integrate it into the judge class? Looking at the paradise prompt, Chen Mo hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to integrate it into his paradise class. He decided to wait and see. Chen Mo ignored the paradise prompt, sat back on the bed, and began flipping through the 2 cheat books. Thanks to Prada for the 4 monthly tickets. Awesome. Chapter 154 The Unharmed Old Demon. The night flew by in a flash. Chen Mo spent the night thoroughly reading through 2 secret manuals, memorizing them in his mind. Thanks to the super-dimensional computing power granted by Sanders, Chen Mo had already mastered both manuals in his mind. Tianyan sword technique is a sword manual that exhaustively explores mathematics and physics. It contains a total of 49 sword moves, aligning with the principle of 49 to take a glimmer of hope. This sword technique also prioritizes mathematics and physics, remaining balanced in all aspects. Due to limited strength, although Chen Mo deduced the ultimate secret of the 49 swords, he was currently unable to use them. To put it simply, Chen Mo could only use the first 13 swords from the manual. With these 13 Jianyan swords, Chen Mo had mastered all the basic sword moves. Although no new prompts appeared in Paradise, Chen Mo knew that he had integrated all the basic sword techniques he had previously learned into the Jianyan sword technique. Swordsmanship is the way of the gentleman, moderate and peaceful, not well suited to battlefield slaughter. Chen Mo couldn't understand why this old Taoist priest would teach him a sword technique. Although Chen Mo also wields a sword, he usually uses it for slashing, casting spells, or controlling the sword to kill enemies in combat. He rarely chooses to wield the sword himself. With this thought in mind, Chen Mo summoned this annihilating sword and placed it on his knees. He gently stroked the blade, feeling the close soul connection within it. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and some of the doubts he had previously encountered when calculating sword techniques were easily resolved. In the second half of the night, Chen Mo focused on studying the Huanjia Gong. This book is a bit like a Confucian secret manual, focusing on increasing one's skills through knowledge. The more knowledge one acquires, the more one learns, and the greater one's strength becomes. Of course, knowledge alone is not enough, one must also possess virtue, which is the standard of a gentleman. Practicing internal skills was not as difficult as Chen Mo had imagined. In just half an hour, Chen Mo had mastered the skills to the maximum level of his current level, the Jiandan realm. A powerful energy, distinct from magical power, emerged within Chen Mo's body. It normally emanated from his limbs and bones, warming him to the core. Even his recent struggles with insufficient energy and insufficient vitality were reassured. This was undoubtedly a valuable practice for strengthening the body, though unfortunately, Chen Mo couldn't yet master the later stages. It wasn't because it was difficult, but rather because the 4th-tier techniques, already reaching the spirit-refining realm, required statistics over 10 times that of the core-forming realm. However, with these 2 secret manuals, Chen Mo's life in this world of immortal cultivation wouldn't be too difficult. Stepping through the morning dew, Chen Mo left the courtyard and walked along the main road until he reached a vast open space. This place resembled the airport at the Paradise, serving as a manned airship. A towering ship flew towards them from the horizon, its hundreds-meter-long hull obscuring the sky and instantly blocking out the sun. With a loud bang, the ship's belly opened, and countless people emerged from within, hurriedly dispersing. After everyone had left, those who had been waiting there slowly came forward to register their names for boarding. Chen Mo understood and, carrying Fula on his back, joined the queue. In a moment, Chen Mo was under the ship's belly. Name, strength, and Taoist weapon proficiency, the monk in charge of registration said, not even looking up. He simply held up a pen and made a gesture to write, waiting for Chen Mo's response. After a moment's pause, Chen Mo quickly replied, Chen Wuang, a member of the Chen family, giant in realm, sword cultivator. The monk in charge of registration looked up at Chen Mo in surprise, then lowered his head to write down the information he had given. Finally, he kindly said, all right. Go inside and find a seat. The ship will depart soon. With that, he pushed a token in front of Chen Mo, clearly inscribed with his information. Chen Mo clasped his fists in thanks, took the token, and headed straight for the interior of the skyship. The cabin was vast, far larger than what Chen Mo had seen from the outside. Rows of massive puppets, over 10 meters tall, were placed in the center of the cabin, secured by chains as thick as an arm. Beyond them lay numerous other battlefield weapons, including cannons, Vulcan crossbows, and soul-destroying luo. Chen Mo had learned about this equipment from casual conversation, and aside from a slight surprise, he didn't find it out of place. After all, a few technological advancements in a powerful cultivation civilization weren't much of a stretch. They all advanced simultaneously, striving to achieve their goals. Finding a seat by the window, Chen Mo sat cross-legged on the floor and began practicing his newly learned Horn Jia Gong. As the technique unfolded, endless devouring quietly began to operate, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Interestingly, in the kingdom of the gods, spiritual energy is called mana, while here on the eastern immortal continent, mana and spiritual energy are identical. The difference is that unowned mana carries a trace of residual spiritual energy, while spiritual energy does not. Therefore, Chen Mo felt that the spiritual energy was purer, like the difference between boiled water at home and mountain spring water. A long moment passed, the suspended ship soared into the sky amidst a roar, the image in the window rapidly shrinking. Chen Mo opened his eyes and glanced down at the ground. The mountains and rivers here were beautiful, resembling a paradise. However, the horizon in the distance was a blood red. Judging by the distance, it seemed that the war would soon reach here. As Chen Mo admired the mountains and rivers, the spiritual energy concentration in the cabin returned to normal. Many people breathed a sigh of relief and began to sit cross-legged, gathering their breath and cultivating. Chen Mo, watching this, laughed heartily. It turned out that he had been absorbing too much spiritual energy, absorbing nearly half of the spiritual energy in the ship. Any spiritual energy from the outside would be immediately absorbed by Chen Mo. This resulted in a very small number of people in Chen Mo's half of the cabin. Those who had entered had retreated to the other half, leaving only a few meters between people, an extremely unsafe distance for a cultivator. At such a distance, who would dare to meditate and cultivate peacefully? So when Chen Mo stopped, everyone assumed he had finished his lessons for the day and breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps because Chen Mo's training made so much noise, the cultivators on the ship didn't dare to provoke him. Instead, they stayed away, fearing they would be slapped down if they displeased him. Therefore, even with a pretty maid cradled on Chen Mo's back, no one dared to approach him. They simply assumed he was a prodigy from a prestigious sect, retreating from seclusion to train, experiencing military life on the battlefield and honing their skills. There was also a strong possibility that he was secretly accompanying a highly skilled protector. As everyone watched Chen Mo's calm demeanor, speculation and conversation began to multiply. By evening, 4 or 5 completely different love-hate stories had been confirmed on the ship. Outrageous rumors had begun circulating at some point. Some even said Chen Mo was a fallen prince of the empire, brought along his maidservant, fighting his way to the 9 heavens from scratch. Others claimed Chen Mo was a direct disciple of the Linkson sect, the Zhenshao sect, who, having fallen in love with a saint of the demonic cult, had defected and taken his lover to the battlefield in search of a chance of survival. Though Chen Mo's abilities weren't particularly impressive, he had mastered nearly every elementary spell in his time in the arcane heavens, even mastering simple reconnaissance and eavesdropping. In one night, he listened to over a dozen stories recounting his past, the most outrageous of which recounted how he, as a prostitute, eloped with his daughter. Upon hearing these stories, Chen Mo felt the urge to draw his sword and strike down the scoundrel, but he was so skilled at hiding himself that Chen Mo couldn't locate him. In a fit of rage, Chen Mo unleashed his innate ability, absorbing half the ship's cabin's spiritual energy, leaving no room for such gossip. He also summoned dozens of small fireballs to surround him, while the Zhenilian sword, carrying the ultimate energy, protected him. 7 days later, The tower ship bound for the battlefield finally arrived. This was the Mage military camp, one of the 9 spears of the Mage army under the Blood Evil dynasty. After disembarking, Chen Mo followed the crowd and, under the guidance of the monk officer, obtained temporary caves and equipment suitable for giant and level cultivators. These caves were temporary, alternate dimensions, supported by mysterious runes and brimming with powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. The spiritual energy within was dense enough for Chen Mo to cultivate fully for a day and a night. For a clan cultivator who had volunteered to join the battlefield, Chen Mo's equipment was quite good: a 3rd-level spiritual flying sword and a 3rd-level spiritual Taoist robe, primarily black with blood-red stripes, featuring a winged divine tiger tattooed on the back. After putting them on, Chen Mo regretted it. He looked a bit silly, like a high school student with a strong sense of immaturity, boasting seriously about his achievements as an immortal king and emperor. While you can choose not to wear it, outside the barracks, no one will recognize you as a member of the family. After settling in, Chen Mo received his first mission. He served as a scout, assassinating soldiers of the opposing dynasty in the chaotic battlefield. 3 factions occupied this battlefield: the human Blood Evil dynasty, the demonic Wild Beast army, and the Witch clan's Ghost Human army. The demons are physically strong and adept at mindless recklessness, hence the name Wild Beast. The Witch clan possesses cunning tactics, employing a variety of uncanny techniques. Their soldiers are masters of soul control, so fighting them means facing the simultaneous attacks of one person and one ghost. Chen Mo's Blood Evil dynasty, on the other hand, is less specialized, relying solely on the blood will of killing. By continuously killing enemies, they absorb their life force and feed it back to themselves, increasing their cultivation and healing injuries, commonly known as attack healing. Chen Mo's missions are long-term, recurring, each lasting approximately 20 days, as the end of each month brings a 10-day all-out offensive. At that time, all 3 factions would mobilize their entire forces, and a chaotic battle would erupt. This battlefield looked like a cauldron used to cultivate. Chen Mo donned his ungainly Taoist robe and, consulting the map, headed straight for the Giant realm. Cultivators of varying strengths fought in different locations, but no powerful cultivator would hold sway in the key training and foundation building areas to bully newcomers. Everyone tacitly considered this battlefield a place to hone their skills. Here, life and death were not determined by fate, destiny lay in the hands of the sword. A single strike could sever obsessions, a single blow could sever the past. Although Chen Mo longed to scavenge the key training areas for small monsters, he prioritized keeping a low profile, so he trudged to the Giant realm battle zone and wandered around its periphery. A year later, Chen Mo was still in the Giant realm, but he was no longer the weakling he once was. Suddenly, a flash of white light illuminated the sky. A startled scream echoed, followed by several wailing cries before finally falling silent. Chen Mo pressed his fingers together in a sword gesture, and the hidden sword flew across, slashing countless white marks across the body of the massive black bear soldier. With a soft cry of down, the 3-meter-tall black bear collapsed, its life ending. On the battlefield, morality reigns supreme, only life and death. If Chen Mo's strength were less than his, he would have been slain like the giant bear. Alice. Chen Mo possessed thousands of spells, and in his cunning, 10 Wu clan soldiers were no match for him. After a year of bloody battles, Chen Mo had earned the nickname the Unharmed Old Demon. His signature move was a flash of light, followed by a flurry of bizarre control techniques, accompanied by terrifying flaming techniques and devastating sword beams. He was a true battlefield mower, his range damage reaching unparalleled levels. 11 times during the course of the year, Chen Mo was pursued by the other 2 factions at the end of the month. Each time, the battlefield was thrown into chaos, terrorizing everyone and everything in his path. Now, in the center of the battlefield, Chen Mo was surrounded by thousands of enemy monks. A barrage of spells descended upon him, and various magical arts bombarded his absolute realm, causing countless cracks to appear throughout it, seemingly shattering. Chen Mo remained calm, mentally commanding Fula not to rush over, as he intended to unleash his ultimate move to clear the area. Just as the first crack in the absolute realm appeared, the world suddenly darkened, and a massive vortex suddenly appeared above the sky. A terrifying aura gathered into a vast ocean, pouring down from the sky. In an instant, the absolute realm shattered, and the next moment, a black dot suddenly expanded from Chen Mo's body, expanding to 100 meters in an instant. In a single breath, The terrifying gravitational force instantly shredded all living things within 10,000 meters. Even the Earth was gnawed, leaving a bowl-shaped crater. A pitch-black sphere slowly rose, resembling a black sun. Boom, boom, boom. Strange noises suddenly echoed across the battlefield, drawing even the nascent soul cultivators to their attention and turning to watch. Just as everyone held their breath, the entire black sun exploded. From far and near, it instantly enveloped the vast mountains and rivers. All the cultivators witnessing the scene felt a sudden palpitation in their hearts, instinctively employing their most powerful defensive measures. A moment later, a massive crater spanning hundreds of kilometers appeared in the center of the low-level battlefield, annihilating nearly all the low-level cultivators except the human race. Floating in the center of the crater, Chen Mo closed his eyes, quietly feeling the surge of spiritual energy within him. An indescribable power filled his soul, his spirit. For the past year, Chen Mo hadn't practiced meditation, but instead had continuously honed his Huan Jinai Gong. Today, this secret manual finally fulfilled its purpose. A beam of black light suddenly shot into the sky, accompanied by Chen Mo's unbridled laughter. A surge of spiritual energy, reminiscent of the soul-refining realm, emanated from the pit. The numerous high-level cultivators who witnessed this scene looked at each other in bewilderment. How could such a terrifying power be possessed by a mere soul-refining realm? The black beam of light dissipated, and Chen Mo vanished from the battlefield, returning to his cave. Chapter 155 The End of the Fourth Era of Whale Abyss. After returning to his cave, Chen Mo celebrated his breakthrough by battling Fula for 3 days and 3 nights. After becoming a 4th-level mage, Chen Mo faced more assassination attempts, including one that destroyed his own cave. From then on, Chen Mo began wandering between battlefields and military camps, becoming increasingly difficult to track. By the end of the same year, Chen Mo, having quietly broken through to the 5th level, had vanished into the battlefield, employing only his simple lightning techniques and swordsmanship to fend off his enemies. However, he was eventually discovered and surrounded by hundreds of divine transformation cultivators. After decapitating dozens of enemies while holding Fula, Chen Mo blew open the gate to the underground ruins and escaped. Deep within the ruins, Chen Mo discovered a battlefield secret, a training ground deep underground. These cultivators practiced a blood-refining art, which required absorbing the energy of murder. They would slaughter enemies above ground, then secretly hide here to absorb the spirits of the fallen, nourishing their own murderous intent. Having discovered a shocking secret, Chen Mo was hunted by 3 forces, leaving him with no escape. In desperation, Chen Mo detonated the entire energy accumulated in the black hole within his body, killing all the 5th-level nascent soul cultivators. Finally, the eternal thunder granted by Sanders fully awakened, triggering a celestial catastrophe. The catastrophe destroyed the entire 3-way battlefield between the Lich and the Lich, transforming it into a thunder prison where only those with a thunder deo could enter, and those who did could not remain for long. Relying on the power of the absolute boundary and endless devouring, Chen Mo clung to life and recovered. Finally, with Fula's help, he realized the life force of thunder amidst destruction, reborn from the ashes, and achieved the divine transformation realm, becoming a 6th-level mage. Surrounded by a horde of 9th-level immortal cultivators, Chen Mo completed all his tasks in paradise, and amidst their terrifying attacks, he calmly departed and returned to paradise. The paradise's terrifying, all-suppressing might lent Chen Mo a touch of mystery, leaving behind the legend of a genius from the celestial realm descending to earth. After returning to paradise, Chen Mo reflected on his past and began researching the 3 magics of thunder, fire, and wind. Leveraging the resources of the training ground, Chen Mo forged his own unique swordsmanship. This blend of magic and Taoist techniques made this technique incredibly powerful, boasting unparalleled speed. Its core principle was that speed alone was the only way to defeat any martial art. Chen Mo developed 6 swordsmanship techniques, empowering thunder, wind, and fire spells, a life-threatening thrust that surpassed his own ultimate speed. Sword 1, a fleeting moment. Sword 2, a destructive barrage of sword energy centered around a storm of thunder, fire, and sky, encompassing the boundless power of infinite sword techniques. And Sword 3, a rain of pear blossoms. A single sword strike, embodying the light of thunder, the wave-particle duality of the sun, and the traceless erosion of wind, could split heaven and earth in 2 with a single strike, creating a smooth, dimensional rift and silencing all surrounding energy. This was Sword 3, a ray of light. A sword strike centered on the power of sky fire meteor, heavenly thunder, and Chaos Hurricane can create a devastating storm centered on itself, a defensive sword technique known as the Fourth Sword, Calm. A sword strike centered on energy clones, the gravity of a black hole, and the collapse of matter can instantly send an energy clone flying tens of thousands of miles away, shattering space and sucking all matter within a certain range into the black hole, creating a short-lived, real black hole that devours everything before detonating and annihilating everything. This is the fifth sword, Return to the Abyss. Using the gravity of a black hole to warp time, combined with the speed of thunder, wind, and fire, a sword strike can instantly create billions of clones, simultaneously striking one or countless targets with countless sword strikes. This is the sixth sword, Dawn of Light. After mastering these 6 sword techniques, Chen Mo accepted Paradise's offer and returned to Blue Star for 6 months to address the encroachment of the Black Domain. Upon returning to Blue Star, Chen Mo discovered that the spiritual cultivation method he had previously taught had spread widely, awakening superpowers in many ordinary people. Combined with the findings of the Black Domain, he embarked on a different path to immortal cultivation than that of magic. Seeing his prosperous home, Chen Mo once again passed down the Huanjia Gong and Xianyan sword technique, passing on the cultivation methods of the immortal lineage. After finding Dr. Chen, Chen Mo was informed that his grandfather, whom he had never met, had passed away, never to be seen again. From then on, Chen Mo had no family. Freed from his ties, Chen Mo and millions of players launched a counterattack, attacking all lands occupied by the Black Domain. Their progress was rapid until the Blue Sky Divine Tree awakened. The Qing Emperor of the ancient Celestial Court awakened the endless armies of the River of Rebirth. The immortal underworld forces pushed millions of Blue Star players back, forcing them to retreat and resist. Seeking a solution, millions of players channeled all their resources into the Arcane Paradise, empowering dozens of the strongest players to enter the Paradise and journey to the Arcane Heavens, securing the means of victory. They, in turn, remained on Blue Star, assisting the nation in resisting the encroachment of the Black Domain and stalling for time. Chen Mo, a mysterious lone magic swordsman, achieved unparalleled prowess on the battlefield. Having earned universal recognition, he decisively journeyed to the Arcane Heavens, seeking strength. Meanwhile, Chen Mo faced a new breakthrough test, the 7th level advancement trial, the Gold Trial. Returning to the Arcane Heavens, Chen Mo transformed into an adventurer, acquiring resources and increasing his strength through commissions and hunting monsters. His independent nature and formidable swordsmanship and magic skills gradually earned him a reputation within the adventuring community. After months of traveling on his Fura, Chen Mo chose to study to become an arcanist, where he stumbled upon the black gold card gifted to him by his senior. As a result, Chen Mo, under the astonished gaze of the Pen-Star merchants of the Arcane Heaven Kingdom, seized a formidable amount of resources, temporarily shattering his capital chain and nearly bankrupting the company. As a result, Chen Mo was viewed by some as a wealthy, foolish individual with a ton of money. While preparing to become an arcane scholar, Chen Mo developed a fascination with magic runes and began studying magic rune construction, which he then adopted as a secondary profession. Leveraging his powerful memory and computational skills, Chen Mo successfully achieved a 6th-ranked arcane scholar status within a few months, reaching a critical juncture. Seeking a breakthrough, Chen Mo met a talented time traveler specializing in magical machinery, an international student from the magical mechanical empire. Through academic exchange, Chen Mo's knowledge of magic rune construction expanded, allowing him to create powerful magical mechanical armor, similar to Iron Man's suit. Through his research on energy, Chen Mo and the mechanic established a specialized laboratory to study black holes and other celestial bodies within the astral realm, using these as templates to create a variety of powerful magic rune constructions and magical armor. A year later, having amassed countless knowledge, Chen Mo leveraged his natural talents to develop powerful methods for exploiting the laws of black holes, successfully achieving the status of a 7th-ranked arcane scholar and becoming a world-renowned scholar. Chen Mo's fame spread, drawing the attention of his senior brother, Weber Hailing. By chance, Chen Mo also received the help of his second senior sister, successfully completing the Golden Trial and becoming a high-level mage, a 7th-level wizard. After achieving this status, Weber Hailing explained Chen Mo's mentor's situation and instructed him to begin building a mage tower, aiming for legendary status. The second senior sister, in turn, invited Chen Mo to explore the kingdoms of various races for training and brought him news of the maid, Yula. A dozen days later, Chen Mo joined an adventuring group and embarked on a journey to the Tree Elf Empire. Chen Mo's strength and wealth impressed the entire group, and in a skirmish, he dominated the entire group, demonstrating the true power of a mage. Having earned the respect of the entire adventure group, Chen Mo remained steadfast, steadily pursuing clues to the Elven Empire. However, several months later, Chen Mo was shocked to discover that his group was actually under the command of an evil deity, transporting a powerful fragment of divine power to corrupt a kingdom and transform it into a zone of death. Chen Mo was horrified to discover that it was the fragment of the Black Smoke Demon's divine power from years ago. Memories drew him into a fantasy, fueling his inner demons. He came to understand that all the attacks along the way were aimed at preventing these followers of the evil deity from bringing destruction to the kingdom. Burdened with guilt, Chen Mo, after a painful price, earned the trust of the kingdom's army. To atone for his sins, he became the spearhead of the siege against the adventure group. After several life and death battles, Chen Mo realized that both the adventure group and the kingdom had ulterior motives, fighting for ulterior motives. Devastated, Chen Mo wielded his boundless magical armor to utterly annihilate the entire adventure group and the kingdom's army. He personally assassinated the king of that kingdom and installed a righteous leader. He then manipulated the Arcane Council to permanently bind that kingdom to the neutral good camp, barring it from further conflict between faith-based factions. Chen Mo renews his journey, successfully reaching the Dryad Empire and becoming a distinguished guest at the imperial court. However, Chen Mo remains unable to locate Eula. Suddenly, the Queen of the Dryads grants him marriage to the leader's daughter, acquiring numerous powerful elven artifacts. Little does he know, this wedding is a conspiracy, a plot orchestrated against Chen Mo. It's a play orchestrated by the mastermind behind the Black Smoke Demon's downfall. The leader's daughter has long been a puppet, a femme fatale designed to keep Chen Mo indulging in lust. Chen Mo, leveraging the power of the White Tiger Empire, backed by his senior brother and second sister, successfully overturned the chessboard and completely eliminated a sinister organization entangled in numerous legends. However, the Tree Elf Empire suffered significant damage, and Chen Mo's partner, a young man, perished in the conflict. However, this incident attracted the attention of the Dark Supreme God of the Gods Realm. Having glimpsed Chen Mo's fate, he decisively intervened, hoping to manipulate him and gain the opportunity to enter the next realm. Leveraging the resources of the Tree Elf Empire, Chen Mo began constructing his own magic tower. During an attack on a plane, Chen Mo discovered Eula, sealed within a glacier. After a year of conquering the glacier plane for his own, Chen Mo began studying the science of sealing. Using high-power-dimensional computing, Chen Mo integrated his knowledge of magic pattern construction, quickly becoming a master of sealing. However, they ultimately chose to spend a fortune and hire a legendary expert to remove Eula's seal. Upon her release, Eula fell into an endless slumber, becoming Sleeping Beauty. After countless research, Chen Mo discovered a method to awaken Eula from Fula's bloodline memories. From then on, Chen Mo retreated to the glacial plain, cultivating his strength and personally building his own magic tower. Years later, through Chen Mo's tireless efforts, he finally became a master of sealing, a master of magic pattern construction, a 9-ringed arcane scholar, and a 9th-level mage. He named his magic tower the Lightless Blazing Sun. During a moment of enlightenment that touched upon the power of rules, Chen Mo successfully awakened Eula and, utilizing the rules of the paradise, made her his exclusive servant, allowing her free access to the Black Abyss Paradise. Just one step away from achieving legend, Chen Mo received a call to return to Blue Star China. Millions of players, now powerless to continue the resistance, placed their hopes on Chen Mo and dozens of others. In the final counterattack, Chen Mo single-handedly rivaled millions of troops, forcibly holding back half of the Black Domain. His endless supply of magical armor alleviated the predicament within China. With Chen Mo's magical armor and magic pattern construction technology, China merged the power of magic, technology, cultivation, and the Black Domain, creating a new and unique civilization. This civilizational leap began, ushering in a period of extraordinary development. To preserve the flame of life, Chen Mo, upholding the Chinese ideal of passing on the torch, led countless people to other planets within the solar system, using them as a stronghold for reproduction and survival. Blue Star became the front line against the Black Domain's encroachment. Over the course of decades, countless talented individuals emerged, forcing the Black Domain back step by step. However, China remained unable to impact the Black Domain's core, and the encroachment continued steadily. It was then that Chen Mo realized that only by reaching legendary status could this apocalyptic crisis be completely resolved. After leaving all his knowledge to China, Chen Mo returned to the Whale Abyss continent. This time, he journeyed to the magical tech empire, located north of the Whale Abyss's tail. Unlike the pure academics of the arcane heaven, the magical tech empire leaned more towards the western nations of Blue Star. Capital guilds were rampant, embracing the power of money and power to drive technological advancement, ultimately developing the fusion of magic and technology. Chen Mo and his Genius Mechanics Research Institute became a key focus of the magical tech empire, producing a vast array of powerful magical armor, even forging powerful weapons capable of mastering the realm of rules. Over several years of study, Chen Mo's knowledge of magical technology reached legendary levels. Combined with the power of magic pattern constructs, he was able to create armor capable of mastering the power of rules. Using the armor as a catalyst, Chen Mo began to comprehend his own legendary rules. Coincidentally, a demonic army appeared within the magical tech empire. Chen Mo joined the magical technique forces, advancing all the way into the endless abyss, ultimately settling on the 444th layer. After a year of trials and tribulations, Chen Mo finally experienced enlightenment. He sought out his senior brother, Weber Haoling, and journeyed to the astral realm, where his mentor, Sanders, had been in seclusion and imprisoned. While comprehending the laws of black holes, the eternal thunder within Chen Mo resonated, allowing him to absorb the various thunder-related laws transmitted by Sanders. He successfully achieved breakthroughs using the laws of black holes and thunder, becoming a legend. Later, Chen Mo leveraged his laboratory's terrifying gold-sucking power to construct his own floating city. He then used his army of magical armor to annihilate the first 100 layers of eternal hell, earning recognition from the will of the Whale Abyss and successfully achieving the title of legend. On the day the floating city was completed, Chen Mo merged all his powers, achieving breakthroughs to the legendary level in his three abilities, thunder, wind, and fire, becoming a powerful legendary mage mastering all five laws. Chen Mo's legendary reputation resonated throughout the elite circles of arcane heaven, earning him a seat on the Arcane Council and the recognition of numerous arcane scholars. That same year, after paying a heartbreaking price, Chen Mo relocated his floating city to Blue Star, where he joined forces with hundreds of legend-level players in a new round of the Black Domain Offensive. After a decade, he successfully annihilated the Kixan sect, a faction affiliated with the ancient Celestial Court, and forced the Azure Sky Divine Tree to fully awaken. Hundreds of legends were no match for the Azure Emperor, and Blue Star was completely overrun. All players were forced to retreat to other planets, once again seeking a solution. Chen Mo arrived on the surface of the sun, where, over a decade, he integrated his knowledge and created three new sword techniques: particle destruction, eternal blazing sun, and cosmic storm. With these three techniques, Chen Mo mastered the power of a high-level legend, single-handedly forging his way into Blue Star. However, he was stopped and imprisoned by the Azure Sky Divine Tree, but escaped with the help of thousands of legend-level players. Reflecting on his mistakes, Chen Mo returned to paradise once again, seeking a breakthrough. This time, Chen Mo returned to arcane heaven, arriving at the Courtyard of Truth, a true arcane realm nestled above the boundless starry sky. With the help of his senior brother, Chen Mo successfully became a true scholar, reaching the 10th ring of arcane skill. Through epics of arcane knowledge, Chen Mo continuously absorbed the power of various powerful rules, but became trapped in a maze. Finally, with the help of the president of the Arcane Council, he renounced most of his power and ascended to the pinnacle of legend through the 6 principles of black holes: thunder, sun, storm, swordsmanship, and time and space. Determined to reach even greater heights, Chen Mo chose to completely control his glacial plane, transforming it into his own demiplane, completely altering the icy laws of the glacial plane. Within the Courtyard of Truth, Chen Mo also learned the secrets of numerous other travelers, discovering that they were not the first to arrive in this world, but rather frequent visitors in every era. Suspecting the guild master was also a time traveler, Chen Mo led an arcane army in an attack on the southern Behemoth Kingdom. Amidst the chaotic storms of the real world, anyone without legendary strength would be slain by horrific natural disasters, and terrifying cosmic radiation and gamma storms would suddenly erupt, devastating everything. In his quest for victory over the behemoths, Chen Mo endured a terrifying adventure, witnessing a boundless ocean suspended in the sky, an all-consuming black hole lurking beneath the earth, a vast chasm hiding the endless starry sky, and a bottomless abyss with no end in sight. 10 years later, Chen Mo was wounded in battle by a sanctuary-level behemoth and returned to the Arcane Kingdom. He was subsequently harassed by the forces of the Academy and even faced an assassination attempt at the instigation of the Dark Supreme God. Ultimately, Chen Mo, harnessing the power of the 6 paths of principle and integrating cultivation techniques acquired from the Eastern Immortal Continent, deduced a legendary level cultivation manual and successfully broke through to the 11th level, becoming a sanctuary mage without even mastering the realm of principle. With the help of a cross-dimensional teleportation array, Chen Mo returned to the Eastern Immortal Continent. Through his devastating campaigns, he rose to become a high-ranking general of the Blood Demon dynasty, fully mastering the power of the Rule Realm. After witnessing the Blood Demon Emperor's rank 14 power, Chen Mo abandoned his plans to return to Blue Star and instead began collecting various immortal cultivation techniques, integrating them into his own practice. Eventually, by chance, Chen Mo entered the Immortal Slaying Hall, one of the 72 killing halls, where he mastered the secret techniques and achieved a breakthrough, becoming a 12th rank Golden Immortal, or Emperor Mage. A century later, Chen Mo returned to Blue Star, only to find it completely occupied. The gates to the ancient Immortal Court had been opened, and a continent the size of the Milky Way was gradually unfolding. The Chinese were reduced to occupying other planets in the solar system, becoming mere stars within the ancient Immortal Court. Chen Mo's return ignited a conflict between the two factions, sparking the war of humans and immortals. Unwilling to be enslaved, the Chinese burned fiercely, sparking a millennium-long struggle. For millennia, Chen Mo constantly traveled between the 72 killing halls, the Black Abyss Paradise, and the solar system, passing on countless cultivation methods to hundreds of millions of Chinese people. The emergence of countless geniuses completely halted the expansion of the ancient Immortal Court. Within a millennium, Chen Mo also reached the bottleneck of the Emperor Mage, the Golden Immortal Bottleneck. From the Lord of the Immortal Slaying Killing Hall, Chen Mo obtained the qualification to enter the 33 Immortal Courts. The 33 Immortal Courts govern the 33 heavens, absorbing all the geniuses of the Eastern Immortal Continent into their system and becoming part of it. Their power is even greater than that of the current Black Abyss Paradise. In reality, the Lord of the Black Abyss Paradise has no intention of recovering his strength and has been watching the show. In the Immortal Slaying Hall of the 33 Immortal Courts, Chen Mo obtained the Immortal King cultivation method and slew powerful geniuses along the way. With his killer skills, he became one of the 108 patrol angels, achieving a reputation for killing with his swordsmanship. In his quest to attain higher cultivation techniques, Chen Mo continually aided the Celestial Court in slaying its enemies, gradually losing himself. Later, with the help of Fula and Eula, Chen Mo returned to the arcane heavens and, baptized by the council president's power, eradicated the influence of his murderous tendencies and transformed himself once again into the arcane scholar seeking truth. Drawing upon the boundless knowledge of the Eastern Celestial Continent and the arcane heavens, Chen Mo successfully created a technique capable of reaching the realm of the Immortal Emperor, the 14th rank Supreme Mage. To the astonishment of countless others, he ascended to the supreme position of the Court of Truth and became its guardian. By this point, Chen Mo's power had far surpassed that of his mentor, Sanders, reaching a point of no further advancement. Before returning to Blue Star, Chen Mo resolved to understand the cause and effect of events and personally entered the black hole to retrieve Sanders. This act undoubtedly shocked the entire Court of Truth, but unfortunately, due to interference from the Kingdom of the Gods, Chen Mo ultimately entered the black hole. However, unbeknownst to the world, the might of the Black Abyss Paradise was far greater than any other power, and the inheritance bestowed upon Chen Mo by the Paradise was truly supreme power. Chen Mo resisted the terrifying gravity of the black hole and found his mentor, Sanders, in a strange world. Sanders had already broken through to the 15th level, but he was still trapped and could only remain there. Chen Mo's arrival undoubtedly cheered him up, but he also had no way out. Over the course of hundreds of years, the two gradually lost hope and gave up the struggle. Chen Mo stumbled upon a reminder from Paradise and instantly realized his greatest mistake. He reclaimed the power of the Judge of the Abyss and analyzed the black hole's fundamental power within the black hole. Unlike the black hole principles Chen Mo grasped during his legendary achievement, the true black hole was far more terrifying. It was not only a gateway connecting the multiverse, but also a key to controlling the flow of space and time. Under the control of the black hole, the entire universe operated according to its gravity, giving rise to life and creating stars, the source of life. Tens of thousands of years later, Chen Mo successfully merged the black hole, which weighed hundreds of millions of solar masses, into his body, becoming a self-aware, autonomous cosmic monster. After successfully escaping, Chen Mo and Sanders returned to the Courtyard of Truth, only to discover that less than 10 years had passed. Upon learning this truth, Chen Mo began a retreat to study his path. After a century, he finally mastered the entire source of the black hole within him, transcending the 15th level and reaching the realm of the 16th level creator. Having reached the 16th level, reaching the level of Daozun, Chen Mo returned to Blue Star and single-handedly destroyed the Azure Sky Divine Tree and personally opened the gates to the ancient Immortal Court. By then, Blue Star had developed into Level 3 civilization, controlling an entire galaxy. However, before Chen Mo's return, they were unable to resist the resurgence of the ancient Immortal Court. Chen Mo penetrated the ancient Immortal Court alone, battling tens of thousands of immortal emperors, thousands of sages, and hundreds of Daozun for centuries. Ultimately, overwhelmed, he retreated, attempting to reseal the ancient Immortal Court with the aid of the sealing technique, but instead released tens of thousands of immortal emperors. Bursting with regret, Chen Mo transformed into a terrifying black hole, imprisoning tens of thousands of immortal emperors within and blocking the entrance to the ancient Immortal Court. Thousands of years later, Chen Mo sensed the arrival of the Whale Abyss continent and learned the terrifying truth that it harbored life. After a desperate struggle, Chen Mo decided to take the entire ancient Immortal Court with him into the Whale Abyss continent's belly, choosing to be devoured and become nourishment for a new era. However, the Whale Abyss continent's target was the Laniakea supercluster, encompassing the entire Milky Way galaxy, and all civilizations were doomed to die. In desperation, Chen Mo decided to detonate himself, using the power of paradise to forcibly transport all Chinese people through paradise and reincarnate in the Whale Abyss continent. However, at the moment of detonation, he was blocked by his alternate timeline counterpart. Completely defeated, Chen Mo's alter ego was shattered by the black hole, transforming into spirit form. At the same time, 320th level Chaos Sages, true masters of the ancient Immortal Court, sensed the presence of the alternate Chen Mo. They instantly appeared on the battlefield, ready to surround and annihilate him. However, they were single-handedly subdued by the Chen Mo from the alternate timeline, who then tossed him into the mouth of the Whale Abyss. The Chen Mo from the alternate timeline then ripped the ethereal Chen Mo's soul into several distinct entities, as if severing three corpses. He then separated Chen Mo's divine, human, and demonic natures, sending each into a different universe. Gazing at his familiar home, the Chen Mo from the alternate universe sighed and sent the entire Milky Way into the mouth of the Whale Abyss, causing all life to be reincarnated into the continental civilization on the whale's back. Thus ended the Fourth Era. P.S. Congratulations on the conclusion of this synopsis. I'll be posting the closing remarks and plans for the next book later. Thank you all for your support. PS2, thank you to the occasional Jiang who hosts for the 2 monthly tickets. Awesome. Final remarks and new book plans. It has been 4 months since I started writing Super God Wizard on January 1st. I haven't stopped writing for even a single day in these 4 months. Isn't that amazing? I'm very stable and persistent. I originally had a month left without a full attendance, but I didn't want to continue being a lazy fish, so I prepared to finish this new book. This is my first signed book. At that time, it was rejected by many editors almost 10 times. In the end, it was editor YY who picked me up. Unfortunately, my writing was so bad that it couldn't get back on track. If I had known earlier, I would have submitted it to the game channel. This book couldn't even get a recommendation. It's really too bad. This book can be said to be a practice work. I originally had a magical worldview that I really wanted to write, and I had several very ambitious linked books. In addition to this Mage article, I also have a cultivation article and a Western fantasy article in folders, so I probably won't have much chance to write them. It's been almost 4 months since I suddenly had the urge to write my own book in 2021. I got into the genre at the end of June last year. I knew nothing at the time, so I registered an account and started writing at random. I wrote about 500,000 or 600,000 words, then constantly deleted and revised them before finally having to abandon them. That book was my entry point, and this one is just my practice. I hope my next book will be a success. It's not a good failure to not want to be a success. Finishing this book has helped me grow a lot, especially since every time I got stuck, I felt so painful. I now understand more and more why Reincarnation Paradise has been dominating the top 10 bestseller lists for years. Mosquito's data calculations are really not random, they are truly amazing. Even a seemingly watery piece of data actually reflects the time he spent calculating it. His combat power planning and other things are amazing. I can't even begin to compare. I can only admire him. I hope Mosquito can complete reincarnation well before he dies. Most importantly, take care of your health. I've heard so many tragic stories lately. An author friend has kidney cancer, and an unknown author has passed away suddenly. It's all very heartbreaking. While some are trying to hype things up, I still hope every author can stay healthy and finish their book. Finally, I want to thank my 28 fans, 2 of whom are me, and thank you to the 26 friends who paid to subscribe to my book. Thank you again to the 25 friends on Kidian and the 1 on QQ Reading. Thank you for your company over the past 4 months, and thank you to me for writing alone every evening, morning, and late night. Alright. That's all for the closing remarks. Now, let's talk about my plans for the next book. It'll be released in May, but I don't know exactly when. I'm planning to write American comics fan fiction. Writing original work is incredibly difficult for a newbie. It's almost impossible to get started, so I'm just going to focus on writing fan fiction and gaining experience. My new book will feature Iron Man as the protagonist, telling the story of a Chinese man who travels to the world of American comics and trains Tony Stark to become Marvel's most powerful superhero, freeing Stark from regrets and freeing me from regrets. Despite all the hype, I'm still unsure whether it will be accepted. I still need to research American comics and finalize the outline and settings, so I won't waste my energy on this book any longer. I hope to see you all again when I start again. It's a long road ahead, but we'll see you soon. Chen Mo would like to express his gratitude to everyone. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.